Now get ready for the time of your lives, because you are now watching GAHCast.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to GAHCast, the show where an alpaca proposed to Hatsune Miku.
No, I didn't. This is lies, slander, defamation.
I'm your host, Hydrowave99, and I'm joined here today with my co-host and now soon-to-be married host, FluufAlpaca. How are you today?
Lies. I'm good. I'm good. I don't know. I have a slight epiphany, and it's not healthy. Thank you, Hydro. Anyways, what we're doing?
Supposedly we're gonna start a show that talks about some tech news, I guess, and gaming stuff too. And meanwhile, we just had to congratulate you on your engagement with, Hatsune Miku.
Oh. Okay.
Now
Bye now.
And meanwhile, I did provide wedding gifts, which more news later in the show.
Bye now. Anyways, bye.
This is also the same show where one of the hosts actually went to a Bitcoin-backed pizza party.
Yeah.
I lied. An NFT-backed pizza party.
Uh-huh. And now I can't trust them.
Yep. Because, I actually, believe it or not, so my friends over at Death Serpent Gaming invited me over to, this like what seemed like a block big of a pizza party up in like southern Manhattan, and like a little Italy area. And so while I was there, I went on my way and walked around the city, check out the Nintendo store and then a Microsoft store where I played a pretty fun like dodgeball game. Actually, it was actually really fun. And then I went over to like, the M&M store, the Hershey store, and then I went down to a retro gaming store where I got this lovely gem called River Raid, made from a time before a certain CEO took power and, well, what happened then.
Yeah.
River Raid is absolutely fantastic. I mean, right now, I have, Mr. Metallica himself in pop figure form guarding over my Atari and Sega Genesis games.
You had to say Mr. Metallica, didn't you? You just had to.
Yes. James Hetfield. Fun times.
Uh-huh.
And then during the pizza party, it was pretty much always, so it was a little bit more involved than I thought it was. Like, we actually had, like, walkie-talkies involved that turned out weren't really used at all. And during the early phase, I got these walkie-talkies. All I did jokingly was, like, head to Bravo, head to Alpha. So it was like a freaking Call of Duty match.
They're copying B.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was doing for the early part. And then all I did afterwards just walk around, ate some pizza, talked to some people, and that was pretty much it. It was a pretty decent time, though. I really enjoyed my time with it. And I thank the Death Serpent people so much for doing this and for inviting me along.
Certainly.
The organization is Pizza DAO, if anyone's curious, but that's for another time to explain about all that stuff. Anyways, but just know that even though I was part of a group that's, involved in like the NFT community, both myself and Alpaca view the trend as something that is, not the best in its current state that can be improved upon in the future.
Mm-hmm. Certainly, I don't dislike. Well, I dislike NFTs as they are right now, but I cannot say that they're. I can't say that I think they're useless. I don't think they are. I think they are just, unfortunately, the connotations behind them are much less have much less good behind them, I guess. I don't know how to say it other than that. It's like they're just, they could be used for like, I guess, for like instance, like we've said this before, but serializing like digital assets and making them much making them have value that isn't artificial. I mean, of course I can always have a copy of something that I've screenshotted, and that's that. But if you understand what that means, like there are ways of using NFTs in a way that doesn't seem like a Ponzi scheme, and that isn't a Ponzi scheme. So,
right, exactly. That's the current implementation of NFTs is. It's like you technically are supposed to gain like some sort of ownership of a unique digital good, but at the end of the day, it's like trading a stock.
Pretty much, except there's less meaning behind it.
Yeah.
There's way less authenticity behind it, or value behind it.
Right. So, FluufAlpaca, I mean, besides getting engaged to Hatsune Miku, which is an amazing compliment, is there anything else new with you?
Don't that. Well, I guess. How do I say this? Recently, my circuit breaker has been tripping, so I actually switched my computer to a different outlet altogether. So that's been fun, just trying to find out why it keeps on happening. It's whenever the microwave and the AC is on at the same time that happens. So it's like, so if somebody's downstairs cooking something in the microwave, then unfortunately I have to either not have the AC on, or, as I found out, just switching my computer to a different outlet because it's also pulling from the same plug or same outlet, and
God, that must have been a pretty poorly built house if you have to rely on swapping your computer from an outlet from a circuit breaker that's what where the microwave and the AC are sharing.
Yeah, this place, as far as I remember, it's from like the 30s and such, so it's probably not seen much in the way of any, because back then, of course, we didn't really need that much power, but now we have computers and ACs and just many other things consuming more power than before. So it's like, it wasn't really built for the sci-fi 80s that we saw.
Right. And that was back during when anime looked more like Western cartoons.
You blew it. You had your chance and you blew it.
All right, I hear you.
Uh-huh.
So obviously we've been gone for a while because we're having some technical difficulties and lack of, mental, not saying lack of mental, but, improper timing with one's mental health and all this other crazy stuff that's been going on for the last month. And here we are now just trying to catch up with the news because there's a lot that's been happening in this crazy month.
Mm-hmm. Certainly.
We've been getting started what would have been E3 season with a ton of crazy showcases, one of which has happened today, as of this recording, which is June 12th. Because usually we like to cover the news like the week prior. We record on Sunday and cover the news the week prior, but the Xbox Bethesda showcase is the one topic that is going to break the mold.
Well, then shooting stars do that, though. Sorry.
Because, of course, in that showcase, the legendary, the myth, the legend, the chess
God
club,
Howard.
Yes, the chess club champion.
Mr. FaZe Clan Todd Howard.
Yes. The legend spoke about Starfield. And showed us the game. And we also have various other announcements, such as Sonic Frontiers, and we also got Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. We got various some plans regarding a Bracer Group. We got some games coming on other platforms. We got various tech news, including those regarding Elon Musk and the Twitter situation, as well as some minor things regarding the James Webb Telescope, Apple stuff with, the WWDC conference, and the M2 chip that's showing it can run certain games. One of which has actually impressed Alpaca when I talked about it.
Yeah, I was very impressed by that. I was almost like, I was kind of blown away because it's like you don't expect. I mean, then again, that game was optimized pretty well, but still, it's technically it's still pretty pretty cool to see it run on such hardware.
Yep. And we got like some speculation on like when a supposed PS5 Pro and Xbox Series X and S Pro comes out, and a lot of crazy stuff here today. So with that being said, I'm going to take off these sunglasses so I can read. Thank you, Death Serpent Game, for giving me these glasses. These been, they make it seem like they're total swag. Look these up. Unlock the power to read. And let's get started. The first of which is we have to talk about several things regarding Embracer Group, because we found out a couple things about them. And the first of which is we kind of have an idea what they want to do with the studios they've acquired from Square Enix, which is practically a good chunk of the Western studios. As we can see here, this was from a press release that Embracer uploaded, and it says how after the end of the quarter, we further strengthened our development capabilities and IP portfolio by entering into agreement to acquire Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, and Square Enix Montreal, including Tomb Raider, Deus Ex, Thief, and Legacy of Kain, and other IPs. The announcement got an overwhelming and positive response. We see a great potential not only in sequels, but also in remakes, remasters, spin-offs, as well as transmedia projects across the group. We expect the transaction to close in the July to September period. Also in the same camp, we also have the fact that Saber Interactive is helping Aspire with the Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic remake. And you can see here, as part of Embracer Group's Q4 financial report, board member Matthew Kark announced that Saber Interactive, which most recently released Evil Dead, is now working on the project. Aspire's gone full into make this the best game they can make. When we acquired Aspire, we knew from the start that they would require our assistance. Saber has tremendous expertise in creating these types of products. We've done it on Halo, on multiple Halo products, so we've been spending a lot of time working with them to bring the title over. Kark also added that they were fully confident that the game is going to be fantastic, but it's a massive project, and massive projects require a lot of effort and a lot of time to make good. And especially when you're talking about a game that's very old, we basically had to remake that game from scratch. But anyways, yeah, so I mean, personally, I think this is interesting to see, the Square Enix studios are being, those IPs are going to put a lot of use. This is something that we've seen a lot of time with other, things that that Embrace Group has acquired, is that they'll make a lot of remasters and bring these games up to current platform, which is a very good for the player sort of thing, as we like to say in the show.
There he is. But it's good for the player.
So now we can see the possibility of games older than the Tomb Raider reboot possibly being available on modern platforms.
Yeah, that'd be pretty nice to see.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm interested in seeing remasters and such. I wonder. I wonder if how they're going to handle the KOTOR remake, and I'm only just a little bit afraid about how modern Star Wars games have been, but then again, it's not EA, of course. But I'd hope that it isn't just nostalgia goggles.
Right. I hear you on that one. And yeah, but I mean, this is gonna be great overall, to see these games brought up to modern platforms. I can only imagine, especially for KOTOR. Let's go back to that again. The fact that Saber Interactive is now being brought on to make this game as amazing as possible is a good sign that they're taking their time with it. And they're trying to pour as many resources they can to make the game, this remake, the best it can possibly be. So I find that to be a good sign.
Certainly.
Yeah.
No other comments?
Mm-hmm. Also, too, we got also some games coming to different platforms. Such as the fact that, as you can see in this article, this Twitter post here with the image still loading, let's make this anniversary even better, shall we? We're delighted to share that the next-gen version of Witcher 3 Wild Hunt is planned to release in Q4 2022. This is amazing news for those who are fans of The Witcher and want to see the game be pushed even higher. I know Witcher 3 Wild Hunt was already a pretty, impressive looking game when it first came out. And this is a game that was considered to be one of the best of the generation.
Definitely. I'm interested in seeing what it, I know it's just going to be, a remaster, but I'm interested to see them push, because I know The Witcher 3 especially, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful game. I'd love to see it pushed even further. How when some games come out, they look amazing, and to see them get rehashed and sent to a completely different future console, it's it's almost like preserving artwork in a sense, but if you know what I mean.
Exactly, it really is. Yeah, this game's gonna look stunning. I can only imagine the mountain ranges and the villages and the certain scenes that the characters involved with are gonna look absolutely amazing.
Of course.
But
honestly,
yeah, I'm gonna say too, we look at CD Projekt Red and we know them to make this beautiful game. But what if the other side of the coin gets an anime? And that's actually what happened with Cyberpunk 2077.
I just left the server.
Ladies and gentlemen, for FluufAlpaca, And for fans of this game,
No.
I present to you Cyberpunk Edge Runners. It is an anime about Cyberpunk 2077.
They didn't have to do this.
And according to it says that Netflix actually debuted a clip for Cyberpunk Edge Runners, its upcoming anime, which is a spin-off in collaboration of the Cyberpunk 2077 video game. And the teaser features hard metal music and gives a gritty vibe despite being very colorful. Also, this is going to be a 10-episode anime that'll be animated by Studio Trigger. And from what I heard, this show, these are the guys. I mean, at least the main director. Yeah. So, Hiroyuki Imaishi made Gurren Lagann. Masahiko Otsuka did Promare. Hiromi Wakabayashi was from Kill la Kill. That's the only anime I'm familiar with, even though I do not watch any anime. Kill la Kill is the only one I know of. Even though I have only by name. I don't know anything about the characters.
Yeah, I've heard of it before, but I'm going to be honest, I don't recognize any of these as animes, I guess, you know.
Right. But if we're talking about Kill la Kill, which is known to be one of the more mainstream popular animes, and the talent that was from that show, I'm sure this is going to be a surprisingly quality show, despite the game being a buggy mess.
Yeah, I mean, well,
I think it's gonna be more of a Sonic Boom situation, where Sonic Boom actually was a very terrible Sonic game, but the show was actually really good from what I've seen of it.
Okay, then.
So what if the anime was better than the game?
Then we'd have a fucking big problem. That's all I can say. I hope it runs at more than a few frames per second, the show. You know, hope they filmed it correctly, the right shutter speed.
Of course. Also, too, I mean, what if Skyrim got ported to the Switch a second time? Because that's what
I used to be a part of the chess club. Who's laughing now?
That's what Skyrim Anniversary Edition on the Switch is being rated for. And this was spotted according to a report from Switch Brazil. And you can see down here, Skyrim Anniversary Edition, rated for the Switch.
You know, we talk about NFTs a lot, but Todd Howard is the real MVP when it comes to selling digital assets. And for like at least he sells it for the same amount every time, but still,
I mean,
goddamn.
Then again, I became a madman too, and not only do I own the PS5 version of Grand Theft Auto 5, I now own the Xbox Series X version of Grand Theft Auto 5. But Skyrim is bad too, because not only do I own the disc on the Xbox One, I bought the next gen upgrade for the same game.
I hope you can count every pore on the Dragonborn's face. Otherwise, I'm sorry, pal, you wasted your money. Or every whisker on the Khajiit's face.
Right. But another game is also coming to more platforms. This actually was a popular multiplayer game on Steam and PlayStation 4. Ladies and gentlemen, Fall Guys is going to be available on Nintendo Switch, Xbox, and the Epic Game Store. And this will be starting on June 21st. And yeah, and they're going to start a new season alongside it. And on top of it, too, here's the thing. For those of you who launched Fall Guys before June 21st on Steam or on PlayStation are going to get the Legacy Pack, which contains a new set of cosmetics and the Season Pass for Season 1.
That's interesting. I'm glad they're at least, rewarding people for, for like a tangible like reward, not just like at least including the season pass is I mean that's good enough for me for at least season 1, because honestly I'd rather it be something more tangible than just, oh hey, here's a few cosmetics and all that,
Just put a Hatsune Miku skin for Alpaca here and we're good to go. Now, keep in mind, this is Epic Games that owns Mediatonic. And unfortunately, when the season drops on June 21st, this game will no longer be available on Steam. So if you want this game on Steam, go buy it now.
I know the similar thing happened with Rocket League. So that's a bit unfortunate. They're kind of just doing the same exact thing with their... I mean, it is their choice, but it just feels too greedy to me.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, whatever.
Right. But now we can move on to the final game in the topic. Also, FluufAlpaca's wedding gift.
Please don't be terrible. Please don't be terrible.
Hatsune Miku Project Diva Megamix Plus.
God damn it.
Available for PC.
No.
This is FluufAlpaca's wedding gift that gave him to honor his proposal to Hatsune Miku.
No. This fucking guy. No. You know what? I still haven't accepted that gift. He sent it to me. He sent a gift of this game. He sent this as a gift to my Steam library. I still haven't accepted it, and I don't know if I should dare do that because, well, I'd just be giving in to the fact that he, I don't know. I'd just be giving in, and I feel like I shouldn't. You know what's worse, though? You know what's really unfortunate is that I now that I see this, all right, now that I'm on this webpage, I go on any other webpage that has regular advertising. I go on Engadget, okay? I turn off my ads, or I turn off the blocker. And I refresh the page. All right, and guess what I get for ads just on the sidebar? Guess what I fucking see? It's just all right. For some reason, Engadget isn't working, but let me go on PC Gamer. And all the ads are just, damn it, it's not loading for me. But basically, all the advertisement ID tracker thing, whatever the fuck it's called, I just see Hatsune Miku Project Diva Edition on the sides all the fucking time. I just see this exact still 24/7 now, and it is just like give me 1 second, let me just, okay, Now this is what I see. This is all I see on the side. And before when he sent me this, you could see that the entirety of the fucking screen was covered in that exact image. Like the ones on the vertical ones, the top banner thing. Just and now fucking the Microsoft ad tracker ID thing fucking thinks that hey, you want this? I see it in your Steam library. God damn it, Hydro.
Well, anyways, yes. So this game is available for $39.99 just for the game, or the one that Alpaca got because he's such a big Hatsune Miku fan.
You're a fucker.
And proposed to her is the $59.99 version that contains an extra 72 extra songs and in-game access to immediate access to in-game content.
No.
And here's the description of the game. Over 170 songs, featuring songs such as Melt and Sandrillin, plus new favorites like Catch the Wave. There's endless customization, 2 visual style options, multitude of modes, and you could configure button inputs to harmonize with your playstyle and accessibility preferences, as supported by Steam-compatible controllers.
I have no words.
I mean, Alpaca, I know you're very happy about this game. I know you were so excited when I sent you the game.
I didn't. I wasn't. You're lucky I didn't decline it yet.
Right.
I don't know exactly why, but I haven't. I should have declined it immediately.
Well, it's either you would accept the gift or I buy the game on my Switch and she appears on stream.
No. Just no.
Because the game did arrive on Switch a few years prior.
Uh-huh. And that's where it should have stayed. Away from the computer.
Yeah, but then think about it this way. You could then get a Switch and then play Smash Brothers with all the DLC characters. And then when you get really bored and late at night, you could just switch over to Hatsune Miku. And
I'd rather kick a toothpick against the wall.
So you're saying you'd rather, be with Sumetal?
Another thing. Let me tell you, another thing that... Okay, so another thing that has to tie in with this game, with this fucking game, is I was just fucking watching YouTube, okay? And there's a streamer that, well, I don't watch her. She's part of a group that I watch that part of somebody else that yeah, hopefully you get it. You know what she was playing in that advertisement? It was literally the entire fucking video, by the way. I don't know why YouTube does that, but the entire 2.5 hour stream was just her playing Hatsune Miku Project Diva. And I just heard, "Hi everyone." So they released a new Hatsune Miku game. And I was like,
Because you know Alpaca's a big Hatsune Miku fan.
Fuck you.
But you know what else is a popular thing these days too? Is Pokemon.
In real life.
Yes, in real life, but also in Spain. Because we're talking about Pokemon Scarlet and Violet.
Send help.
And
oh wait, no, never mind. I like Pokemon. Sorry.
There we go. And they got the brand new trailer, some new details on the website here. You know, I'm obviously Team Grasscat, Team Sprigatito right here. Wait, Coco and Quacks are cool and all, but I'm Team Grasscat.
Yeah, I personally, I love Sprigatito. Or however you say it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even care how to say it. That is, you can tell that is the marijuana cat that we all show love.
Exactly. But you scroll down and you see some other cool things, like 4-player open world co-op and a Pokemon game.
Oh yes, I was absolutely. I was when I heard about that, I am so it piqued my curiosity because like, wait, Pokemon, a single player game now with co-op that isn't just going to a battle tower. Like, I don't know, that's just like, it's like, oh my god, you know?
Yes, because not only can you just trade in battle like you can before, but now you can explore an entire world together.
Mm-hmm. And you know what's even better about that to me is like, you know, Pokemon I feel has been very stagnant when it comes to like, you know, finding innovation in its games. Because like, other than, you know, brand new Pokemon and all that, you know. Anyways,
that was a Pokemon game I lifted up, I swear.
I'm sure it was. Saw it out of the corner of my eye and I was like, anyways, sound like a
my Pokemon.
What is that? Digimon? Sorry.
My Pokemon Sword and Shield double pack.
So it's Digimon. Sorry. You know, actually thinking about it, they really should, like, they should do that more often, is have double packs.
Pokemon actually does usually do double packs for like a lot of their games recently.
Yeah.
Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon got double pack. Sword and Shield got double pack.
Okay. Never mind then.
And this game
anyways,
had double pack. But anyways. Yeah. Also, too, going down the list, we got some new characters here. We'll talk about them shortly. And yeah, let's go through the pages. First off is the Explore category. And from what I can tell here, I believe a lot of the screenshots were the same as when we last took a peek at them. Other than you can see co-op.
Oh, yes, certainly.
And then, yep, you can see more open world stuff. You can... Now, there's Talonflame. I love Talonflame, one of my favorite flying type Pokemon out there. It's an amazing Pokemon. Another picture kind of detailing some group of pictures detailing the fact you can have this open world co-op. And if FluufAlpaca gets a Switch, the two of us can actually play this game together. Online. As he streams it.
In real life.
Exactly. God, that'd be an amazing time, actually, if you managed to get yourself a Switch and we did that.
You know, I wouldn't mind doing that, honestly. I'm actually I wouldn't mind it. Personally, I don't have a Switch right now, but the pawn shop, they're literally, I just go there and they're probably like 250 maybe. For like less than that. They're nothing really.
If you have to get a new Switch, get a Switch OLED.
Of course.
There's more storage on that and everything, so better screen for portable play. So when you go to bed and then have to play Hatsune Miku, DIVA Plus, you're good.
No.
Anyways, we're on the Pokemon page now, and obviously, like we said before, the two of us are both Team Grasscat, Team Sprigatito. And then we also get to see the legendary Pokemon of Koraidon and Miraidon. I prefer the violet legendary Miraidon.
I kind of, I mean, yeah. I mean, I was looking back at this, and like I like that the violet one. Honestly though, it kind of looks like a mix between that like the fully evolved Gen 5 grass starter, where it's like a snake.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a mix between that one and I had another. It looked like a mix between that and I believe. Gosh, I don't know. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. But I swear it looked like that serpent one and another one. I can't place right now.
Right. I hear you, but I mean, I like the fact that it's a space dragon. Space serpent dragon thingy. Give me that.
Oh, yes.
So I understand that, but I mean, these are pretty cool legendary designs overall. Like, I probably will be getting the dog pack for this game. Even though I still haven't finished Sword and Shield yet, but I'll still get it anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got some other Pokemon they showed off. Such as Palmy, which looks to be the Pika clone of this game. Lechonk, which was memed when this got revealed, because it's a pig with shonk. And then the last...
Lechonk.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, Lechonk.
Exactly. And then the last of these Pokemon is Smoliv, which looks like the Oddish of the game. Like your beginning grass-type Pokemon that you would spot.
It looks like I've seen this before. It looks like the Sprout one. I forgot what the name of it. It looks very similar to I think it was Bud something. I forgot what it was called.
Right. But anyways, now we get to move on to some characters. And obviously the protagonist, which by the way, the default clothes change depending on which version you get. So for your Violet, you get the darker color clothes for your starting clothes. But if you play, Scarlet, you get the brighter color, more orange clothes. Mm-hmm. Now, ever since Gen 6, you could customize your trainer to look pretty much however you want it to look. But still. And then you get to a different quirk with this game. 2 different professors. And obviously, depending on what version of the game you get between Professor Sada and Professor Turo. And there's obviously a past and future theme with these 2 games.
Yeah, I noticed that Sada looks very way too much like a sort of like primal sort of color, while this guy looks like he's wearing like a I don't know, like a spacesuit almost. Looks like something from Dead Space.
Yes, Professor Chad.
Professor Chad. Yes, we got somebody who looks. We got Professor Sada, who looks like a hawk, and Professor Turo, who is literally just a Chad Miiverse character.
Right.
This is literally a fucking. This literally looks like Chad, though. It looks like that fucking image, but he looks like a me.
Right, because Game Freak / Nintendo involvement.
Oh yeah.
Also, we got the Pokemon, the rival character. Personally, to me, Nimona, her in-game model looks so much better than her artwork. I don't know what it is. Like, you look down that pose, like on the bottom left, especially in her Scarlet outfit, and you compare that with her artwork up here, and you're like, the model looks better than the 2D artwork, and I have no idea why.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. I think it's just because the fact that she has an actual like nose, it isn't just like this strange like slightly curved line and like freckles. Like you can actually see some definition in the 3D model, of course. Also,
yeah,
personally, I like the way she looks in the Scarlet outfit instead of Violet. Sorry, not Scarlet. Durr.
Yeah, Violet's the one on the right, and then Scarlet's the one on the left. I hear on that one. But yeah, exciting update on Pokemon. But then we got another thing on this. This one from one of our favorite composers.
No fucking way. Undertale's Toby Fox. Fuck.
So the
Undertale creator and Homestuck composer Toby Fox is returning. What, you mean he's already done Pokemon stuff?
He's actually done some music for Sword and Shield too.
What?
So technically, I own a game already with his involvement. I lied. 2 games, technically.
I don't know how to take this.
And he mentions here, I had the honor of composing the field music for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. After creating a concept sketch, Game Freak arranged it into many versions that you'll hear throughout the game. Yes, and if you look down here, yes, he did previously compose a song for Sword and Shield. Specifically, a song that plays in Sword and Shield's Battle Tower.
An optional stage in the game. Okay. So don't go to the Battle Tower from now on. All right.
But I thought you loved Toby Fox, though, so this will be exciting news for you. And plus, we can spam Megalovania while you go through the field music.
No, we're going to spam Hatsune Miku covering whatever the fuck that song was. And it's like
the mashup of and Polka Megalovania.
Yeah, like, okay, so this isn't in joke, but basically, before we started recording this, I put that in the chat because he made this off joke about something about Hatsune Miku, and I was just like, okay. I left the call, went directly to the GAHCast chat, and just add play, and I was like, wait, this isn't Megalovania.
And then you hear the end.
Anyways,
and then you hear the end of the entire remix. You're like, oh, now we see it.
Yeah. Sorry.
But back to the music, though. We have some unfortunate news that happened, and this only happened recently. The DP Sound Library, which is a site you would go to and get, be able to use Diamond and Pearl songs inside your YouTube videos. It's no more.
Oh.
So, as it says here in this article on Eurogamer, Nintendo is shutting down the Pokemon DP Sound Library. Mere months after it became available, the sound library comprises music and sound effects from the 2006 DS game Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, which the servers launched back in February. However, an announcement on the library page states it would shut down on May 31st, which obviously we're like 13 days past that.
Yeah.
But if you had managed to download the software, not the software, the songs, you could still use it under the agreements that were in place. So if I managed to take part and download the DP Sound Library, I could have used my famous rubber ducks. And every time I squeaked, there'd be a Pokeball sound effect.
No. Never. Dude, no. I'm glad that they shut this down. Never mind. But on a serious note, I think this is absolutely like I don't know how to put this. It's been less than a month. We covered this in like March, right?
Like around like February, March time. It's been like only a few months, and
it's been less than a quarter of a year, I swear. Like, holy crap.
Yeah, literally. And then they shut this down.
It's sad.
The only thing, it kind of shows like how out of touch Nintendo and Pokemon Company can be at times.
Yeah, they've always been quite out of touch in a sense, but it's just like I don't know. It's like this is beyond like they just shut it down immediately. Like it hasn't been less than half a year for a sound library that they put up. It's like as if they haven't taken enough time to experiment, and now they're like, I don't know, I guess there has to be a reason, because this is like give me 1 second, this is like
right
16 maybe 18-year-old game, right?
Something, 2006. So literally, it is a 16-year-old game.
So it's a 16-year-old game. That's 15 years ago. That's over 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they're still afraid of people using it for this and that. Like, they're so clenched onto this. Like, and it's not even close to. And this was in tribute to Legends Arceus, right? Because isn't that kind of like the
around the time of Legends Arceus and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
And yet now that the hype is over with, it's as if they are like, they don't care, they shut it down. I don't know. It just seems so. It just seems way too, like you said, out of touch. They've like I said, they've been out of touch with a lot of stuff, like a lot of stuff. Like it's amazing that they're still around, when it comes to like, because the whole YouTube fiasco, how do you enter like a partner program, this and that, all that crap. I don't know. It's just like Nintendo's strange.
They get in touch with the greedy aspects, but not much of the ease of use and things that make sense department.
Yeah, and I get that they're a business, but it's like,
right.
Have some humanity, I guess. I don't know.
Of course. But another game that was shown that got some gameplay revealed recently was Sonic Frontiers. This is the upcoming Sonic game. So all I'm going to do is I will link down to all the videos that IGN has released down below, because IGN actually has exclusive coverage for this game for an entire month.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll link down to all the IGN videos that relate with this whole thing down below. But there's a good chunk of information that came out about this game. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to loop the trailer, the main like teaser trailer, and repeat. But we're going to talk about all the videos that are pertaining to, this segment.
Okay.
So anyways, let's get on to this. So I'm going to start here. And yeah, this is a look at Sonic Frontiers. And as you can see, there's a lot of interesting things going on with this game that make it quite a bit different from, other Sonic games in the past. Mostly comes down to the fact this is an open world Sonic game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is an open world Sonic game. Combat has been more fleshed out than it has been beforehand. And a whole bunch of stuff. In fact, there's even a skill tree for Sonic.
That's a bit interesting.
Yeah. And on top of it, too, the main gist of this game is that you're in this open world because apparently Sonic and his friend traveled through a wormhole, and Sonic has to go out of his way to save his friends.
Okay.
That's kind of the whole plot, and that kind of helps explain a bit why Sonic seems pretty out of touch with the world. But
yeah, I'm noticing. I notice a lot of enemies in this game from what the IGN interviews, what they've shown. I noticed that there's a lot of enemies that are very much they're strange. They look a lot like if I had to give an idea, they look like the enemies from Subspace Emissary from Smash Bros. Brawl. I'm gonna be honest, they look very out of left field, I guess. And it's cool that we're seeing newer enemies that aren't in the same realm of reality that the Sonic franchise is showing off before. I like that.
Now Sonic always has done more realistic enemies before. I mean, if you look at Sonic 06, Sonic, Sonic 06, Shadow the Hedgehog, even Sonic Adventure 2 to some degree too. They've had done not so cartoony enemies before.
Mm-hmm.
But this kind of brings back a more serious edge to Sonic rather than going back to games Colors or Unleashed and Generations, which were all, and even Lost World, which were more cartoony in nature. And then Forces obviously stepped up the edge with characters like Infinite. And yeah, so now we're seeing Sonic kind of going back more toward a more serious direction again. And you can kind of tell the environments even too, how they're more realistic. But the thing is, from what I've heard, it seemed some people thought the model that Sonic is in this trailer seemed to be the Sonic Forces model, which for a game that had a more cartoony visual style, even though it had a more supposedly serious story to it, may apparently seem off. Also, too, other complaints include the fact that Sonic animation seemed to be a bit stiff.
Yeah, and I do notice that, but then again, this is very early game footage, very towards middle of development, right? Yes.
What in the IGN first impression video that they had, which was after the two gameplay trailers, the IGN the person that was covering the game specifically mentioned this was an early build. And the problem was that neither of the two gameplay videos indicated clearly that it was an early build.
Okay, I see.
So,
because yeah, you do notice a lot of like it's very like you snaps to either direction. It's not fluid. There's no like what you'd come to expect of like, I don't know, any other like third person game. Like they have more animations that transition to each other very smoothly. And I noticed like there's like a spin attack that I like the lasso. The the little like you run around them and you lasso the enemy sort of thing. But I noticed like when they're done with one of that spin attacks, Sonic is just spinning around upside down for like a few seconds, and it's a little bit bad. But once you realize that that's early build gameplay, then you can forgive it. I also noticed a lot in the distance, more pop-ins and stuff, but that's forgiven, and especially if it's on a different, like if I'd come to expect that a little bit, depending on what hardware it's on, But continue on.
Yeah. Also, too, in an interview, because they had an interview with the main director of the game itself, he mentioned that he hopes that this framework they had built up for Frontiers could potentially be used for Sonic Adventure 3. Now, Sonic Adventure 3 is like the Half-Life 3 of the Sonic community. The sequel that the fan base has practically always wanted.
Definitely.
So that got people really excited on the internet. But then you have some people they're like, okay, you gotta prove this game is good before you can use it for Sonic Adventure 3. Considering Sonic's track record with 3D games has been spotty with both people.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, when they think of 3D Sonic games, they either think of the Adventure series or they think of 06 and, I don't know, just really meh games, Right,
because the Adventure games are known by some people to be considered to be the best 3D Sonic games out there. Mm-hmm. But then 06 kind of came out and ruined the formula that Adventure set out.
Yeah.
So rather than improving upon, looking back what made those games great, they decided, let's just change the entire formula to what Unleashed Daytime was. Nighttime was the Werehog, by the way, so that's why they specifically mentioned Daytime.
Yeah.
And then all the games ever since then were, besides Lost World, were trying to refine upon what made that formula great. And Generations was essentially the magnum opus of that entire formula. Lost World, though, took a completely different approach, though, because it had like parkour mechanics. It had like there was a dedicated sprint button in that game, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. And about that, actually, I hope when it comes to when it comes to more modern Sonic games, I hope that they don't fall back to that, press this button to gain more speed than, like, I don't know, just sometimes it feels like earning the ability to go fast. Like, I feel like it's just given to you like a free bit of candy or something like that. I don't feel like it's earned.
Right. That's one thing that we have to keep in mind with is that some of the stages, especially like the Unleashed Daytime formula, which involved obviously the Sonic colors and generations and forces. Some of the stages is literally you hold the boost button and gives you max speed and you win.
Mm-hmm.
The thing with Sonic Lost World, though, with the fact that your basic movement was literally walk speed, and you can't go to like the proper running speed until you hold the right trigger. That game did not have a boost button at all. It was just a sprint button.
Yeah, and it was I mean, personally I haven't played them, but I'd hope that it would be made so you weren't just allowed to easily gain momentum. You'd have to make sure that to get to A to B as fast as possible, you'd have to make sure that where you're running you don't lose momentum, instead of just having a like a boost button,
right,
stuff like that.
And that's what the classic games especially did very well. If you go like Sonic 1, 2, 3, I guess you could consider classic Sonic, but not in Generations, but not really. And 4, physics were just off to make the formula work. But in Mania, mostly Sonic 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles and Mania had this nailed to a T. Where it's literally like you gain your speed via momentum and making sure you go through the correct paths.
Yeah.
So when you go down a hill in classic Sonic, you just tap down, and when Sonic rolls to a ball, and as he goes down the hill, he gets faster and faster.
Mm-hmm.
Like as if he was an actual ball. And from what I've seen, the spin dash does not seem to be back, as far as I can tell. But that could be a nice thing to give back, because obviously Sonic, you want to make sure Sonic has all of his natural abilities, ground pounds and grinding on rails, light speed, the ability light speed dash, which allows you to dash your rings, etc.
Definitely. I wonder if they'd if they'd have some sort of way to bring about that, like through that portal, maybe because of that skill tree that you mentioned, maybe you could unlock the spin dash,
That's what I'm thinking.
That.
Yeah.
Maybe you could.
Probably something like that. But also one of the interesting things in the open world, now you have this big open world, these open worlds you could go to, these islands, as they like to call them. You also do have traditional linear levels as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so in other words, I think after some points, however, as you explore, you'll also find the classic, more linear levels that you've been more used to in the Sonic game.
Okay, sounds interesting.
Yeah, so that's an interesting concept there, but yeah. All I can say is right now, I'm intrigued with how Sonic Frontiers is going. And as a big Sonic fan, I know I'll be checking this game out at some point. Like, I am definitely going to check it out. I'm just excited to talk about this, and I just hope this game helps bring back like a bit of Sonic's glory that he's lost. Because all the games that have been spotty at best, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've enjoyed a good chunk of those games. Like, I've actually enjoyed my time with Sonic 06 and all those. I haven't played Shadow, but I have enjoyed like Sonic Heroes. And my time with Sonic Adventure 1, I actually enjoyed that game. But, and I also enjoyed Sonic Secret Ring, Sonic Talk of the Black Knight. I've enjoyed those 2 games. Like, I've enjoyed a lot of Sonic games. Many of them are in what many would consider the bad territory. But I just wish that we had a game that people would actually enjoy about talking about Sonic again.
Yeah, and I hope it does bring that. I do hope that it brings that level of, I guess, notoriety. I guess, sort of like, popularity back. Not being infamous for buggy and all that other stuff that a lot of people just stereotype it as, in a sense,
Yeah, because I mean, as of right now, the movies are doing great. Just get that love back to the 3D Sonic games. Like, 2D's doing fine now because you have Mania and Origins coming out soon. I'll bet it's sketchy, scrap that we had to look at for a 2D Sonic collection.
Yeah, and the Amy and Tails, scene in the movies, that was wonderful. That was best choreograph. I clapped my hands and oh my god, beautiful.
That's not in the movie.
Yes, it isn't.
Yeah. But we also have to talk about the fact that there also was a Sonic showcase during this time as well, called Sonic Central.
Okay.
By the way, it's the very last article on that list of the Sonic section, if that's what you're curious about.
Oh, yes, I see it. I see it.
And we can see here. Yeah, so you can obviously get a Sonic Central live stream. It was a short stream, but nothing crazy. The first of which is the fact that there was another trailer for Sonic Origins. Just remind people it's coming out June 23rd. We know about this game. It's a collection of these games. Nothing worth, having to talk about too much. And then afterwards, they show up Sonic Speed Simulator, which is a Roblox game.
No, please, not Roblox.
Eggman has kidnapped some electric child to use their life force to power up Metal Sonic. And it's up to you to save them within Roblox. Play it through the new Chemical Plant area when it releases on June 11th. Players can unlock Amy Chow using the code Sonic Central.
Yeah, of course. Roblox, of course, it had to be on Roblox.
Now, if only we could find if only we could find the Hatsune Miku Roblox game for Alpaca to enjoy.
Nope. Anyways,
and then you got some other, updates regarding their mobile games, showing that in Sonic Force, Sonic Dash, Super Shadow will be playable. Okay, cool. Oh, and Mephiles the Dark will come to Sonic Forces during the Halloween season. For those who don't know, Mephiles is the shadow looking like Hedgehog with the crystal skin. That's famous in Sonic 06.
Oh, okay.
And then they showed off a preview of Sonic Prime, which is the animated series for the new animated series coming out for, Netflix. And the screenshot shows a picture of Shadow up there, but it's like, the hey, Shadow's in there. Have fun.
Oh, yeah. Here's hoping he doesn't have any firearms on him.
And then they also just want to remind you that, hey, Sonic 2 is going to be on Blu-ray on August 2nd. Just reminding you it's going to have blooper, deleted scenes, and blah, 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 all that stuff.
I absolutely love the way Tails looks. I don't know.
Also, they had to spend a good chunk of time spending on merch, such as G Fuel.
What the fuck? There's Sonic G Fuel.
Actually, to make it even more interesting, it's Knuckles themed.
I need to see this. I need to see this. Gosh. Jack specific Sonic characters. There's an Xbox controller.
Yes, actually, it's actually made by Razer.
Oh.
And it has a charging stand and rechargeable batteries. You can charge it, unlike modern Xbox controllers that you still have to either buy the rechargeable battery pack or get AA's.
Yeah. Well.
They got some more arts. They have some new poster things coming out. There's going to be some clothing accessories, some hype. So, literally Sonic drip.
Pez dispensers. There's going to be Pez dispensers.
Yes, I actually, the funny thing, where I live, my state is home to a Pez factory.
What? You can just, what?
No, literally.
So,
Connecticut actually has a Pez factory. And they have tourist attractions, and there's like a little shop you can buy different Pez dispensers and custom flavored Pez and stuff.
No, I know where you're gonna be leaving to. You're gonna go straight to that Pez factory and just buy these and then send me them in the mail and say, "Hello, this is Hydrowave."
And then also there's an there's an EXG Sonic controller. That is a, just to make a Sonic themed, controller holder. And Nehemiah is also making classic Sonic figures. And then there's also a soft figure made by Belfiend. but well, fine. But continue. But besides the merch, they also mentioned that the Sonic 30th anniversary concert will be traveling around this year, and you could go ahead and schedule a show. You go to one of the concert dates, and you can actually see this orchestra live. And by the way, if you want to know how the set list is going to go, this is actually on YouTube.
Oh.
And it's actually a really good concert.
Okay.
We're checking out. It's 2 hours long, but it's really good music. All the renditions are excellent. And then they got some Fall Guys skins for Sonic and Knuckles.
Why does why does Sonic have a line through? Oh, okay.
You can make the top and bottom parts of the skins.
For some stupid reason, I'm seeing just Sonic, but his mouth is just that line. Sorry, he looks like Dory from Finding Nemo.
Right.
I'm sorry.
And then also, they ended the show off with a little teaser for an animated short based off Sonic Frontiers.
Yeah.
And it showed a clips of Sonic Frontier gameplay. Like, if you go to the bottom of the article, they actually had like the space dragon thing that was traversing like the main like grass island. You had to like shift between the two lanes, you know, and then then you get to the like combat area, and then you try to defeat this like cyber dragon thingy. It was pretty interesting though. But yeah, I mean, the Sonic news has definitely been interesting. I know for sure that Alpaca will be picking up that Knuckles G Fuel.
I don't know how to feel about that. I hope it's not an exclusive flavor. But it'd be worth trying just to have the tin, I guess.
Right.
At the same time, I don't know. It's not in that G Fuel note.
Right. Anyways, I think now we can move on to what I call the Showcase Extravaganza.
Okay.
Because there's a lot of showcasing stuff happening. A lot of it.
Yes, let's talk all about that.
So, we have to start off with some of these massive games. And this is just a high recap from IGN here, so a lot of the stuff is going to be out of order. But let's start with the first announcement. I think it's this section here, the biggest one. The Last of Us Remake. Also known as Last of Us Part 1. So yeah, there's going to be a remake that's going to be exclusive to the PS5 with new enemy AI based on The Last of Us Part 2. They're going to modernize controls, performance boost, all that stuff, and get this. This is going to make a certain Alpaca very happy. What does this say next to PS5?
PC version on the way.
That's right. You two can now officially play Last of Us, the original game, on PC after it comes out for PS5 at some point in the future.
That's going to be wonderful. I hope they can make an October, around Halloween sort of reveal, or at least release, because I don't know.
Well, I think it's probably going to be more than that, unfortunately, because the game's going to come out on September 2nd for the PS5.
Yeah, but the PC version, I hope that they find a way.
I think it likely, if it had to be within 3 months, probably, I don't think it's going to be Halloween. That's unrealistic for them to do that.
I see. All right. Well, yeah, I can try. I guess. I don't know.
It could probably release on a random Friday the 13th next year, so who knows?
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. But not as good as Halloween, but whatever.
Also, too, there's going to be a Last of Us multiplayer game that's going to have its own story and be, as they're saying here, as big as other Naughty Dog games. This is actually what's happening here is, so for a while, you know how Last of Us was going to have a multiplayer mode. It was going to be it's like a faction sort of thing. It's going to be kind of a standalone game. Well, the thing is that actually became so big, it had to be completely untethered from both Last of Us Part 1 Remake and then Last of Us Part 2. It's going to be its own fully set game with its own story mode and everything.
Okay.
So that's going to be interesting to see. Also, we got a trailer for Street Fighter 6, and this is for Guile.
Oh, okay.
The same game that features Luke, which looks like someone that we know. Also, we got Alien Dark Descent. This is actually a top-down perspective Aliens game. So that would be pretty decent. And then we also get a hint of the Last of Us HBO series. And it's being... Yeah, and you're going to have... that it's also revealed that Joel's voice actor, Troy Baker, and Ellie's voice actor, Ashley Johnson, will have a role in the upcoming series as more in a cameo.
Okay.
The voice actors were Pedro Pascal for Joel and Bella Ramsey for Ellie. You can see a screenshot of it down here. So I think it's actually a pretty decent... For just for this screenshot, this looks like a fairly accurate looking portrayals of these characters. What they could do in a live action setting.
Oh, yeah.
Joel more
Ellie's. So. Yeah, Joel looks a little bit more... closer to the game version of Joel, but I don't know about Ellie. I like, because of the angle, I can't really tell.
But also too, then again, I know that the person who originally did the scans and everything for Ellie transitioned to Elliot.
Oh, I see.
So that's a whole thing. But after that, another thing they show off here too is the Callisto Protocol gameplay. And this is actually being made by the creator of Dead Space.
And tell me that this isn't just Dead Space. Holy crap. I can see the similarities already.
Now, Alpaca, you have actually played Dead Space 2 on one of your streams.
Yeah, I have. I did play through it. Very gory. There was a point where I did get stuck, but it was very minor. And also there was a bit of an issue with maybe the resolution made one of the QTE prompts a bit difficult to see because whatnot. But aside from all of that, I loved it. Yeah,
this is a game I have a feeling you would definitely try to get your hands on and make sure you could play and stream this game.
Without a doubt, I wouldn't mind trying this out just to see, because it actually looks very much like the actual setting, of course. Looks very much like Dead Space. The characters look, and I can, I don't know. It just looks very much like a Dead Space type game. You know how how certain games can look almost very similar to the point where it's you can tell that they're spiritual successors.
Of course.
So that's what I see when I look at this as well.
I hear you. Also, too, down below, we also have from Bobby Kotick Studios, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 gameplay demo.
Yeah, I saw this firsthand, and I was, I liked how it looked. It looked like a mix between the one of the second mission of Modern Warfare, the COD 4.
Mm-hmm.
It looked a lot like Wet Work mixed. Like the very beginning looks like the only easy day was yesterday from Modern Warfare 2, but the end towards looked way too much like Wet Work. Especially with all the ship like moving and the cargo sort of sliding back and forth. I think you can get crushed by it, but they didn't really show that.
Right.
I think it's. I mean, I like the look of it. It's just it. It gets me excited for Modern Warfare 2. Not to be confused with Modern Warfare 2. But I gotta say, on a certain aspect of it, kind of, I wish it was a bit less. I wish the tone was a bit like you know how the Modern Warfare 2019, how it had like a sort of it was like be stealthy, and you like you saw like there's parts of it where it was more slowed down, and it had like especially Clean House, which was the one where it's night vision and you don't know who is an enemy and who is not, that sort of theme. I noticed with this is it's more like just doing action missions, and it's basically being like a sort of team together and all that. I hope that there's more putting it on its head sort of stuff.
Right.
Because with this game, it's got some shoes to fill, like a certain other game that we'll get to, because it has the Modern Warfare 2 name. Of course, it's going to be the reboot, spiritual successor of the same exact game. Of course, not like, you know what I mean by that. But I hope that the campaign is as good as the Modern Warfare 2019.
Right.
As far as multiplayer, we haven't seen anything about that.
That's probably going to come at a later point in time. There's going to be they're going to do a whole standalone thing for that, detailing more about what's going. They're going to make changes to and all that other crap like they used to do for all the other shooter games.
Yeah, I did hear from, like, I did look up other videos and like that, insiders and all that sort of stuff. And apparently there's going to be like attachments, and you're going to have 3 attachments out of 5 choices, and then you're going to have the ability to customize the body of the actual weapon, and you can choose how accurate or how fast it fires and certain things like that. That was pretty cool. But
right. For those in the campaign side, I thought I read or heard something that there's gonna be no mission to the game that will be like controversial, like the No Russia mission. There's not gonna be anything like that in this game.
I hope that's only alleged and not true, because with the campaign, I didn't like how with the remake of Modern Warfare 2019, I didn't like how they were like, oh, it's gonna be gritty and all that stuff. You saw a lot of horrors of war, but it just felt a bit too much like they're trying to soften it enough. They're trying to be edgy for the sake of being edgy, but they also didn't really actually show anything. Like, there's a point where there's like a child who sees, I believe, his father get killed by one of the main antagonists, and then he runs away into a smoke, and the wolf, the character, shoots him off screen, basically. Another thing is, I mean, this is stupid, and it's obviously you shouldn't really show this stuff, but there's a point where there's like an infant, and yeah, that happens, I guess.
Right.
So that's unfortunate. Anyways.
Yeah, let's move on to the next game that's in this thing. There's another one called Layers of Fear, This is apparently a psychedelic horror chronicle. And this is actually made by Blooper Team, which did The Medium.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're a fan of The Medium, you're probably going to like this game. And this is actually made on Unreal Engine 5. It was pitched as some of a remaster and a sequel that built on the foundation of the original Layers of Fear, Inheritance, and Layers of Fear 2. So take that for what you will.
Certainly.
Also, Marvel's Midnight Sun reveals Spider-Man, and this is that strategy game with the card system and all that stuff. But the reason why this was apparently a big deal, because this is one of the first times in like a long time that Spider-Man the character appeared on in an Xbox game. He doesn't technically take two in Firaxis. Like, this is the first time in a while that the character appeared in a game that's on the Xbox. We'll move on to the next game next. I haven't heard anything. Next game on this list is Gotham Knights, and they actually showed some gameplay for Nightwing, so that's kind of exciting. Then after that, you got a look at Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge. This is the beat 'em up game, similar to like Turtles in Time and stuff like that. And it shows that Casey Jones will be a playable character, and there will be a 6-player co-op mode, both local and online.
Okay.
That's not often you'll see a 6-player game locally these days.
Oh yeah, of course. I can't really place a game that has that 6-player co-op sort of, or maybe it's just beat 'em up sort of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, definitely not beat 'em up. I mean, one of the only few games I can think of that actually does 8-player local play is a lovely little fight, another lovely little fighting game.
Oh yes, and I know this. Smash Bros.
The same game that features a Mii costume for Sans and a Mii costume for Doomslayer, and you can match them up together.
The Doomslayer was death himself. The only thing they fear is you.
Right. I still have to play Doom Eternal and finish Doom 2016. I know they're both fantastic games.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. They're basically, you don't play it for the plot ever. Yeah. Play it for killing and all that, I guess.
Right. And the next game that's on this list is Saints Row, which is the reboot. And they're going to have a demo that you can create custom characters before the game arrives. So essentially, you get to create your character before the game is made. And the game, as a reminder for those who are interested, such as myself, it'll come out August 23rd.
All right.
I'm personally a huge Saints Row fan myself, so I probably will be checking this out. Actually, kind of want to check this out because they actually are offering unique weapons and stuff for those who actually play around with it. So that's what I'll be doing. And I know Alpaca is sure going to make a character with this sort of face on it.
Honestly, when I saw this when I saw this thumbnail, I was like, "Who is this Uwu? Who is this Uwu master with the cat ears?"
And now Alpaca can make the ultimate Uwu master.
No.
Also, they showed off some gameplay for Cuphead: The Delicious Last Course. This is the Cuphead DLC that will be released on June 30th. It's been a thing. This is a thing that's been eagerly been waiting for several years now. I still personally have to defeat Cuphead. I know it's a solid game, and I've been very fascinated by the animation style.
Oh yeah. Hopefully you've learned how to jump by now.
Oh, I already jumped. I jumped
right.
before. I know how to jump before IGN even could learn. Oh, wait.
I mean, honestly, that was the hardest part for me, was learning how to press A, you know.
Right.
or whatever the button was.
No, I was thinking the funny joke was because I was just like over here. I'm like, at least I did before IGN. And I look up. And I'm like, oh wait, I'm reading on IGN. I feel bad, IGN. Don't roast me, please. After that, we get to Neon White. This actually was it's like a card-based shooter platformer game. This game actually was being used to hint that of a Nintendo Direct coming up during the week, but this day actually threw off that leak out the window, so it made that leak false. So that's good. That we don't have to get a Nintendo Direct spoiled to us, so that's good. Also, we have Humankind coming to consoles on November 4th. That's actually kind of interesting for me because I'd play this game on PC. And, well, I didn't expect this game to come over to console. I know Civ did. Civ 6 came to console, and Crusader Kings 3 did. Didn't think this one would. And I'll definitely be checking. Yeah. I'll probably check it out though if it's going to be on Game Pass, like the PC version is.
Unfortunately, I guess you won't be able to do anything with the Switch though, because having it portable.
Yeah, no Switch version. Yeah. If it did came on Switch, I'd probably buy it for the Switch. That's what I did for Civ 6. So, and then you got Flashback 2. Now, I never played the original one, but believe it or not, this was actually a sequel to a game released in 1992.
30 years later. Even the trailer is very tongue-in-cheek about it. 30 years later, the return of an iconic franchise.
Yeah, so I'm surprised this is getting a sequel. So you'd be surprised what game gets a sequel. I wouldn't be surprised at this point if, oh wait, they already made a sequel to Bubsy.
What the hell? I was literally thinking about the Woolly Strike Back as you were like, man, I can't wait. I was literally thinking of Bubsy, the fucking one they released in 2015. That was hilarious. Or was it 2017? I forgot.
I think there was one other game for Bubsy after that one, and that was it.
What?
Anyway,
what's funny is you could complete the Woolly Strike Back in under 2 hours, and you could refund it on Steam.
Well, and then you get Witchfire, which apparently made a return after being shown off in 2017's Game Awards. I mean, that kind of makes sense considering the fact that Jeff Keighley does the Game Awards as well. So, nothing surprised me. Seems like a cool game, though.
Why is this guy stroking his revolver like a... Sorry.
Weird cuts of thumbnails, number 5,752. And then you get Fort Solace stars. Fort Solace, and apparently this is going to star Troy Baker and Roger Clark. Troy Baker being the voice for Joel Miller, and Roger Clark being the voice of Arthur Morgan.
You're okay, boy.
That's something. Routine is a horror game with robots, and apparently this game wasn't developed for 10 years. It was announced nearly a decade ago. But then they show off gameplay, and apparently, according to the IGN here, I promise IGN, I'm not going to roast you again. It looks like a mix between Alien Isolation and The Terminator.
What?
Alien Isolation is actually the horror game that came out a couple years ago. That's actually a critically acclaimed game. So if you're into horror games, I'd probably
Interesting.
if you are interested in horror, check out Alien Isolation. Don't check out the one that came out a few years prior to that one. That was like a shooter game that was critically panned. Don't check that one out. Check out Isolation instead. And then there's Stormgate. This is actually being made by former Blizzard employees. And it's going to be a post-apocalyptic styled themed RTS game, so real-time strategy game. So this is probably going to have some StarCraft influence, likely.
All right.
So that's so good for those Blizzard employees that found a new studio and are making a game they truly enjoy making and not feel pressured by a certain overlord.
Oh, yes.
Also, too, we got Goat Simulator 3.
Wait, there was a second one?
I don't know where Coffee Stain gets these naming schemes from. They probably got the same Windows scheme that Windows had when Windows 8 went to Windows 10 and how everyone joked about Windows 7, 8, 9.
So it went 1 to 3.
Yep.
These motherfuckers.
They probably counted the add-ons as Goat Simulator 2. I guess Goat Simulator 2 literally was the friends we made along the way. Hatsune Miku and Rubber Duck.
You son of a bitch.
We also got to look at Warhammer 40k Darktide. This is a follow-up to Warhammer Vermintide. So, good to see for Warhammer fans. We also got High Water, which is a game that takes place in a world ravaged by the effects of climate change. So, I guess... Wow, they forgot to add an of here in the title. Jesus. And then for all those One Piece fans, such as Alpaca here.
No, I'm not. This guy looks like a symbol monkey from Call of Duty Zombies.
Well, that's because his name literally is Monkey D. Luffy.
What?
Luffy is the name that everybody associates him with. That's like the nickname everyone calls him, but his full name is Monkey D. Luffy.
Oh. So I don't have to feel mean by saying, damn it.
So for all the One Piece fans, including FluufAlpaca, this is the perfect game for you.
You know what else is a perfect game?
The one
Our sponsor.
one right below it, which is they made by MiHoYo, which is or HoYoverse, which was the maker of Genshin Impact. And they showcase this game called Honkai Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero, and they showed off this wolf character.
Who looks very much like Crystal from Star Fox, except she looks like she's a mercenary now.
I know what character Alpaca is going to be very excited to try and get.
A refund?
Well, then again, FluufAlpaca also has to play Genshin Impact as well because he likes that stuff. So
No.
And then we're also got to look at Nightingale, which is a survival game from Aaron Flynn and Inflection. So that's cool. And then we got Metal Hellslinger. It's a music-based rhythm shooter. And it's going to feature like music from System of a Down and other like metal bands. We also got to look at...
Is it going to feature Mr. Metallica and Mrs. Baby Metal? Sorry.
If it does, I'm gifting you that game.
You motherfucker. I damned it.
We also got to look at a new Warframe expansion. I mean, I played quite a bit of Warframe. I need to get back to that game, especially if they get crossplay for that game. It's a really fun game. The movement system in Warframe is amazing, and the way they treat the game monetarily is amazing. Literally one of the best free-to-play experiences out there.
That's good to hear. I was afraid to try out Warframe for the longest time because I was afraid of that.
Like,
so that's good to hear.
Yeah,
might actually.
Yeah, you actually earn most of the things through gameplay. Like all the cosmetic, it's mostly some cosmetic stuff you get as stuff you buy. Even then, there's a way to get some of that stuff in game.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then we got a 2.5 indie side-scrolling game called American Arcadia. That's cool, and that's what the show is. I mean, overall, the show did mention that it was going to focus largely on existing games, and it definitely did. But then you got Goat Simulator 3.
There's a second one? Sorry.
And yeah, I mean, that's going to be a fun time. I mean, I kind of felt like I didn't miss much just from not watching this live, personally. Because it's all games that currently exist or plan to come out soon in the future. There were some announcements, but it was nothing like super groundbreaking.
I mean, Ghost Simulator 3 is amazing, but, you know.
That's a game that me and you would have to play. It's a perfect game.
Yeah. And do a 1v1 with Luke in Street Fighter 6. Sorry.
I mean, oh yeah, by the way, speaking of Street Fighter 6, that game is confirmed to have crossplay. So if you get the PC version, I get the PS5 version or whatever version I feel like playing the game on. And then we can beat each other up.
Wonderful. Wonderful. I can't wait, to be honest.
So that means I could be the one playing as Luke. You can play as whatever character you feel like you'd be, you feel is the coolest looking character, and you can beat me up with that character.
Play as Kirby. Down B all the way.
I'm sure. So this is gotta be a cooler character. But anyways, now we get to move on to the topic that, well, the part of the showcase extravaganza that I myself was hesitant on including for this episode because, it wasn't from the week prior, or in this case, the month prior. But because this is technically breaking news as of this time of this recording, I kind of felt like I wanted to include it. And that, my friends, which those of you who's looking at my screen now, is the Xbox and Bethesda game showcase. There were some pretty wild announcements in this show, personally. And, I mean, obviously there's a lot of, indie games in the show, so a lot of this may seem like forgettable stuff. But the game they showed that were AAA quality, they're pretty easy to remember right away. So let's scroll down the list here and we'll see what these games are. And they show this little diagram here showing all the games that are coming to console. Naraka Blade Point was a game that was originally on PC that's coming to console. And I remember I was messaging, FluufAlpaca as I was watching this show, and yes, they did show off some Fallout 76 content in the show.
Pain is all you'll find.
And then, yeah.
As far as I go, this is breaking news for me because as well because I unfortunately didn't watch this live. So all of this is going to be firsthand, holy crap, sort of experience.
Yep. So,
oh my god,
we're going to scroll down this list. We're going to skip this explanation and we get to do this first thing, and that actually kind of makes sense. This actually is not the end of the show. They ended off with Starfield. We're gonna get that in a few seconds here because myself and Alpaca have a lot to say on it. But we're gonna start off with this: Xbox Game Studios, Kojima Productions announced a partnership to create an exclusive game. And yeah, and as you can see here, leveraging the power of the cloud. So it's been rumored for a while that Hideo Kojima is making a game that would leverage the power of the cloud. They're probably going to do some really crazy stuff with that, in addition to it being a native game. And I'm kind of curious of what Kojima's going to do. Like what sort of wall breaking stuff is he going to do with the cloud?
Maybe it's going to be as simple as using your real name, or maybe it could be. You remember how in Metal Gear, the twin snakes, how what is his name? Psycho Mantis, he could read your memory card. Oh, you're playing Super Smash Bros. Melee. That's David Hayter. What the fuck am I doing? Maybe something on the similar vein. Or you're watching this, or you're playing this game on Christmas Eve.
Maybe. Who knows? But there's probably going to be something much more advanced than that. Maybe they might incorporate some sort of procedural generation, or it may take place close to like the real world, do something simple like Flight Simulator. Flight Simulator actually, what they do is they use the power of the cloud for Flight Simulator, like Bing map data, to generate like a lot of the geographic features of its map.
Oh, I see.
In fact, they do model some. They actually offer some like, hey, if you want like a fully modeled like version of this sort of thing, we definitely offer like a DLC sort of thing for that sort of thing, I believe. But I do know that a good chunk of that game is all like generated with Bing map data. Really fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine using like Bing Bing Earth or whatever the fuck it's called now. I could only imagine like it looked pretty. I don't know. I wonder what it does look like.
Like if you,
because I don't.
Yeah. Well, Flight Simulator is already out. You could take a look at it and get it on Game Pass.
Oh yeah, I just haven't taken the time to look. Like I've saw a little bit of gameplay of it, but I've never taken the time to experience it. From video at least.
Right. And then we get to the thing that Alpaca and I have a feeling of wanting to most talk about. Starfield. And unveiling the first gameplay footage for Starfield, game director, the myth, the legend, the chess champion, Todd Howard, took fans on a tour of this next-generation role-playing game set amongst the stars. The first new universe in 25 years from Bethesda Game Studios, Starfield will allow you to create any character you want and explore with unparalleled freedom as you embark on an epic journey to answer humanity's greatest mystery. In the year 2330, humanity adventured beyond our solar system, settling new planets as a spacefaring people. From humble beginnings as a space miner, Eels Joy Constellation, the last group of space explorers seeking rare artifacts throughout the galaxy and navigate the vast expanse of the settled systems in Bethesda Game Studios' biggest, most ambitious game. And honestly, from the gameplay they showed, this is easily their most ambitious game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the gameplay itself, because I was the one that watched it, and I actually forced Alpaca to watch it while he was making out Hatsune Miku.
That's a lie. I did look through it. And I gotta say, thinking about it, it's, I mean, no disrespect, but one of the weapons, actually made me realize this, which it might seem like stupid and like, oh wow, he's basing it off of a reskin of a weapon, but one of the weapons looked like the Institute, one of the Institute's rifles, where it's like a it looked very much like that, and I was like, hold on a damn second. Though, I wonder, since this takes place in 2330, and the Fallout universe is usually around a century before that, I wonder, maybe the Institute is the Constellation or something like that, if you didn't blow up this Institute in Fallout 4. But then again, I don't know.
I feel this is definitely a unique universe.
Okay. Because I think it would be pretty cool if you could find, like, remnants of a destroyed, nuked Earth.
Right.
I think that would be pretty cool.
I feel like that could be Easter egg, though. Like, imagine if you did find Earth, because there's actually 1,000 galaxies in this game. Like 100 galaxies and 1,000 planets.
Oh. Okay.
So...
Yeah,
Yeah, so that's a thing they mentioned in the gameplay, because as you walk the gameplay, they actually like detail like this is what the game's gonna do. This is Constellation here, and they detail all the stuff, like what the plans of this game are gonna be like. And this is coming out next year, and well, it's sort of gonna come out this year, but unfortunately it delayed. And I would have really wanted to play this game.
without a doubt, yeah. Though I am happy to say that while I am wary about it, and they didn't really show too much of the other planets, like Hydro mentioned to me when we were talking about this, that it was there's like a few other biomes that they haven't really shown off. I'd love to see them, because we only saw this like desolate, barren, Mars looking hunk of rock for most of the gameplay trailer. So I'd love to explore beyond that, make sure that, make sense of it and see if it's, because I'm only afraid that it's gonna kind of like, be Fallout in space or Skyrim in space, and like, the Radiant quests, stuff like that. I'm worried that some of the planets will be a bit, Radiant questy, or the same exact thing, but not really as well, in a sense, like procedurally generated.
Right.
But continue on, Hydra.
Yeah. A good second thing to say, like I said, a more like jungle variant, maybe of a planet or ice basic, something that's not typical of a Bethesda game that has been of recent, because Skyrim is mostly a winter-based environment. I mean, obviously, like Elder Scrolls Online covers the entire continent of Tamriel.
Mm-hmm.
They have done a lot of different settings, like a desert setting and all this other crazy stuff in that game. But I mean, like, in terms of Bethesda Studios itself.
Yeah, and the Fallout franchise as well, because, it's a very difficult thing to do with a nuked Earth when it comes to biomes, because, like, the Earth is massive, it's got a bunch of, it's very, very varied and stuff. But one thing that's a bit hard to do is when, well, the entire fucking world's exploded, and it's difficult to take that and create like a winter or something. It almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter, so I'd like to see a lush environment like that, because this also is more close to Fallout timeline.
Yeah.
In terms of technology.
Without a doubt. But I mean, obviously the weapons are more futuristic, but the core gameplay and gunplay will make you have so many more comparisons to Fallout. But at the same time, a lot of people also compare it to No Man's Sky as well.
And that is a good... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, especially when you look at like the mining gun, like how you mine resources.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
I did see that.
Yeah, it does seem a little similar to No Man's Sky. And I actually have No Man's Sky for my PlayStation system. And I've actually, I haven't played as much as I'd like to, but I did enjoy my time with it. And this was back in launch, which No Man's Sky was at its worst. But as you were saying before, I was going through my rambling about this being a good point.
Well, I think it's a good. What was that about No Man's Sky?
Yeah.
Apologize. Yeah, it's a good point because, it's a first-person galaxy exploring sort of, the galaxy is limitless sort of thing, except they made a hard limit of 1,000 planets and such, but you know what I mean. It's kind of difficult not to compare it, but that's also saying like maybe Battlefield and COD or Halo and I guess Titanfall maybe. They're completely different franchises that share similar things, like, Battlefield and the Modern Warfare series take place in modern times usually. Some of them are in World War II, some of them are in Vietnam, some of them are Cold War-esque. And with Halo, both of them are futuristic, armor suits, all that sort of stuff, but they're not the exact same thing. And I hope that when Bethesda does release this, that the gameplay is unique to Starfield instead of feeling like a ripoff of No Man's Sky, because I don't believe that this is anywhere near No Man's Sky.
Oh, hell no. There's some similarity, but the main difference is the fact this is more of an RPG like Fallout. So this is more like, what do you get if No Man's Sky and Fallout literally watched some sort of anime porn and they made it?
Became Cyberpunk 2077 anime edition.
Hello.
Sorry.
Well, that's if you got the people behind Kill la Kill and then Cyberpunk, doing something. Like if they had, they did the deed. But that's not the case here. This is more if No Man's Sky and Fallout, or No Man's Sky in Skyrim, because, well, at this point, let's just say that Fallout is literally the adopted brother of Skyrim.
One thing I also hope that they iron out is one thing that No Man's Sky had at the very beginning of its launch that was a pain, give me 1 second, was the issue of being as wide as an ocean and shallow as a puddle. And this is one thing that Sea of Thieves also had. It was literally a wide ocean, but the gameplay was very shallow in the beginning. I hope that with the experience of Sea of Thieves with Xbox, I know that was rareware, but you know what I mean. And seeing previous developments with No Man's Sky, hopefully some inspiration is taken into the, No Man's Sky, but also making sure that the problem of Sea of Thieves literally being wide as an ocean and shallow as a puddle in gameplay, hope that they're able to iron that out, because being able to explore 1,000 planets is, I as you said, it's very ambitious, and I can't fault that. I'm just afraid of it being a bit too reliant on being Fallout in space.
Yeah, this is definitely a game that you have to make sure that it's ambitious, but it's you have to see how they put the plans for it before you judge.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's ambitious doesn't mean it's good. Look what happened with Cyberpunk.
And look what happened with let's look what happened with gosh, how do I say this? A lot of games have to fill shoes with the prior. That's the problem with sequels sometimes, is that they are trying to one-up them every single time, or be when it comes to a completely different franchise. Cyberpunk was delayed for it's been 10 years, right? It's been a decade since it was first announced, right?
It was a very long time.
And it turned out to be cyberbug or cyberjunk, and it's slowly been ironed out, but I hope that, unlike a failed ambitious launch, I hope that Starfield's able to one up in a sense, because you see Halo Infinite, it launched and it was great gameplay. Of course, now it's drought of content, but at least it was a finished game at launch. Well, not really, because Forge and campaign, but you know what I mean. Co-op campaign, I mean. But at least the multiplayer was fine. And it was fun to play, and the campaign was fun. A little bit of bugs, but not really. Hopefully, as another Xbox first-party title, hopefully Starfield has launches perfect, in a sense. Not perfect, because it's Bethesda, of course, you know what that means. But hopefully it's not as buggy as when New Vegas launched, and how it is still sometimes.
Of course.
Or God Race Through the Hills. That's terrible.
Right. So, I mean, yeah, this is good. This actually got me really excited for this game, and I really want to check this game out, especially because that's the thing about Xbox first-party games. They're on Game Pass day one. I could just get you Game Pass PC for like $10. Mm-hmm. And you can play this game day one, and you and I can both critique it.
Definitely.
And chat about it and like what our experiences of the game are like and where we're going. Because the thing is that because this world is going to be so massive this time around, well, supposedly, we don't even really know how large the planets are actually going to be or anything like that. Because the idea seems so expansive and vast, that's what makes it interesting. Like, what are our ships going to look like? Because the thing that they show in the gameplay, the fact that you could literally design your entire ship. And like you could pick different modules and rooms and everything to make it look exactly how you want.
Yeah, I saw that. It was like if Kerbal Space Program got fleshed out.
Yeah.
As a RPG, I guess. I don't know.
Exactly.
Plus The Sims. I don't know. Something like that.
Well, it's like really exciting for me though, because like I love game with deep customization. I've always been fascinated with the Todd Howard Legend games. Of like Oblivion and Skyrim and Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. I never get an opportunity to beat them, but I always love checking them out and just playing them.
Of course.
And I wish to continue on with like Oblivion and Skyrim and stuff like that. I really want to play these games, and I honestly would love to just beat one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But that's all about Starfield. I mean, Starfield is just looking like an excellent game. I am excited for that. And then we're going to look at Redfall. Redfall is that co-op art FPS game with vampires. They actually showed some gameplay of it, and it looks like it's going to be, a bit Borderlands-y, but not much. Like, it's being made by the dude behind, like, Dishonored and all that stuff, so combat should be pretty good at least.
There needs to be a Morbius Easter egg, I swear. Oh, what? Oh, okay.
Alpaca?
What?
You're a goddamn memer. You just mentioned Morbius.
It's Morbin time. Morbius sweet. Morbius sweet.
I wonder what the modding community is gonna be like for that game too. Like, especially if you're gonna be able to mod this game, because obviously it's a vampire. You have different heroes or everything. They actually show off skill trees and everything like that too. So in a way, it kind of feels like Borderlands.
Yeah, I'm looking at the gameplay reveal. Actually, it's like
It's like a Left 4
like
Dead
graphics.
mix. It's like a Left 4 Dead mixed with Borderlands.
Yeah, I was gonna say it reminds me a bit of like Back 4 Blood, except the characters aren't as annoying and you'd wish you knew them immediately. And like you said, Borderlands in a sense, because it has I mean these. Oh, what the hell is that?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, yeah,
Vincent.
yeah. Seems like it'll be a solid game, I believe. So definitely worth checking out if you're into like vampires.
I like the invisibility cloak thing, very Crisis-like.
Yeah, there's like 4 different. That's what I mean. It's kind of like Borderlands. Each character having unique abilities and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. Now that you mention, it is very like it.
Yeah. But after that, they show off. But another game they show off here is the new Forza Motorsport. Now you would think, Hydrowave and FluufAlpaca, why in the world do you want to talk about another racing game? I like racing games, and 2, they're good at technology show off.
Yeah. One thing that racing games to me, one thing that they have to me is like they're beautiful a lot of the time.
Exactly. So. Now, here's the funny thing about this game. What's the difference between Gran Turismo 7 and Forza Motorsport?
Real-time ray tracing, advanced car damage, dynamic time of day, not always online. One of these things does not belong here.
Well, you got one of the parts right, because it seems like you can play this game offline. I'm talking about the fact that this game is purely next-gen and not being held back by the Xbox One.
That too.
Gran Turismo 7 actually is released on the PS4 as well. Like, if you get this, the deluxe edition here as well, you get a code for the PS4 version.
Mm-hmm.
This game did not have a PS4 version. Or Xbox One version. So it's not being held back by any, prior gen version. This is a pure next gen game, which is exciting. And from what I heard too, for Gran Turismo 7, ray tracing was only for replays, not for the core game.
Okay.
Versus Forza Motorsport, they actually put ray tracing as part of the gameplay. Like, if you play or watch the gameplay of Forza 7, not Forza 7, but Forza Motorsport, I don't know why they don't call this Forza 8. You can see that
they need to find a way to put the where it says motor, they need to connect the 2 O's and make it infinite 8.
Not a bad idea, actually. Like, if you put an 8, sneak it in there, not a bad idea.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, yeah, they're gonna make it God, it's gonna be so cool to see this. I generally think this is gonna be. I think what they're gonna do here is gonna be absolutely brilliant. This is gonna be a very beautiful game.
Oh yeah.
And then after this, they showed off Minecraft Legends. So it's another Minecraft spin-off game, but this one is kind of like a mountain banner overlord or something like that.
Mountain Blade Banner Lord.
Yeah. It's kind of like that, but with Minecraft.
Wonderful.
So, I mean, it's interesting. The concept is literally you're trying to unite the overworld to defeat the underworld.
Oh. Okay.
And then they also show up this game called Pentiment. And this actually is a very graphically interesting game. It's literally a game with a graphic style of, medieval times. It looks like a medieval painting.
Oh, cool. It's like Neverending Nightmares or something like that, where it's a bunch of pseudo 2D sort of things where it's stylistically it only has a few frames for walking and animations and stuff.
Yeah,
I like that.
Are you taking a look at the gameplay or anything, or?
Yeah, I'm clicking on the titles and just looking at the trailer and stuff just to get a better idea.
Gotcha. And then below that, you get a game called Aura. It's another historical strategy game. So as far as I know, it reminds me of like Civilization, Humankind, Age of Empires, that sort of thing.
Oh, I see. These people look like in the thumbnails they could be on dollar bills.
Yeah. I mean, this could be worth checking out, honestly, but there's a lot of strategy into like that. And then there's As Dusk Falls. This is one of those, like, you pick your choices sort of game. So that's kind of interesting. And then you get to one of the big announcements here. Riot bringing their games to Game Pass. And the idea that, you know how with like Riot, like League of Legends, whatever, you have to pay money to unlock all the champions and everything like that?
Uh-huh.
What if I told you that just by being a Game Pass subscriber, you just get all the characters unlocked?
Well, I can say that they've officially one up Sony again by including all the DLC in, their subscription. So, hats off.
And this also includes Valorant.
But the thing about Valorant, like, it's already free. Why would you need a Game Pass for it?
Because the characters are not all the characters are unlocked from the get-go. It's the same. It's for all their games. So you unlock all the characters for literally every single game.
I see. I was unaware. Sorry.
No worries. And then they showed off gameplay for Diablo 4. So
Do you guys not have phones? Sorry.
So we're moving past Immortals. Screw that game, by the way. I agree with you.
You guys not have $139.99 to pay for the loot boxes?
Oh, Sorry. We're going to talk about Diablo Immortal later because the microtransaction thing is absolutely crazy with that game.
Do you guys not have Netherlands? Sorry.
But yeah, this game in particular, it's gonna be great. It looked like a really impressive game. Like they showed off character customization for the game. They showed off like a lot of really cool things. Oh, it's gonna be open world. It's gonna have cross-play, cross progression.
You guys not have sorry.
Yeah, we're moving.
That'll be cool.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like, I may or may not dip into that game. It's a maybe.
Down.
Actually, if Microsoft buys off, if the acquisition closes for, you know who,
then we'll have phones. Sorry.
And then they'll be on Game Pass. And then I can play with them.
And they'll finally have phones. Sorry.
But this one was a surprising one for all the JRPG fans. Persona 5 Royal, Persona 4 Gold, and Persona 3 Portable all coming to Game Pass. There's a reason why it's surprising. This is one of those many JRPG series that have been exclusive to PlayStation for a very long time. And it's one of those series that's recently just been breaking out of just being a PlayStation game.
Yeah, because wasn't one of the characters Joker in Smash Bros?
Yes, and you could actually see him in this image here. He's the guy right in the middle of the red gloves.
Mm-hmm. So nice.
Exactly.
And it's on PC too.
Yeah, Persona 4 Golden's already on PC, but you're going to get the other two games on PC as well. And the funny thing is, want to know what the funny thing is? Persona 4 Golden and Persona 3 Portable managed to get on the PlayStation. Wow, I just said this wrong. Persona 4 Golden and Persona 3 Portable got onto Xbox before both PlayStation and Switch. Both systems are bigger in Japan than the Xbox by a long shot.
Okay.
And Persona 5 Royal got on Xbox before the Switch. So the Switch, a system that would make totally much more sense for these three games, is getting these games last.
All right.
Like, I have a step cousin who I managed to get him to Persona 5 Royal. He may not be seeing Persona 5 Royal for a while on the Switch. He's a pure Nintendo gamer, and I managed to get him into this game because of Smash Brothers.
Oh, here's hoping he doesn't get, entrapped by demons and then has to complete high school and save the world at the same time. So yeah.
Literally, yeah. Even you would actually enjoy this game. Maybe this is making me more and more want you to give you that Game Pass subscription so you could at least enjoy not only Starfield with these games.
No, you.
Let's see. We also got Wo Long Fallen Dynasty. This is being made by the producers of Neo and Bloodborne, and this is actually a Neo style game. So you know what Neo is, right?
The Matrix. Sorry. Not really.
It's a Souls-like game that takes place in like a feudal Japan setting.
Okay.
Well, anyways, it's gonna be produced by these guys, and it takes place in like the Three Kingdoms period of China. But it's gonna have the combat of like a Souls game. Apparently.
All right.
So that's gonna be cool. We also gotta look at Plague Tale Requiem. This is a sequel to, Plague Tale. And this was another one of the shocking announcements here. Overwatch 2. This is launching in October, actually. And not only that, but it's one of the many games that start off as a paid game with Overwatch 1. And it's going to be a free-to-play... The sequel's going to be a free-to-play game. So that caught me off guard because I thought Overwatch 2 would have just been a standard $60 game and call it a day. But
yeah,
no.
I was expecting that as well.
But no, it's actually going to be a free-to-play game. I mean, so long as you make sure you keep the characters free, just buy the skins with the loot boxes, then things will be okay.
I wonder how this delves into the was it confirmed that Overwatch 1 and 2 we could crossplay in a sense?
Yeah, they were not going to do something like the PvP map would be crossplay. So I think what they'll just do, I think they're literally just going to, I think if they're going to make this free to play, I think this pretty much will just confirm that Overwatch 1, which could potentially just get updated to Overwatch 2 then.
Maybe.
I mean, if Overwatch 1 just going to keep getting updated without the PvP content. The PvE content. God, it's going to be weird.
Yeah. It's been a different precedents. So, sorry.
Oh, absolutely. And then we get to some other stuff too. Like, Forza Horizon 5 is going to get a Hot Wheels expansion.
Okay.
So the Horizon series has always been more arcadey, and I believe the last time, actually, I believe Forza Horizon 3 also got a Hot Wheels expansion, and I believe Horizon 4 got a Lego expansion.
That's odd.
The Horizon game,
right.
yeah, the Horizon games don't take themselves as seriously. It's a more arcadey take on the Forza Motorsport games.
I see.
Like, it's still have similar controls and feel, but they take that sort of thing and just apply it to a more arcade setting. Makes it more approachable for the casual audience.
Yeah.
And then we get to Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is actually the longest running game franchise at Microsoft. Been around for over 40 years.
Isn't me, or is this, where it says serves where there's like a little cross in between the S? Isn't me, or did that look like gave it a crack in your screen too?
Sorry.
Sorry. It just caught me off guard.
I have no. Which S is this?
Let me show you. So it's literally like I don't know if you see this as well, but I thought this was hilarious. See right there. It's so fucking weird.
I'm not seeing. I don't think I'm seeing a cross there, but anyways,
I don't know.
right. If I spot it, then I'll spot it. But right now, I'm not seeing anything.
Okay.
But yeah, so it's going to add like a bunch of content, such as a Spirit of St. Louis plane and a whole bunch of other like famous planes throughout most Flight Simulator history. But you're also going to be able to fly a Pelican from Halo Infinite. Just as a crossover. I don't know why. A game about realistic planes. And next thing, like, okay, we're just going to add a Pelican in here for no apparent reason. You can just fly around the entire game with a Pelican.
I just hope I don't see any in the sky when I'm walking down to the market.
Right. And also, we are now going to talk about Grounded, as it's leaving what will be the equivalent of Steam Early Access. And it's going to be a full game, and they're going to have a complete story. They're going to complete the story for the launch. So, that's good to see. They're going to also have like new recipes and stuff to make craft stuff and new bosses. Because the whole premise of the game is that you play as a bunch of you play as a teenager who gets shrunken down as like an ant, and you fight the bugs.
Yeah, I remember seeing a. I think I remember seeing a trailer of this.
And then
that was cool.
Yeah, and then they talk about how in Sea of Thieves you can now name your ships and customize more of the ships, and also you can save loadouts and stuff like that. So that's gonna be exciting. I mean, I know FluufAlpaca will definitely name his ship the SS Hatsune Miku or the SS Rubber Duck.
What?
Hey, I know you love rubber ducks. I know that when you get this game, you're definitely going to name your ship after a rubber duck. It's going to be perfect.
No.
I mean, I literally have the perfect ship right here. Microsoft.
Nope. No, you don't.
Hey, Rare, make this an actual ship.
Hey, Rare, don't make Banjo-Kazooie.
Right, maybe they'll save that for when Microsoft quit the Activision Blizzard deal, make Toys for Bob do it. I don't know.
Yeah, don't make him look like a crackhead this time.
Right. Also, they show off a trailer reminding us that Elder Scrolls Online High Isle is going to be a thing on June 21st. And you're going to visit the pit in Fallout 76 Expeditions. This is one of FluufAlpaca's most anticipated things.
Yeah. And coming in last after Fallout 76, New Vegas Anniversary Edition. Not really. I'm sorry.
I mean, I think both of us would always enjoy having not only a New Vegas 1 remake, but a New Vegas 2. Well, go watch our episodes back in the go back and watch episode 21, I believe it is. We talk about what we think we want to see in Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah, look for the courier, but it's my face on it.
Right.
And a goat, I think, in the thumbnail.
But while FluufAlpaca was wishing for a certain Last of Us remake to come out in Halloween time, we actually get a different game coming out on Halloween. That's Scored. That's coming out on October 21st, actually, so it'll be very close to Halloween. It's a first-person horror game. It's weird, creepy structures.
Sounds like Layers of Fear.
Kind of, but... And then they got us a look at a glimpse at Arc 2. And then after that, we gotta look at Hollow Knight Silksong. This is like a very this was a game that got contentions for quite a number. Well, the original Hollow Knight got looked for like, you know, as like almost close to Game of the Year contenders at time when that game came out. No release date yet, but a lot of people associate this more with Nintendo. So that's a fun thing. Then we gotta look at The Last Case of Benedict Fox. This game's a Metroidvania, apparently, and yeah, looks like it was a pretty interesting looking game. I don't know if you're looking at the trailer for this one, but
let me take a look at it.
I know it had like the at the end card it showed like a guy and it had like some tentacle thing going on, like it was as if it was like hopping to another dimension.
It does say that there's like a demon sort of companion.
Yeah. So.
Ooh, this looks like Inside and Limbo mixed with Carry On.
Mm. Yeah. I'm sure that's something you would really enjoy.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, then again, you'd probably enjoy, you know, the Hatsune Miku game 100 times more than that. So.
Which is why I haven't accepted the gift yet or declined it. I'm going to take a neutral stance and let Steam just refund it to them after the 30 days are up.
And then we have Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn offers Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. This is a game that's kind of like a first-person, you know, gunpowder magic action game sort of thing. Looks pretty cool. And then we got Lightyear Frontier. This I remember seeing. Now I remember the description. It had like robots, and you kind of grow crops and plants and stuff like that, and you kind of build up a little homestead. It reminded me of like a space version of like Stardew Valley or something like that, where you're riding a mech, mixed with like maybe some elements of Rust. And then this game here, High on Life, this is an interesting one. So I remember apparently one of the writers, or Rick and Morty, was involved with this game.
Yeah, Justin Roiland.
Yeah. And the voices in the trailer even remind me of, like, I guess Morty.
Mm-hmm.
Like whatever they had involved. And the guns literally have mouths that talk to you while you shoot them. It's a very weird game. One of the guns I remember was like spitting out its babies as ammo.
Oh, wonderful. So it's Birdo. It's fucking Birdo. What the fuck? It looks like Bug Snacks mixed with like... Oh, that is weird. It's like Bug Snacks. This fucking lady, she's like...
Like, do you not see, like, how weird of a game this is?
This is literally fucking Rick and Morty, I swear. Like, this is literally, like, that type of... Like, it's literally that type of fucking atmosphere with, like, the comedy, I mean.
Yeah. It's a weird game. I'm sure it's probably pretty fun to play, but God, that's a weird aesthetic.
It's like if Bug Snacks had guns, which I think it does, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If the Bug Snacks were guns instead. Gun Snacks.
And then you got and you got Ereban Shadow Legacy. This is apparently a fast-paced, story-driven stealth platformer. So you have like shadow powers and stuff, and it's a heavy stealth platformer game. So that seems like it'd be pretty cool. And speaking of Limbo and Inside, there's a game called Cuckoo that he's been making. So
Okay.
So this is from Jeff Carlson, who is the lead gameplay designer of Limbo and Inside. I remember playing this game. It was like a 3D platformer, had like puzzle elements. Seemed pretty interesting. And then after that, there was Ravenlock. This was an interesting game. It had like it starts off like a 3D, like basic 3D game. But then afterwards, it then goes into like it's the main world you're playing as is like going, like that 3D pixel aesthetic that sometimes comes up.
Like yes, like it's like voxel 3D pixel sort of thing.
like something like Trove or something like that.
Yeah,
it has that sort of visual style to it, in like a Alice in Wonderland sort of vibe.
You know what? Actually, it looked like Alice in Wonderland from the very from this little trailer thing. I'm looking at the thumbnail. I'm like, it very much looks like something like that, like a really strange world.
Yeah. So for those who are into that sort of thing, I mean, that's definitely probably worth checking out too. I mean, that's what I mean by there's a lot of smaller scale games in this presentation. It's not it's I feel like this show has been more smaller games. There's no that not much of a big standout thing besides Starfield.
You know what? And it even has Alice in Wonderland where the protagonist gets falls down a but this time it's a mirror. It's like a Mario 64 type of mirror.
Yeah.
Like this.
And also
holy shit, there's the big cat.
Mm-hmm. Also to the Naraka Blade Point. This is an interesting looking game. It's like a 60-player action battle royale, sword, melee battle royale game. So that seems like it'd be pretty fun to play around with. I mean, I think I've seen some things about this game on PC. I haven't played it, but I thought I saw some advertisement on when I'm on my computer, something like that. But then you get to then you get to Gunfire Reborn. It's the last game this show mentions. I mean, this is I think this will be probably one of Alpaca's favorite game. It's literally a chibi furry shooter with magic powers.
Go fuck yourself. Sorry.
Just go watch the trailer. Don't tell me that's what it looks like.
Why is there a fucking Doberman pincer with fucking it's a fucking Doberman pincer with two revolvers, and he looks like he has what are they, dreadlocks, the little squiggly things, I guess, no. What the fuck? What the fuck? You can shoot guns? I mean, no shit. I just saw a fucking Doberman pincer shooting revolt.
Yeah.
What the fuck? This is fucking stupid.
Right. I hear you though. It's wow. I mean, don't get me wrong. It seems like the game gunplay may be solid, but it's just this is the perfect Alpaca game.
That's wonderful. I'm fucking. Where is it? Coming to Xbox Series. Okay. Windows PC day one. When? In October. Fuck yes. Birthday gift.
Clearly this is a good. I mean, like I said before, it's a lot of smaller. This showcase featured a lot of smaller games. Nothing that's streamed as much AAA. But nonetheless, the games themselves seem to be solid games overall.
Yeah, they look like they have much more effort put into them than a certain World War II shooter that came out and got instantly abandoned and was absolutely depressing.
Right.
There you are playing Call of Duty Vanguard when all of a sudden the Sten's bolt is coming through the back of the gun and hitting you in the square in the fucking face.
Right. And now we also have to talk about what Sony's been up to. Because while Microsoft's show has been pretty decent overall, I mean, they had things like Starfield and, you know, Forza Motorsport, and especially for Alpaca, Fallout 76 content's always a delight for him.
Oh.
We also have to talk about Sony's showcase here, and this was mostly a third-party showcase. Now, personally, to me, I view that this show, I believe, would be the better show, because it has more of those bigger announcements that people would associate with this time of year.
Certainly. Including, but not limited to,
Yes.
VR2.
Exactly. I talked about the PSVR 2 content and all this good stuff. But let's get the games going. That's what everyone wants to see. And this was a 30-minute showcase. That's the funny thing. Microsoft showed off more gameplay, yes, for some of their games. And that's great because it was more of an official showcase. But this was just more of a state of play. And even then, they had better games.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get to it.
Well, mostly like games that you'd be, that, you know, were hyped for prior. Well, the showcase, of course, was literally a showcase. It was more in the tune of showing off, like, it showed off indie games and stuff, but this is where a lot of the bigger budget, like, hyped for games show off. And that, I feel like if you are looking for brand new experiences, Xbox has it, but this PlayStation 1 has a lot more experiences that we're looking forward to already.
Exactly. And the show literally kicked off, which I probably think would be one of FluufAlpaca's most anticipated games.
No Man's Sky. Sorry.
Resident Evil 4 Remake. And not only is it coming to PS5 next year, it's also getting PSVR 2 content.
Certainly. And Resident Evil 4 was the game that... Okay, so my brother would be playing it. This is my oldest brother. He'd be playing it on the GameCube. And I would knock on the door and say, "Can I watch you play Resident Evil?" And for the longest time, I didn't really understand, like, why the other games, the older games, were, like, fixed angle and stuff, because I was so used to Resident Evil 4. But he would play this game a lot. He would unlock the on the GameCube, of course, there are a few things that they didn't have, but he would be playing it over and over again. And I don't know exactly why, other than that, because it's a wonderful arcade like type of experience, like you could play it over and over with. But I always loved just experiencing the game, even though it's the same game over and over with. I loved the lake monster, El Gigante, the Welcome the Merchant. I loved Resident Evil 4. Then I played it for myself, and when I got an Xbox One, I saw that there was Resident Evil 4, so I picked that up alongside with 7. That's when 7 came out. And I don't know, it's just been a wonderful game to rehash over and over with. I played it twice on, I've tried to do playthroughs of it, but I hated them and deleted them because of my lack of commentary skills. So I just played them, enjoyed them. Now, Resident Evil 4 Remake. This has a lot of heavy shoes to fill in. And what I said when I watched the trailer was, I hope both of these games can coexist as two beautiful, wonderful games that we can enjoy and coexist together as completely separate experiences based on the same exact tale that the original set. With that said, I am interested to see more. I can't wait for March 2023.
And we're going to talk about something else a little bit, but you actually may not have to wait too long to see more gameplay of it.
What is that?
In fact, for tomorrow, even.
Really?
We'll mention this later.
Okay, that's something I'm gonna live stream then, if I have the time. Oh my god, I hope it's good.
Also, too, I mean, they after Resident Evil 4 shown, they also shown off Resident Evil Village PSVR 2 content. So you got a double whammy of Resident Evil content in this showcase right off the bat.
Okay. It's kind of says a little bit of why there wasn't DLC so far, because I know 7. Whoa, you can... What the hell? Why is Ethan dual wielding? What the hell? Oh, that's cool. He has the Lemmy and the Winchester. Holy shit.
Interesting.
Sorry.
No worries. Also, too, we also got to look at Horizon Call the Mountain. This is a PSVR 2 game that takes place in the same universe as Horizon Zero Dawn and Horizon Forbidden West. And that's pretty good to see there, too. Also, The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners Chapter 2 Retribution is also in development for PSVR 2. And there's even going to be a PSVR 2 version of No Man's Sky.
My favorite game of the show, kid. No, not really.
I mean, hey, if Starfield VR was on this list, I'm sure that would have been your even better favorite, but more on that later.
I would have hated it. I would have been like Fallout 4 confirmed. Anyways, no, I'm sorry.
Right. Let's see here. We also gotta look at, we also gotta look at, let's see here. Where do I start from this? Also, we gotta look at Stray. This is actually a pretty interesting game. It's like a stealth game you play as a cat.
I've been looking forward to a game like this for a long time. I love cats. Used to really love them. If this was a game that came out when I was young, I would have played it. I would have been like, Mommy, Daddy, buy my game. Like, I would love this. Except it probably wouldn't have been difficult and I wouldn't have understand anything about it. But you know what I mean.
Well, then again, we're going to talk more about this. Now, if you do get the new tiers of PlayStation Plus, which we will talk more about later in the show, you get this game as part of the subscription.
Mm-hmm.
Which is pretty nice. We're going to come back to one of these games later. We also have Roller Drome. This is an interesting little game that you play as this roller skating guy, but you also have slow motion and guns.
So, what was that game? Fuck, what was it called? It was basically like this. Damn it, I forgot what it was. It's okay.
Yeah. But you play as a character, you have rollerblades, and you shoot things, and there's like wall running and stuff. It's a pretty interesting looking game. We also have a trailer of the Callisto Protocol, which also is featured in the Summer Games Fest showcase mentioned earlier. We also have Tunic. This was like a top-down Zelda game that was on Xbox for all, and now it's coming over to PlayStation, so that's good to see. And then we also have what I think is probably FluufAlpaca's favorite game in the entire showcase, Eternites.
Okay. Was
Because
motherfucker.
this is a game where the protagonist got his arm cut off, and then he gets ethereal arm, and then he uses new arm as like a sword, and then he also dates girls.
Your right hand comes off.
Actually, yes.
Oh my god.
You can watch the show if you want to.
Hold on a damn second.
You are?
Wait, hold on. What is this? Why did the PlayStation Plus logo pop up above this girl's head? Well, okay then. Post-apocalypse. So basically Fallout 4, Piper Piping Edition.
Yes, but with more anime.
Yeah, you just installed a fucking anime texture pack to the game.
And you get a right arm that comes off and becomes an ethereal arm that you can then slash at people.
Ah, Mr. Kennedy, I send my right hand to dispose of you.
Your right hand comes off?
You're right.
You trying to move a mountain? Sorry.
Right.
Same fucking energy. You trying to move a mountain?
Also,
No, I'm trying to move God's mountain. Sorry.
Also, this showcase showed off more of Street Fighter 6, which is the same game that, features a character that looks very much like someone we know. This is the first time we've seen, actual, fighting and stuff. That isn't just two characters staring at each other on a screen.
Supposedly angry at each other. It's actually just a interesting mating look. It's a mean look that introduces sexual intimidation.
I hear you on that one. And then we also get to Season of Letter of the Future. This is a kind of like a calm adventure game.
Okay.
Nothing crazy there. But the show ended off with Final Fantasy 16, and this game looks pretty hype. I think it's the first Final Fantasy game in a long time that went excluding 14 that went back towards an actual fantasy setting.
Mm-hmm.
So, but not only that though, but I mean the combat looks really good. Story seems really promising, and yeah, I think this game looks absolutely fantastic. I'd probably check this game out on my PS5.
All right.
But yeah, but the game I want to separate out of this entire thing is Marvel Spider-Man, because that game, along with the standalone expansion pack, Miles Morales, are coming to, what's this magical word here?
Pickle chowder. Sorry. PC.
Yes. So that's right. Now you, Alpaca, can enjoy the supposed wonder of Spider-Man Remastered and Spider-Man Miles Morales. And this is actually being co-developed with Nixxes, which is that's a PC porting studio that PlayStation bought, alongside Insomniac, which are the main creators of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And if we scroll down here, a little bit longer, and you can see how they're grateful that Sonic is grateful that they've been able to work with it. Nixxes to fully optimize the game, so it's not going to be a buggy, like a frame rate drip lagging mess on PC. And yeah, and also too, I mean, it's gonna so Spider-Man Remastered is gonna come to PC on August 12th, 2022, with Miles Morales supposed launching at PC sometime in fall 2022.
All right.
So, I mean, what do you think of Sony's announcements? The rest of Sony's announcements here. I mean, do you have anything else to say with Sony?
I don't really have anything except I hope that I hope that Spider-Man on the PC. I hope that it's I hope it's just as as wonderful as it was only just a few years ago, except I'd love to see it in full, I'd love to see it maxed out on a computer. I'd love to see how they integrate certain controls together, because obviously from a piano and a little trackball thing to from a controller, it's gonna be a bit of a different experience, I know.
You're right, and however, even probably modded Fisher-Price controllers.
Your right hand comes off? Sorry. Anyways, but yes, I'd love to see how they integrate the computer's weird control scheme, in a sense, to some people.
Absolutely. I think, we know someone who's probably already just instantly thinking of, streaming this game, but I'm also sure that Alpaca would also love to check out this game and possibly stream it.
Without a doubt, I'd love to try it out, at least just a little bit, because it's I don't really follow Marvel comics and the cinematic universe too closely, but that isn't to say that I don't like Spider-Man and Venom and that entire series of stuff, even the Avengers. I don't follow this stuff so closely. Maybe if I was, I would have hated Morbius more than I do. I don't think Morbius was a god-awful movie, but there are some stupid things in there that, looking back at it, why was there 15 seconds of Milo dancing with his shirt off? What the fuck?
I mean, hey, I guess that was Morbin time for him.
Why did Jared Leto have to say, "I am Venom"? What the fuck? And also, how did he become spider power thing? Anyways,
how did FluufAlpaca fall in love with Hatsune Miku?
I got stuck in a strange concentration camp full of weeaboos. That's how.
I mean, I guess that's one way to say that story. I mean, do we believe the timeline of when, a certain, fanfic happened when you were traveling to Night City with the V, and then all of a sudden you were trying to fight the anime army? I thought that was the story.
Good night.
I thought that was the story.
You. You are just. I don't know.
Pulls out the gun.
I'm gonna take the gun on my entire self. I mean, like, oh shit. No! Fucking hell. God damn it. Why is that a hot key?
The best timeline.
Fuck you. Wait. Oh no. They added more Mikus. No. They added Chibi Miku. No.
Hi.
There, mister. Sorry.
And we have another showcase to talk about. This one is for 505 Games. And we're just going off this Game Rate article because right now the main site is just being too slow on my computer. So I have a couple games here to show off here. And the first one is Among the Trolls. This is being developed by Swedish developer Forbidden Studios, and it's pretty much a survival game, kind of like Rust, that has heavy inspiration from Finnish and Nordic folklore.
Okay.
So like I said, think like Rust.
Alright, sounds interesting.
Mm-hmm. The second game they showed off here is Stray Blade. This is a action RPG game. And yeah, this is just like a pretty cool looking action RPG.
Okay.
Nothing really extraordinary about that. And yeah, you can see some more details here about how you take control rogue adventurer, working alongside a wolf companion to heal a land ravaged by war. And we have multiple weapon systems and all that stuff as being developed by Point Blank Games. So that's pretty cool. Oh, apparently it's next gen only. So I wonder if they'll take advantage of like any next gen features or whatever. It's still a fairly cartoony game. So I see no reason to why it wouldn't run on maybe a PS4, Xbox One, but hey, a game that takes advantage next gen and I'll take it.
Certainly.
And then then we get to talk about Aiden Chronicle. This is actually a prequel spin-off to Aiden Chronicle 100 Heroes. And yeah, it's a JRPG produced by Rabbit and Bear Studios. And it's supposed to have like influences from like Suikoden and stuff like that. And it has like an HD 2D style, think of similar to like Octopath Traveler and like Triangle Strategy. So that's pretty cool. And then also but this game was already released though, by the way. This game at this point in time was already released. They probably just did this like a marketing push. No reason why you can't get an update on 100 Heroes. Mm-hmm. And then they ended the show off with Miasma Chronicle. This is a turn-based RPG in a post-apocalyptic world. And yeah, this obviously seemed like a decent game as well. But
looks a bit interesting. There's like a some sort of like crystal like black hole thing with lava or something, and then there's like a robot. They got like power glove looking thing.
Right. That's the thing though, is that like while all these games seem nice and pretty decent and cool enough and all that, there's nothing that like is like the obvious standout game. Like they all seem to be about the same quality.
Mm-hmm.
But again, this showcase is largely like an indie publisher showcase. It's not like a main, showcase that you would think of when it comes to,
Yeah, I
like
get that.
Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, whenever they do theirs.
Yeah, it's usually quite extravagant during those, but and it's usually has like a lot of like there's usually something that stands out, and that's usually the biggest part of it, biggest part of that type of showcase. Like, for instance, for us, it's was it State of Play, right? So the State of Play, so many PSVR 2 titles, and for this, but that's a showcase, of course. Starfield was was like the biggest part of it,
Yeah, because of course the legendary myth, the legend, the chess champion Todd Howard.
That was part of the chess club too.
Sorry.
All right.
She's laughing now.
Sorry.
And then we get to another publisher-only showcase here. And I think this is actually the last showcase we have to talk about before we talk about some quick announcements on other upcoming shows.
Hey.
And then this one is Devolver Digital. And these guys usually try to inject a lot of humor into their showcases. Like, this one was actually hosted by a Mecha Suda51. Suda51 being the guy that created the No More Heroes games.
Oh.
And so there's a couple games on this one too, but again, nothing like a Sony or a Microsoft showcase. And the first game on this list, according to GameSpot, is Cult of the Lamb. Now, we remember this game because this was featured in the same showcase that Idle Manager was in, and I know how much FluufAlpaca enjoyed seeing Idle Manager.
No, I don't. No, we're not talking about that. Though I still wonder what would happen if you neglect your the idols and then they end up like, I don't know, like attacked by a rabid fan.
Right.
I wonder.
But shifting gears, going back to Cult of the Lamb, this was another one of the games that Alpaca mentioned he wanted to play because a lamb was similar to an alpaca.
And also it looks like, strangely, it looks like Binding of Isaac type. Sort of game, the style of like, it looks like a teddy bear sort of thing.
Right. So we can see here, first announced earlier this year, they had now get a date of August 11th. And this is the game in which you play as a possessed lamb who must start a cult in order to pay back the strange spirit that saved his life. And you collect resources, gain loyal followers, and rid the world of false prophets, become the one true Cult of Lamb god.
Son of a lamb.
Yes, you too, Alpaca, can become a god among the alpacas.
Oh, yes. I love my sheep, and I love lambs, and I love alpacas, and I love lambs, and my goats.
And then we got Angerfoot, and this game apparently is a game about kicking things, apparently. You pretty much, Angerfoot sees you as a man who is exceptionally good at two things: kicking down doors and taking out mobsters. As you traverse the city sewers and skyscrapers, you acquire new kicks with unique skills for your deadly door stomper to try out. And it's a first-person action game that's pretty much focused on kicking.
Caffeine-fueled fever dream of Shit City. Sounds like Night City with less steps involved. Sorry.
Seems like an interesting game. And then we get to Card Shark. And this game's already out, but it's set in 18th century France, a game that tasks you with the daunting and extremely high risk mission of rising to the top of French society. and that you do this by apparently winning card games. And you're essentially doing some gambling stuff too in this game. So stakes and winnings are larger and your opponent more notable. So does you need to be cutting and cheat your way to victory. So
the only thing a gambler needs.
Yeah, so apparently there's going to be ways in this game, as part of the story, you get to cheat a bit in the game to win. Imagine this being on Steam. There's actually an achievement that's like, you win the game by not actually cheating.
Yeah, I mean, actually, now you think about it, that's probably one of the things you could do. Probably, maybe, who knows? I mean, then again, the only thing a gambler needs is a suitcase and a brief,
and a Hatsune Miku card. Anyways, we could talk about the Plucky Squire. And this game is... I remember seeing this one. This is a game that kind of starts you off as like a side-scrolling adventure in like a book. But then the character you play as pops out of the book and it like literally just pops out. And you then play in like a 3D game. Outside the book.
Oh.
It's a little platformer game. So this actually is like, it's interesting concept. It's the idea of, hey, you have a character in a book and then it just pops out the book.
So it's kind of like it's a little bit like Drawn to Life in that sort of sense.
I guess so.
But it's it's more multi-dimensional in a sense.
I guess so. Anyways,
Okay.
And then another game they showed off here was Skate Story. And this apparently you play as a demon made of glass. Skating through a beautiful... skating through the underworld. And apparently it says, if you skate to the moon and swallow it, he'll allow you to leave hell.
So... What? Okay, so I gotta swallow the moon, apparently. So basically, like a dragon.
I guess so. The trailer's right in the article here if you want to take a look at it. But...
Or maybe he's joking and just saying, oh yeah, eat a peach. Sorry.
Right. I mean, overall, from what I've seen in these showcases, I mean, if we just have to talk all these showcases up, definitely so far I've seen a lot more on the indie side than I've seen with AAA games. Probably because a lot of the AAA game that we've been knowing about got pushed later.
Mm-hmm.
And these smaller games kind of fill that void while we're waiting for, like, you know, like maybe a God of War Ragnarok or Gotham Knights or Suicide Squad or, you know, Starfield even. Like, a lot of the AAA titles that we'd probably be looking forward to, maybe even Need for Speed as well, like, all the games we'd likely be looking forward to probably got pushed into next year. So that probably would explain the lack of, like, AAA higher end titles, because we're right now seeing more independent games right now.
Mm-hmm. And not to mention that because video games take a lot of time, like more resources than ever, in a sense, you know?
Mm.
Most of these games were still made in the later days of what was the pandemic. I mean, nowadays, at least in the first world, that's much less of a problem. Of course, there's outliers, you know, out there in the world, but in America and most of Europe and the parts of Asia and stuff, it's not really that much of a problem anymore. It's not really that much of everyone's vaccinated, you know, it's not an issue as far as, as a yeah, there's no masking guidelines anymore. At least not if you're, hospitals are an exception, some other places, but this was made during the later, some things were made like in the later days of this pandemic, and that can be a dent because working from home sort of stuff, the precautions and all that crap, it does delay a lot of things. So,
right. I do feel like as of right now, like Sony's right now is easily the best showcase.
Yeah, I can agree.
Yeah, because they have the most games that we're hyped about, followed by Microsoft, I would think. I think Microsoft would be second, and then maybe the Summer Game Fest showcase is third. And then maybe Devolver Digital fourth, and then, Final 5 is fifth.
Yeah, I definitely, with the 505 showcase, that's really low end on the list for me as well, because although I appreciate what is put on the table, I mean, not really. I really only was interested in Among the Trolls. Although I appreciate what, and Miyasama, that looked interesting. I can't agree that it was more than just something that could have just been an article and not hyped up that much.
Right, like if that showcase maybe had like Payday 3 or like another one of those like some of those like larger scale indie games they were able to port over, then I can see that potentially being better than Devolver Digital. Because Devolver Digital, I mean, I wish I saw this showcase live. But Devolver Digital one of those ones, like, God, I feel like I could have seen this live. Because apparently from what I hear, a lot of the Devolver Digital showcases usually are pretty funny showcases. And, like, kind of weirded off the wall.
Okay.
Like when you watch the showcase, like, it's pretty funny. Like, they kind of have some jabs at the industry and shit.
Fuck Bobby Cott. No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, like it's supposed to be a more satirical comedy focused show with some cool announcements in it. But they don't take themselves too hyper seriously, which is why I wish I could have seen Devolver Digital live sometimes. Or at least find an opportunity to watch the showcase.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. I wouldn't have mind seeing it.
Right.
Sounds interesting to me.
But as for which of the shows that had like the best indie games, I feel like that's a tough one, because now we have to focus more like which games on the indie side do we think had the best ones? That's a tough order, actually. Because I feel like it could be Microsoft's, but at the same time, like, then again, you had like Goat Simulator 3, which technically isn't really an indie game, because now that's a studio that's owned by Embracer.
Yeah, I hear you. Question. I mean,
we would have to go back to the list and determine that, but yeah, maybe we can let that be a comment thing. So I guess comment down below, actually, which showcase do you think had the best indie games?
Yeah, because I mean, obviously at the Xbox One, that's kind of the one you want to go for, because that's like, that's a big company, Microsoft, so it's obviously they have much more of a, in a sense, budget, I guess.
Yeah.
When it comes to like being affiliated with Microsoft and such. But however, just, Devolver has their own little show there. 505, although honestly, I'd not that hype worthy. But I mean, then again, also the Summer Games Fest as well. That's nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty decent show. That show, AAA announcements, probably had one of the bigger ones, too, with Last of Us Remake.
Of course.
Even though it's a Sony thing, that they could have probably just shoved that in their own show. Like,
it's interesting that they kind of... I mean, I don't know if they... I don't know.
Like they could have, if Sony wanted to, I feel like they could have just put like the Last of Us remake and maybe like a small snippet of like God of War Ragnarok in that showcase. They could have relabeled that entire showcase as like, you know, the PlayStation showcase for the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And that would already took it a really good showcase to like something unfathomably holy for like Sony fans.
Of course, yeah. I do agree with that.
But we still have a couple more showcases to go, and before we get to the like which ones are coming up next, we talk about how Nintendo will actually be skipping Gamescom 2022. And as we can see from the article down here, once I get to scroll down a little bit, you can see how, and saving the Games Workshop, Gamescom is the key event in Nintendo calendar events. This year, however, after careful consideration, we have decided against participating in Cologne. Instead, the player will be able to try out the game for Nintendo Switch at numerous events throughout Germany. Events have been planned so far, include roadshows with our Airstreamer, which is a tour bus, and our Volkswagen Bully. For example, at locations such as the SWR Summer Festival and the Stuttgart Children and Youth Festival. For Japan and video game fans, we have decided to take part in the main Matsuri Japan Festival in Frankfurt, as well as the Dokomi in Dusseldorf and the Animagisi in Mannheim. More tour stops and activities are planned. We look forward to seeing our fans again in many regional events. And I have to ask this. Why? Like, I mean, if Gamescom itself, even if it says that it's going to continuing the hybrid online on-site formula, which means it's going to be something in person, then Nintendo would easily have a better spot to be able to advertise their games. But it's like you're still traveling, you're still enticing people to see you in person. Why not just do the Gamescom at that point?
I mean, I think it harkens back to what we said already about the Diamond and Pearl soundtrack. Just the fact that, no offense, they're just, they have this way of being out of touch in the worst possible way.
I still remember back during the Wii U days when I think they showed off, like, they had like a Wii U actually show off like a farm like sewing convention or something like that. It was really weird.
Does that have anything to do with that Kirby game that was Yarn?
I'm not sure exactly what the deal was with that one, but it was weird.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I have nothing else to say except that's Nintendo for you.
I mean, this is the same company that has like an online service, and they don't improve anything else about the online service, but they picked up the pay for online thing instantly.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said before, they kind of have this way of, taking the most greedy aspects first and then pretending to improve their consumerism, sort of their consumer-based thing, by eventually, but it's like, we know they're not that behind, It's like,
I mean, this is the same company that didn't exactly put voice chat in the system itself, and you have to use a phone app for voice chat in their games, even though they still allow third parties to still, if they want to voice chat in the console, they could.
I forgot all about that. That is a wonderful point. That's a sad point, actually, though. Damn.
Mm-hmm. But now let's actually get to, what shows do we have coming up that I think we'll be looking forward to, at least this year, maybe one that's a bit beyond. Okay. And now this is when we talk about the Capcom Showcase.
Yes, the Capcom.
And this is exactly why I mentioned you may want to pay. This is why I mentioned why you may not have to wait.
June 13th, 3 p.m. Pacific time. What time is that in Eastern?
6.
1 second. 6.
And yet, it is confirmed that Resident Evil 4 Remake gameplay will be at the showcase. So this is exactly why I told you you may not have to wait too long to see Resident Evil 4 gameplay.
Hell yeah! I can't wait to see it. That's exciting. That is exciting. I can't wait to see it. I hope it's as we want it. I hope, like I said, they both can coexist. I hope.
So you can see here, a new live stream digital event is on the way. The Capcom Showcase has got you covered on the latest news and updates for upcoming Capcom games. Tune in Monday, June 13th at 3 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Eastern for the Capcom Showcase live stream. We'll be diving deeper into details and news on previously announced titles. Keep in mind, previously announced titles, so don't come into here expecting many new games in this showcase.
Resident Evil 5 Remake.
No.
Sorry.
You'll just get Resident Evil 4 Remake instead.
Resident Evil 7 Remake. Oh wait, shit. That's a new game. Fuck, never mind. Resident Evil Reverse. Wait, no, they could show off Reverse after Resident Evil 4 and the PSVR stuff. Maybe they could do that. Because it's still to be announced on Steam as far as I know. Let me look. Yeah, it's REverse is still planned to release in 2022, so
imagine buying Resident Evil 3 Remake. I believe this is what if I'm thinking right, and that still hasn't come out yet.
I mean, you see, the thing is that all REverse is just all it is multiplayer Resident Evil. It's like it's basically the Call of Duty Warzone of Resident Evil Reverse, because it's just a it's a Super Smash Bros. It's a hodgepodge of all their, of all the universes and monsters and shit. So it's nothing. It's not canon, I guess.
Right. But I was thinking but yeah, besides Resident Evil 4 Remake, which now that you know that's gonna definitely be there.
Show will run about 35 minutes. All right, I'm gonna stream it. I'm gonna commentate over it.
You probably.
I can't wait.
I think you'll probably see maybe a Street Fighter 6 reveal. That's possible here.
Sorry.
Maybe something with Exoprimal or Pragmata.
Don't even know what the fuck that is, but okay.
Exoprimal is that dinosaur game that appeared in one of the previous PlayStation showcases.
Don't care. Sorry.
Wow, you really want to show up for a showcase just for Resident Evil 4 Remake. I give you a lot of credit for devotion.
I want to see the merchant. I want to know who the merchant is. Will it be Straya, or will it be Welcome? What are you buying?
Right.
What are you selling? Stranger. Now that's a weapon.
Meanwhile, going to a completely different thing. We're also getting
hunting an elephant. Sorry.
We're also getting a Final Fantasy VII Anniversary Showcase.
Your right hand comes off. Sorry.
And on June 16th, which is actually Wednesday, there will be a Final Fantasy VII Showcase to celebrate anything Final Fantasy VII Remake. Well, not just Final Fantasy VII Remake, you know what I mean, anything Final Fantasy VII. But people could speculate, are we going to actually see Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 in this showcase?
What? There's a sequel?
Well, believe it or not, Final Fantasy Remake actually split into parts. It's not a full game. It's not the full story of the original game.
I know, but Wait, so there's like more sequels? How many books are there? Holy crap.
Well, the thing is, the original Final Fantasy VII was actually split into 3 discs for the PS1.
Yeah.
So you'd think it could make sense for it to be, 3 parts. It could be less, it could be more, who knows?
Alright.
Yeah. But it's quite interesting to think that this showcase could actually be legitimately nothing. It just be music and presentation. It's just be music, remembrance. That's it. Maybe some merch, and that's it. Kind of like the Sonic Central showcase we just talked about earlier in this episode. But if you do see Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 in the showcase, that's a pretty big thing for JRPG fans.
Mm-hmm.
Including FluufAlpaca.
Shut up.
And last but not least, we have to get the confirmation that E3 will return in 2023, both online and in person. And according to a Washington Post interview with ESA president and CEO Stan Pierre-Louis, E3 will see a full return in 2023, both online and in person.
Okay.
And as he mentions here, we're excited about coming back in 2023 with both a digital and in-person event. As much as we love the digital events, as much as they reach people who want that global reach, we also know that there's a really strong desire for people to convene, to be able to connect in person, and to see each other and talk about what makes games great. And obviously, I have to ask, do you prefer a layout where you guarantee to know that all these showcases will line up around the same week? Or do you prefer them being more scattered around? Because E3 acts as like a glue that kind of stuck these showcases all together.
Yeah, and I can tell that they almost in a sense competed, but not really in a sense. I don't know.
Glue them together, I mean they schedule them around the same times.
Yeah, and they competed in that sort of time frame for like your attention, I guess, in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
But
you get an overload of news in 1 week and that's it. Or do you like having it be more drip fed and have it be more consistent throughout an entire season?
Well, logically, I'd want it to be more spread out because it's like, honestly, sometimes I feel like with a lot of these presentations, I think I already said this before, but sometimes when there are like E3 itself is an overload of information at once. It's like being told this, that you don't have time to really digest it before the next like trailer pops up, like there are ad breaks and but honestly E3 is kind of become a bit of an advertisement space, but no offense, but other than the ads, which that's okay, but I just feel like I get told so many things at once, and I felt like E3 has had this problem for a long time, is that unless now that it's streamed online and stuff, you don't really have to go there, and it's less of a mystery that's like, oh, what did you see at E3? I saw the Wario apparition from Super Mario 64. Every copy is personalized. Shigeru Miyamoto shot on the desk himself. Anyways, no.
Right, but here's the thing though, it may not make much sense for the consumer. It makes more sense for the business aspect. That's what E3 was first. It was a trade show. Mm-hmm. So that developers can intervene and talk to each other, and that actually led to these sort of shows would lead to collaboration, such as what happened with Mario and Rabbids.
Okay.
So if a trade, so that's what I mean. E3 still has a place, and while it may not make as much sense for the consumer, for us, it's like, oh hey, we just want to see the games.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. For the business side, it's like, hey, we can focus on advertising our games. We get people to try these games out and make sure we get some feedback. It makes much more sense for the developer than it does for the consumer.
Uh-huh.
And I remember, like, you know, going to E3 was mostly for the press, and that was about it.
Okay.
It was only fairly recently that it was opened up to the public. And when that happened, the lines were massive. Because you had a lot of people waiting in line to try all these games out.
Mm-hmm.
So that became a battle of which games we want to go in to play. And this also means that Nintendo may not even have a showcase in June. I mean, obviously, Nintendo always likes to follow E3. So if you have an E3, you're guaranteed Nintendo is going to be there. So we're shifting it a little bit over to Nintendo, because I know that Nintendo likes to, from what we've seen in the past, like when it came to E3 in like 2021, I believe it was, they would be there. No questions asked. 2020, when E3 was not there, they weren't. Theirs was like pushed all the way back to like July or August.
Mm-hmm.
So, and obviously with Nintendo Directs being a fairly frequent thing for it on Nintendo side, usually around like once every quarter or so, it kind of puts Nintendo fans at like a, I guess you could say, a bit of impatience to know what's coming up next. I think that's what a lot of I think partially myself is like, what's Nintendo going to do next? Are we going to see Metroid Prime 4? Are we going to see all these wicked games that Nintendo's has in the pipeline? Bayonetta 3 even.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's the thing about E3 is I feel that is still important. Maybe not to the consumer side, but definitely for developers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I feel is important.
Okay.
All right. And now we can get going with the next topic, which is the whole situation with the PlayStation Plus service. Now, for those of us who remember, the PlayStation Plus, new PlayStation Plus was when we had PlayStation Plus, and then it got merged with what used to be PlayStation Now. And now the two services are coming together. And as we can see here, so back in May, we got a hint at some of the games that will be coming on here in the service. For those of you who, you know, are now using PlayStation Plus now, there are 3 different tiers: Essential, Extra, and Premium. Deluxe if you're in other regions. Essential is just what PlayStation Plus is used, just plain old PlayStation Plus. You know, just expand, you know, just all that, just you get your games, you know, you get your PlayStation Plus monthly games, and then you get online play, pretty much. Extra essentially gives you a catalog of PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 games you can download, in addition to all the same tiers, things you get in Essential. And then Premium gives you access to a retro library and allows you to stream all the games in the Extra tier, pretty much. And so Essential, it just PlayStation, what PlayStation Plus used to be. We don't need to worry about this. It's more so about PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 games, and then the legacy game we need to worry about. Now, for the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 game catalog, this is what you get from Extra and Premium. And they kind of split this up in the categories usually. with the PlayStation Studios games and the PlayStation, and then like the third-party games. So for the first-party games, we got here Alienation, Bloodborne, Concrete Genie, Days Gone, Dead Nation Apocalypse Edition, Death Stranding and Death Stranding Director's Cut, Demon Souls, Destruction All-Stars, Everybody's Golf, Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, God of War, Gravity Rush 2, Gravity Rush Remastered, Horizon Zero Dawn, Infamous First Light, Infamous Second Son, Knack, Little Big Planet 3, Loco Roco Remastered, Loco Roco 2 Remastered, Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales. Now keep in mind, you are not getting the PlayStation 5 version of Spider-Man, which is the remastered version. You're only getting the original Marvel Spider-Man. Why that's the case, I am not sure, but I guess we just have to go with it. Matterfall, Medieval, Patapon Remastered, Patapon 2 Remastered, Resogun. By the way, Resogun's awesome. Go play that. Returnal, Shadow of the Colossus, Tearaway Unfolded, The Last Guardian, The Last of Us Remastered, The Last of Us Left Behind, Until Dawn, Uncharted, The Nathan Drake Collection, Uncharted 4, A Thief's End, Uncharted, The Lost Legacy, and Wipeout Omega Collection. I would say this is a fairly solid first-party lineup for these PS4 and PS5 games. Some of which are fairly recent, such as Death Stranding and Returnal.
If I had to be honest, like this is kind of all these are the games I think about when I think of like PlayStation. So,
right.
I think, like, yeah, this is definitely a good this is a good selection of first party titles.
Right. If we're talking about like games that came out fairly recently that also aren't on this list, I'm surprised that like something like Sackboy's A Big Adventure is not on the list, and Ratchet and Clank Ripped Apart aren't on this list. If we're going to do PS5, if you're talking about PS5 games, I'm surprised at least either of those two are not on this list.
That's a good point. Those definitely aren't on this list, at least.
Right. And then you get to the third-party partners. We got Ashen, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Batman Arkham Knight, Celeste, City Skylines, Control Ultimate Edition, Dead Cells, Far Cry 3 Remastered, Far Cry 4, which is FluufAlpaca's favorite Far Cry game, Final Fantasy 15 Royal Edition, For Honor, Hollow Knight, Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, Mortal Kombat 11, Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4. I think that's also one of Alpaca's favorite game on this list. NBA 2K20. Outer Wilds, Red Dead Redemption 2, Resident Evil, Soul Calibur 6, South Park The Fractured Butthole, The Artful Escape, The Crew 2, and Tom Clancy's The Division. Now, we will be talking more about the Ubisoft games in just a moment, but I do think, again, this is a fairly solid selection for third-party games. I mean,
definitely.
I mean, especially with Far Cry 4 on it, then Alpaca is going to be very happy.
By the way, if you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you can get Far Cry 4 for free right now this month. Also, screw you, Hydro. You have to mention that all the time. Even though I don't mind the game, but still,
right. And then we get to the classic games catalog. And now this is what you get only if you're in the premium tier. So, yeah. So for PlayStation Studios, you get Ape Escape, Hot Shots Golf, IQ Intelligent Cube, Jumpin' Flash, Siphon Filter, Super Stardust Portable. And for third party, get Mr. Driller, Tekken 2, Worms World Party, and Worms Armageddon. And the two Worms games were from a time before their publisher thought it was a good idea to turn them into NFTs, which thankfully did not happen.
Wait, what? Oh yes, the Worms NFTs. No. I hope they don't have like a slight update that's like, by the way, do you want to see these as NFTs? Hey.
Right, but I mean, these games were made before that happened, and thankfully they backed out of that NFT thing, so.
Yep. Also, Housemark. It's in the PlayStation Studios now.
Yeah, because
that's cool.
Yeah, because Sony bought them off, so that's why they're in the selection.
Yeah.
As for the remaster, so there are some PS2 games that got remastered for the PS4 back, when that happened. And so some of these games are actually these PS2 games that got, just touched up a bit for the PS4. These will be included, and these include Ape Escape 2, Ark the Land, Twilight of the Spirits, Dark Cloud. By the way, play that game. I have such huge nostalgia for that game. Dark Cloud 2, Fantavision, Hot Shots Tennis, Jack 2, Jack 3, Jack X Combat Racing, Jack and Daxter, The Precursor Legacy, Rogue Galaxy, Siren, and Wild Arms 3. As for third-party partners, this includes BioShock Remastered, Borderlands Enhanced Collection, Bulletstorm Full Clip Edition, Kingdoms of Amalur Re-Reckoning, which, by the way, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning, awesome game. Please make sure to check that out. And Lego Harry Potter Collection. Also, another thing to note that is not included in here, for the original PlayStation PSP games, Resident Evil Director's Cut is also included in this.
Okay.
So have fun with that one.
All right.
And now for the PS3 game, which unfortunately are streaming only. So, yeah, have fun streaming these. And these include, for PlayStation Studios at least, Crash Commando, Demon Souls. Now, keep in mind, this is the original Demon Souls, not the remake that's on PS5, which also is part of the service. Echo Chrome, Hot Shots Golf Out of Bounds, Hot Shots Golf World Invitational, Eco, Infamous 2, Infamous Festival of Blood, Loco Roco Kokoreko, Motorstorm Apocalypse, Motorstorm RC, Puppeteer, Rain, Ratchet & Clank, A Quest for Booty, Ratchet & Clank, A Crack in Time, Ratchet & Clank Into the Nexus, Resistance 3, Super Stardust HD, Tokyo Jungle, and When Vikings Attack. As for third-party partners, this includes Asura's Wrath, Castlevania Lord of Shadow 2, Devil May Cry HD Collection, Enslaved Odyssey to the West, Fear, Lost Planet 2, Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2, and Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare. Also, too, these will include things such as, some timely game trials, such as Uncharted Legacy of Thieves Collection and Horizon Forbidden West, as well as third-party partner trials, including the legendary, the myth, the legend, Cyberpunk 2077.
Just to make sure it runs properly. At 30 FPS.
Farming Simulator 22, Tiny Tina's Wonderland, and WWE 2K 2022. And they will also be adding games in the Essential tier every month on the first Tuesday. And then in the middle of each month, there will be more games for the PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium tiers.
All right.
So, based on what we've seen, based off this snapshot here, I mean, obviously this isn't the full library. I mean, no. If you want to find the full library, it's out there. I mean, at the time of this recording, it's, again, out in North America. So, by all means, feel free to look that up. We will not be covering that in this episode. But what are your thoughts on this library overall, for what you've seen?
So I think for starting from the very top at least, the PlayStation 4 and 5 catalog, like I said, it's solid except for the lack, like you mentioned, Ratchet and Clank, and there's another one that you mentioned that I wouldn't say is really necessary, if I remember.
No, it's just a minor game. Sackboy is a big adventure.
No. Third party, looks like a fine list of games. Now the classic ones, a little bit small, to be honest. A little bit small of a list, but
right. I would definitely I would recommend just waiting on that one to see if Sony will actually expand this significantly.
Of course. The fact that they have to stream the PlayStation 3 games. Now, I know that the PlayStation 3, we talked about this before, is how it's like, it's very much the architecture of the PlayStation 3 was horrible. Like, it was spaghetti code, basically.
Yeah, because the architecture that's in the PS3, which is the cell architecture made by IBM, it was a very complex CPU. It was actually very difficult to program for. In fact, certain third-party games, such as like Skyrim, for instance, ran worse on the PS3 than the Xbox 360 simply because the processor on it was that complex. A game that actually able to properly take advantage of this processor, which are like the first-party studios, the game actually worked absolutely stunning. But if a developer didn't know how to properly program for it, it ran worse on the 360.
I see. Far Cry 3, my experience with it on the PlayStation 3 was absolute bonkers. Like, it would run if you think Cyberpunk is an embarrassment on the PlayStation 4, Far Cry 3 was the Cyberpunk 2077 of the previous PlayStation 3 generation, 7 generation consoles. Like, I swear. So I looking at this, I hope whatever they're using to emulate the, streaming software, like not streaming, the actual game. Sorry. I hope it could improve on, because these games, like, they only include like Asura's Wrath and Devil May Cry, which I guess they ran fine. I'm not too sure. One thing that's interesting is they include Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare, but they don't mention the original, which I don't know if that's just because it's not the full catalog, but more on that and a little bit, but I don't know.
Yeah, also, too, another thing that I found to be very interesting and a little bizarre is there's a certain studio on here that got shut down a few months before we started this podcast series. And in the first party lineup, it was prevalent. And that studio is Japan Studio. If you go up and down the entire list there, you'll see a lot of Japan Studio games. And yeah, they've practically been shut down, and some of the staff got absorbed into Team Asobi.
The PlayStation Japan Studio? I didn't know.
Yeah, and like, take a look at how many games Japan Studios had on this list. It's a lot, and in some ways, it just feels like they're taking advantage of legacy from what they made. When the studio itself,
the thing is that they're rooted in Japan.
Yeah.
I know that they're trying to move away from like that sort of spotlight, like they switched the PlayStation 5, like the controller, cross and circle is swapped for like the PlayStation 4 and 3, but it's not now, for the PlayStation 5.
Yep, but now the one that I made that aware for Alpaca is just the fact that, yeah, they've been doing all these weird moves, kind of diverse, like, split themselves away from Japan.
I see.
So it's a whole weird thing, and yeah, like I said, I just feel like it's just them taking advantage of an old legacy that they don't seem to have any plans of, bringing some of these franchises back to the forefront again. Like those who want to have, like say Gravity Rush 3 or a Knack 3 even, or many of these other games, like another Patapon game. As far as I can tell, like as long as Japan 2 is not there, or Team Asobi does not have any plans of making more of these games, those franchises are likely never going to come back again. So it's a bit of a shame that happened, but whatever, I guess. I kind of wish that they kind of, because that's the only problem with Sony's lineup nowadays, is that, have you noticed how a lot of PlayStation's lineup has been these larger, more massive games?
Yeah, third person cinematic, sort of survival shooter sort of concept, or most of them have just been third person cinematic games. God of War, The Last of Us, Ratchet and Clank. I mean, then again, all these other, all these games have their own sort of identity attached to them. But
like if talking,
I know how you're a.
Yeah, I guess
I know how you're a bit critical of like Ubisoft for how similar the gameplay is for them, for all their games. And I know you've mentioned before that you're afraid that PlayStation is kind of going down the same route, where it's not the same exact game, but the gameplay is too similar between every franchise that it loses its identity.
Exactly. That's why I feel like it's going to happen with PlayStation, because Japan Studio at least would break up, because they had like those small to medium sized games, and with that studio gone. I mean, don't get me wrong. You have Team Asobi, which does like Astro's Playroom and like those sort of games, and those are like relatively small scale games. But most of their first party games, otherwise, are these larger games that, in many ways, seem very similar to each other.
Mm-hmm.
But
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But let's take a quick deep dive to Ubisoft, because as we mentioned earlier in this show, we got a word on something with Ubisoft, and that the fact that there's going to be this Ubisoft Classics thing they're going to be doing for their games on PlayStation. So this is from Ubisoft themselves, and so pretty much Ubisoft Plus is going to have, some games coming on to PlayStation, and it'll be available on Xbox as well. However, they're going to do a thing unique to PlayStation called Ubisoft Plus Classics, which will be bundled in with the PlayStation Plus, at least for the premium extra tier, from what I can tell. And you're going to get a collection of Ubisoft games that you can just play right on the console. And these include Assassin's Creed Valhalla, For Honor, The Crew 2, Child of Light, Eagle Flight, Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, Far Cry 3 Remastered, Far Cry 4, again, that is FluufAlpaca's favorite Far Cry game, Legendary Fishing, Risk Urban Assault, South Park The Fractured Butthole, South Park The Stick of Truth, Space Junkies, Star Trek Bridge Crew, Starlink Battle for Atlas, which, by the way, I don't know why you'd want to play this on PlayStation, because if you can have your hands on the Switch version, you get Star Fox, and apparently that's like the best version of the game, because you're missing out on the Star Fox content. You get Steep, The Crew, Division, Trackmania Turbo, Transference, Trials Fusion, Trials of the Blood Dragon, Trials Rising, Valiant Heart, The Great War, Watch Dogs, Worlds Within, and Zombie. Again, with Zombie, that game is definitely the best on the Wii U, because you have the gamepad integration that made it so unique. And I wasn't that big of a horror guy, but I remember getting Zombie simply because of the fact that I needed something cool to show the Wii U. Just to experience what the gamepad could offer, and Zombie U was one of the games I bought for it specifically because of that. And I still have my copy of Zombie U, by the way. I still have my copy. It is.
Yeah, I've been thinking about picking up it on Steam, but the gamepad also it's when Zombie U, like the Zombie U version, I do remember that was like one of the more intriguing parts of the game was that you could just have a the gamepad on as you're playing with it, you could use it for your inventory, and it was like you said, very unique.
Yeah, I mean, if you can, like, I'd even recommend trying to snag the Wii U version up before the eShop shuts down.
You see, the thing is though, is like, I don't know. I don't really have anything to. I don't have anything to offer the Wii U anymore. It's kind of just collecting dust at this point. I only have it for it's basically a trophy at this point.
Even still, just to at least have the game, so you can go back to it if you need to. I would just still recommend just snagging it up at some point. If you go to like a retro gaming store, just snag a copy of that game up before it rises in price.
I guess so.
But still, for those who want to experience like the best, well, probably one of the better game, one of the good launch game on the Wii U, definitely check out Zombie. Like I still think in some ways, I mean, I think the Wii U version holds up the best because again, it's the most unique. But if you need a way to play it, if you don't have a way to get a Wii U, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
But I mean, having this benefit for PlayStation is pretty good though, to have a good chunk of these Ubisoft games for PlayStation. I mean, personally, I don't think this matches what Microsoft did with EA, which they put the whole EA Play service right on the Game Pass for Ultimate users. That was utterly fantastic. Like, I just don't have to worry about buying an EA game anymore. For the most part, because I just have it on Game Pass Ultimate.
Oh yeah, you don't have to worry about giving too much money to EA as well.
Unless you're someone like me and want to buy a certain game as like an ongoing gag.
Wow, 2042.
Which I remember.
This is where that game. I don't know how to feel.
I still remember throwing that game across my entire room and just got to a point where the case doesn't even properly close anymore. The disc is fine, but the case is not.
Well, luckily you now have a cup holder that doesn't even fucking work, so now it's just a paperweight.
Right.
Actually, use the CD use the DVD as a cup holder. You'll get more mileage out of it than the actual online service of the game.
Right. But also, we have... But now we can get to the story within some of these retro games. And the first, we have to start with the PlayStation 3 games that you have to stream. And unfortunately, if you bought any DLC for these streaming games, guess what? You can't do the DLC. And this is because according to BGC, Sony has explained that while PS4 titles...
Wonderful.
Yeah, because while PS4 titles can be downloaded as well as streamed, thus supporting DLC, PS3 games are currently only available to be streamed, meaning any downloadable content won't be available for players. And this also includes some games such as Asura's Wrath, which has its ending behind DLC, and then Crash Commando, Castlevania Lord Shadow 2, Lost Planet 2, Resistance 3 all have DLC that you cannot play with the streaming service. So that's got to be fun. Also, too, so now we're going to look at Southeast Asia for a little bit. because Southeast Asia had an interesting rough patch. So during the time when PS Plus,
you can no longer.
Oh, go ahead. What we're gonna say, Alpaca? All right, whatever. Anyways, so on the retro gaming side, we get to move on to the classics, and there's an interesting story of the classics. So at first hand, what happened was the people thought that the classics were not going to be the best because Southeast Asia got the PlayStation Plus service first. And people who have tried the service mentioned how they were using the 50 hertz PAL versions instead of NTSC. However,
No.
Yeah, I know, it's freaking horrible, right? If you watch the video even, you could see the difference.
That's depressing.
It is very depressing. However,
We live in an age where PAL is still an issue.
mm-hmm.
Damn you, Europe. Anyway, sorry.
However, upon hearing about this, well, Sony's PS Plus Classics got a fix. And so at the time what happened that the rebranded PlayStation Plus arrived in Southeast Asia, and as we could see, they issued a patch on May 27th, and spotted by Twitter user Wendy Quarter TV, the patch upscaled the PAL games to 60 Hz through frame blending, a process that duplicates frames to achieve the desired output speed. It's a crude method, one that's created a ghosting effect in Jumping Flash, Everybody's Golf, and Karushi. Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, so
What is this shit? Why does it look like I got shell shocked by and what the fuck? That is terrible.
it is. Yeah, like I feel
I'm
bad.
looking at the screenshots and it looks like an earthquake is happening. What?
Yeah. Not a good day to be a fan.
Stupid.
It is, yeah. I mean, I feel bad for everybody in Southeast Asia that had to deal with this because ugh. And there's a specific reason why I was mentioning Southeast Asia.
I mean, I can understand.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because we got confirmation also that later on, Japan got 60 hertz classics. And their push version of PlayStation Plus also includes games such they also included several Resident Evil games. And even Bethesda titles such as Elder Scrolls 4, Fallout 4, Doom, and Wolfenstein. So Todd Howard blessed the Japanese version of PlayStation Plus.
I used to be a part of the chess club. And now I'm coding games that don't blend their frames. Okay, that rhymed. That's a hint to release Skyrim another 50th 100th time.
Then again,
Let's do it.
Then again,
I'm gonna release Skyrim instead of Starfield.
Then again, I'm the same person that's paying for Game Pass Ultimate, so technically I'm paying monthly. I'm paying the Bethesda Studios monthly for Skyrim.
Inside your wave. I'm giving a personal shout out to GAHCast because you're doing that for me.
Also,
For that, I'm gonna include a vinyl sticker for your for one of the ships in Starfield, the GAHCast logo. It's gonna be wonderful.
yeah. But yeah, also too in Japan, I mean, if you look at the article here, you can see that Japan got, I think, yeah. So while Japan expected for around 400 PS4, PS5 games in Japan, they got around 300. So, but again, minor issue aside, I mean, it's good to see that Japan got 60 hertz games.
Who's laughing now? Japan.
But what about North America, you ask? Because we had to provide an update on this because, oh my god, we got something miraculous for America. Ladies and gentlemen, as spotted by Modern Vintage Gamer, confirmed to be 60 hertz NTSC region games in North America. We did it, boys. We did it. Woo! It was
Thank goodness.
Now we don't have to worry about playing Ape Escape at 50 frames per second. But I still feel bad for all my Southeast
With random frame
blending. Yeah.
Random frame blending in between.
Exactly. Yeah, I feel bad for all of my, all my Southeastern friends or anyone from that region that's watching the video. But
yeah, screw you, Florida. Oh, wait, what? Sorry.
Unfortunately, Florida is part of the United States and they are getting the NTSC games. But for any viewer that comes from the Philippines or Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, you guys are getting 50 frame per second games that happen to have been upscaled to 60 hertz and they're getting frame blending. And I feel so sorry for you guys.
Yeah, looking like you got hit by a concussion grenade. Think fast, chuckle nuts.
And then instead of being able to react properly, they just get exploded. I feel so bad for you guys. But at least North America, we got our 60 hertz. A lot of North American people that were complaining about that got their wish. Maybe at some point I should probably think about trying the service out myself and just seeing how everything is. And maybe I can watch as I, see these games. The PlayStation 3 games at least at like 10 frames per second from streaming. And to constant disconnecting. It'd be so much fun.
Ooh, sorry.
But in other news, we have some news regarding some acquisition stuff. And nothing major, at least. But we just figured it was worth mentioning. At least one of them actually was pretty major because it was a closure of an acquisition. But we're going to take a look at this report here from Kotaku, which mentioned how EA was actually looking to sell or merge. And this came because apparently, according to a report by Puck, EA pursued a merger with NBC Universal and actually also held potential acquisition talks with Disney, Apple, and other companies. But apparently they don't seem to give up. And there's a little thing blurb here says, in recent years, as media companies have taken greater interest in the rapidly growing gaming industry, Wilson Electronic Arts have held talks with a number of different potential suitors, including Disney, Apple, and Amazon. Sources with knowledge of those talks told me. Several sources familiar with these talks say EA has been persistent in pursuing a sale, and it's only grown more emboldened in the wake of the Microsoft Activision deal. Others say that EA is probably interested in a merger arrangement that will allow Wilson to remain as chief executive of the combined company. But apparently, a deal with NBC Universal the one that got the first along. And they apparently mentioned, according to buyers, Comcast CEO Brian Roberts looking to spin off the entertainment conglomerate into a separate entity with EA, with one version of the deal leaving current EA CEO Andrew Wilson in charge of the new mega business. And due to price, negotiations that fell through. But if you look at the dialogue here, like, you can see how John Reisberg told Kotaku that they don't comment rumors or speculation relating to mergers and acquisitions, and they are proud to be operating from a position of strength and growth with a portfolio of amazing games built around powerful IP made by incredibly talented teams and a network of more than 500 million players. And yeah, so I mean, just to think about, like, now I'm only eager as to what sort of Battlefield 2042 movie that could have came out of this deal if the NBC part went through, because I feel that would have been horrible.
I mean, imagine they, like, I don't know, choreographed like a I don't know, because, like, it doesn't, I don't know about too much about NBC Universal. All I know is that they're just like a media sort of like thing. So it's like EA, NBC Universal, like, what are they? It like, the only way I could see it is if they, like, I don't know, they use it as like a History Channel sort of thing. Remember the History Channel sort of games?
Mm-hmm. Right, that could have been possible too.
Sounds stupid, but
I know. I was just making a joke about Battlefield. Yeah, I was making a joke about Battlefield 2042 because I feel like if they made the movie, it would have just been a buggy mess. That would have made for the most authentic experience. Also,
imagine a Disney Battlefield game. Wait, that's Battlefront. Fuck.
Oh my god. I mean, hey, if Ubisoft and EA merged, like, I can only imagine how terrible the Quartz business would be at that point.
At that point, it would be banned in 7 countries and 1 continent.
Of course.
And a few random providences.
Right. Courts would just be too prominent. Courts would be too prominent if you were dictated the backing about EA and Ubisoft. It'd be nuts.
They'd probably sell Far Cry NFTs based on the game board version.
Words could not be described cannot make that any worse. I mean, unless they decided to, I mean, what if they sold Far Cry 4 NFTs? Then what would you do, Alpaca?
I swear to fucking God, I would just die. I don't know. But imagine a fucking NFT of a 3D model of, like, Pagan Min or Sabal or AJ or somebody. That would just, or an NFT of one of the Tarun Matara sort of like the goddess paintings in the game. That would just be, like, fucking terrible.
Right.
I would make a scream worse than that.
Good job, baby.
I would boycott Ubisoft more than I already have, and not even buy the next, like, Ubisoft game.
Wow. The emotional attachment to Far Cry 4.
Or Far Cry.
the emotional attachment for Far Cry 4 for Alpaca is so strong that if anything deteriorates his value, he would just halt the company, in which he could buy the rights for the entire franchise.
I wouldn't. I'd probably pull a Disney, except I'd actually treat the franchise with the respect it deserves.
Right.
I'd buy the rights and then retcon everything to the point where it actually makes sense.
Of course. But honestly, I mean, I'm kind of thankful in some ways that EA did not sell to, NBC Universal or Disney or Apple, because who knows what in the world those companies could get away with.
If EA was stuck with Apple and made it exclusive to iOS or Mac devices, I wouldn't complain because I wouldn't have a way to, run into EA games anymore. That'd be fine by me.
Hey, I mean, that'll just only bolster app. What could potentially happen though with that is the fact that they could use EA as a way to make it like a first party studio. And then actually Apple make a console.
The Apple Mac console.
The Apple Pippin 2.
Oh my god, I fucking forgot about the Pippin. Holy shit.
I mean, do you remember the one time when Square Enix and EA were actually the same company? There was a time that actually happened.
You remember the time that Nintendo and Sony were the same company and wanted to make their own console together?
Well, they did it. Well, Sony and Nintendo weren't technically part of the same company. They just had an agreement that Sony would make a sound trip for the SNES. So all the sound trips, every SNES were Sony sound trips. But however, they were making. Okay, well. However, the two of them were in talks about a CD add-on. The CD add-on would make it so that during the making of the CD add-on, Nintendo saw the agreement and realized, wait, Sony's gonna make all the money from the CD games, so Nintendo would not have any cut in the CD games, which prompted Nintendo to partner with Philips, and we all know what sort of games came out of that.
Gee, it sure is boring around here.
Yeah.
If only I had enough rubies to buy some bombs, rope, lamp oil. You got it. Sorry.
Yes, the CDI games. That's what we're talking about. And after that would eventually lead to Sony taking the work they've done for the CD add-on and turning that into its own console. Hence the PlayStation.
Oh.
So if you partially ever wondered why the PlayStation controller has almost similar buttons to a Super Nintendo controller, but at the same time trying to look like it also wanted to be as different as possible, that's your reason.
I see. Sure is boring around here. Sorry.
I mean, hey, we could also talk about too in this acquisition segment how Take-Two had fully acquired Zynga, and they're now part of the same company, which means that Take-Two owns Farmville.
Oh,
congratulations, Take-Two! You now own Farmville.
That's.
So you can see in this article here that Take-Two, the publisher behind Grand Theft Auto, XCOM, NBA 2K, has officially acquired mobile juggernaut Zynga. And according to PC Gamer, the proposals were approved a previous Thursday from the time of the article, and this cost to Take-Two $12.7 billion. And obviously, Zynga is home for Farmville, CSR Racing 2, And this is what CEO Strauss Zelnick had to say about the deal. We are thrilled to complete our combination with Zynga, which is a pivotal step to increase exponentially our net bookings from mobile, the fastest growing segment in interactive entertainment, while also providing us with substantial cost synergies and revenue opportunities. As we bring together our exceptional talent, exciting pipelines of games, and industry-leading technologies and capabilities, we believe that we could take our portfolio to another level of creativity, innovation, and quality. Zynga CEO Frank Gibu responded in kind. We're excited for Zynga's next generation mobile platform, free to play expertise, diverse offering of games, an incredible team to join the Take-Two family. We're eager to continue building an unparalleled portfolio of games that will reach broader markets and lead to continued growth for this next chapter of Zynga's history. I am sure, Zynga, because I'm sure you'd want to build a 4K Farmville that'd be available on Xbox Series X, PS5, and PC. And overcook the Switch, maybe.
I am terrified to imagine that. Fucking 4K farming on Farmville. Use your Facebook coins, or I don't know, whatever they're called, meta coins or Zynga coins. I don't know.
Hey, maybe Take-Two can leverage. Maybe Take-Two can make their own version of Quartz and use that for these games.
Yeah. And then, farm Bitcoin instead of, actual vegetables and stuff. That'd be wonderful.
Right. But I'm also sure that, we've heard rumors for a bit, at least from what I've been able to gather, that, Take-Two may want to work on a mobile Midnight Club. So now we have the studio that would make CSR Racing potentially work on Midnight Club. That could make sense.
One thing that's a bit startling, though, is that this is the second biggest deal in games history, and yet I don't really know what Zynga is really known for, except for Farmville.
Well, the crazy thing about this, too, the fact that the biggest acquisition in gaming is like almost seven times bigger.
Oh.
Actually, in that case, 12, 24, 13, 26, 39, 52, 65. About 6 times bigger. Think about that.
All right, then. That's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just like, that's still a lot of money, though.
It is a lot of money. And Take-Two now owning Zynga, who knows what could happen? Like, what if after this, say another conservative president that is more, capitalistic, is not wanting to crack down on these acquisitions, is more laissez-faire, and they're like, okay, Take-Two, if this mobile thing you have going makes you a crap ton of money, what if they're the ones that want to buy up EA? And then we live in a world where Battlefield and Grand Theft Auto are part of the same company. Now, granted, this is a very out of the way, unrealistic prediction that could happen, because EA is, I believe, is a bigger company to Take-Two. But still.
At that point, I think we would have I don't know. I think we would have a big problem because Take-Two is pretty greedy. So is EA, and I'm just imagining, I'm just imagining Battlefield, or You know how big of a flop 2042 was, and you know how Red Dead Online is going through like hell trying to actually provide any good, meaningful content, and GTA Online is the cash cow.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it really is a scary time to live in. It really is. Just to think. I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of these acquisitions are kind of scary to think about, like how big some of these can be. Let alone the fact. I mean, granted, we only care about the Microsoft Activision one because we just want to get Bobby Kotick out of there. Any way to get that man out of there? I mean, we just want him out of that company.
Oh yes.
But I mean, Microsoft also needed some first-party studios. So, after Bethesda, I mean,
Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, Call of Duty is still going to be available on multiple platforms if the acquisition goes through. So it's still going to be available on PlayStation. After the acquisition still completes. But still, we just want Bobby Kotick out of there. And hopefully these companies can, make games that aren't just being part of a Call of Duty mill.
Yeah, and hopefully make games that are meaningful, not just, like you said, the Call of Duty mill, but also like something that holds weight, something that isn't just literally made to be manufactured. Almost they feel manufactured. They don't feel like they have any heart to them. And also overworking the developers.
Yeah, I mean,
I swear they're trying to make Treyarch look bad. Sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, for example, because of this righteous opinion, I have these God rays around me. The rays of God Howard.
It was God Howard.
I'm gonna try to move it a little bit away from the light. A little bit better. But whatever.
I remember at one point, it started raining so fucking heavily, and then all of a sudden it just immediately stopped, and then it started pouring in with the sunshine. It was like, oh. I think one of my family members was like, what the fuck? Like, it was so stupidly intense. Like, they were like, what the fuck? It was just raining.
All right. Oh man, all the crazy things that happen sometimes. It's nuts. I mean, here at GAHCast, we have the weirdest hiccups that happen, from audio issues to sun rays wanting to shine upon my existence. To alpacas that want to marry
to
Vocaloids.
The rise and fall of Slender Man.
Yep.
You fucker. To the ACs, the ACs that go off like this AC in the background. Holy crap. Hey, we're back. We're going back to our roots on Skype. Hey. No, not really. Fuck that.
Yeah, we both
literally.
Yeah, we've both been enjoying using Discord for this exact purpose.
Without a doubt.
But now we get to move on to some EA news. I know.
I thought we were done with EA.
Now there's more EA stuff.
Oh, okay.
I mean, we just talked about EA.
Actually, this is good.
Yeah. So we got one pretty cool announcement and the other one that's leading to some speculation on the next game of a certain franchise. The first of which is we're going to talk about John Madden returning to the cover of Madden 23. And you could see right from the All Madden edition, like how they decked it out with like him just running out of the page, saying, "Thanks, coach." Like they really tried to make this like an homage to John Madden himself.
Certainly. And this is a younger photo of him, right?
Yeah.
I like it. Looks fine.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good tribute for a cover.
Mm-hmm.
So, as we can see here from this press release that was released on June 1st, it was Madden Day, a special day that commemorates the very first launch of Madden football on June 1st, 1988. And then, as you can see here, they made it so that Electronic Arts is celebrating in many ways with a new cover, an update on the $5 million John Madden legacy commit to education, and with the dedication of a renovated field, all in Coach Madden's honor. So you can see here, they have very different covers. I mean, you can scroll down here. They have different covers depending on what edition you're going for. Like you can see through the different pages here. There's like 3 different covers you get to go with. Obviously, Madden 23, it's a more older. It shows him older, but then once you get down to like the first page, it gets to a young.
Oh yeah, I like it.
And like each one obviously pays tribute, which is good. So that's nice. Also, there's a celebrating coach in game. This is including things such as, with Madden, gives some history and everything. And also, the unforgettable voice of Coach Madden returns during the game in remastered audio clips that call back to his legendary days as a broadcaster. So I guess when you play the game, you're actually going to be hearing his voice throughout the game. So that'll be
good.
Yeah. And also, too, they're going to be doing this commitment to education thing where Electronic Arts will commit $2.5 million of the John Madden legacy commitment to education to support programming over the next 5 years for the following 4 nonprofit organizations focused on science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And these include College Track, Mission Bit, Street Code Academy, and Girls Who Code. And they said that the remaining $2.5 million of the John Madden legacy commitment to education will go toward the creation of a EA Madden scholarship in partnership with the UNCF, which will support students at 12 historically black colleges and universities to graduate college prepare for the next step of their career. So pretty much half of it's going towards STEM, organizations, and the other half is going towards supporting black colleges and universities across the country. So this is a pretty good way of doing. I would say it's a really cool way of seeing this, of using this commitment.
Oh yes, certainly. I like the fact that as a tribute to the Madden name, they are, committing support to, for, like you said, STEM and colleges, and universities. I think that's it's a good outlook. I just would hope that, with this, that it I do like that they are, giving $2.5 million. However, I sometimes I wonder when it comes to this stuff, is it out of are they using John Madden, for publicity, or is it is it an actual heartfelt tribute? Sometimes it's hard to tell when it comes to a faceless entity like EA and stuff.
Right. In this sort of situation, either way, this is still a good deed regardless. Even the amount is small, a good chunk of money to help with everybody is still always a good thing to see. And it's always good to acknowledge the good deeds of any of these companies, be it, if it's a publicity stunt or if it's genuine heart.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's
Well, for me, more so, you know, being for genuinely, you know.
right. Also, too, they mentioned how the EA Tiburon studio in Orlando, the flagship studio of Madden NFL, recently unveiled a permanent commemorative mural in Coach honors created by local Orlando artist Andrew Spear at the new studio in downtown Orlando's Creative Village. So you can see they renovated their entire field. So I guess it's like one of EA's major sports studios, and there's going to be a permanent Madden football field right there. Which that's pretty cool. But yeah, I think that's pretty cool. We'll come back to this shortly because now we can talk about the next entry in the Dragon Age series, which got named, and it's known as Dragon Age Dreadwolf. And the reason they're going with this is because it's more so related with the antagonist of the game. They say he could be an ancient god, or a betrayer of his people, or a savior who now seeks to rescue them at a cost of the world. And that his motives are inscrutable and his methods sometimes questionable, earning a reputation as something of a trickster deity, a player of dark and dangerous games. Which I think is a pretty cool title. I just want to see what the gameplay of this game is going to be like and how cool it is. Like, I still have to beat Dragon Age 3, though. Maybe at some point I'll have to go back and go through all the Dragon Age games. That'd be a fun one.
Unfortunately, I'm not too versed in the Dragon Age series, but I mean, I can only hope that it's, you know, good for the consumer type game, I guess.
Yeah, it typically is, I would say. But yeah, I mean, overall, the EA news is especially good. I mean, especially if we go back to the John Madden stuff. I mean, that was really good news.
Certainly.
And
I'd hope it's fun and worth experiencing. That's pretty much all I have.
Of course. I mean, once again, we just have to say to those, you know, close to John Madden, I mean, I hope you are all go through the loss okay, and I hope this, whatever EA is doing, is as good of a memoriam, I guess that's the right word, as possible for him. I think this is a really good, but
I guess I can only send positivity towards you know, the future Maddens in the family. I hope that they grow to be just
right.
You know.
Mm-hmm. Also, too, we have to talk about some key news regarding Xbox and streaming. As we got a couple things here, such as how Microsoft is actually continue to iterate on an Xbox cloud streaming device codenamed Keystone. And what this device is supposed to be is like a little streaming puck sort of thing that you would just plug into your TV and you can just stream whatever games are on Game Pass Ultimate to your TV.
Okay.
And as the article mentioned, there's been rumors about this device that's been going around for several years, actually. And it's supposed to be, like I said, a more affordable dongle, so that's similar to like Chromecast and what Google did with Google Stadia and the Google Chromecast, and how you would use this controller. Yes, this is my Google Stadia controller. Actually, I own this. And you would hook it up to a Chromecast Ultra, and then you just stream your games that way. And apparently, according to Winter Central, they confirmed that the device is indeed true. This was going to be a thing that, what was going to happen. However, Microsoft is trying to take some time to explore additional iteration of the product before bringing it to market. And in a statement provided to Windows Central, a Microsoft spokesperson described its commitment to lowering boundaries to Xbox content via a low-cost hardware, while acknowledging that the existing version of Keystone needs a little more time to bake before going live. Our vision of Xbox Cloud gaming is unwavering. Our goal is to enable people to play the game they want, on the devices they want, anywhere they want. And as announced last year, we've been working on a game streaming device codenamed Keystone that can be connected to any TV or monitor without the need of a console. As part of any technical journey, we are constantly evaluating our efforts, reviewing our learnings, ensuring we are bringing value to our consumers. We have made the decision to pivot away from the current iteration of the Keystone device. We will take our learnings and refocus our efforts on a new approach that allows us to deliver Xbox Cloud gaming to more players around the world in the future. And that what they understood, Keystone has been developed for a couple of years, with Microsoft continuing to finalize the product's feature set. To speculate, Keystone could eventually run some sort of slimmed down Windows or Xbox OS, given that Keystone originally appeared in the OS list alongside the different Xbox platforms like Era and Game OS. And yeah, so essentially what it's saying is that this could potentially be more advanced than just a streaming product. Like, what if it had like a specialized version of Windows that could run, you know, lower end games or apps?
That would be an interesting. I mean, that would be an interesting little, you know, experience. I mean, imagine being able to like have it be like you know, like have it be a Steam Deck that's just a tad bit more locked down, but not locked down enough. Like, you know, it's locked to, you know, that specific, you know, Windows, Xbox sort of thing. But I guess kind of like be like a, you know, a stream stick, like almost like an all-in-one sort of. It's a stream stick for gaming, and, you know, it could also run maybe Prime, Netflix, something like that, Hulu.
So you think something that's more close to a Roku stick? Because Roku actually does something similar to that. They have like a low-end stick that you just plug in and has all the data it needs to run apps natively.
Yeah, but also more gaming focused in a sense. So it can also
run Discord,
stream games through. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they allowed, you know, if Discord made something for like that. That would be actually kind of funny.
All right. It wouldn't run. Let's see. If you want to make it, you know, gamer focused, not only would you have this Xbox streaming app, but you also need to have Grubhub, DoorDash, so people could just the people who, you know, drink Mountain Dew could just order food right on the stick. And then it also needs to have like Instacart, so they can just ship Mountain Dew directly to you. Like, oh, if you have the streaming stick, you can get free Mountain Dew and Doritos.
You're a terrible person. It's so freaking stupid.
Just offer like, yeah, here's like a reduced discounted Doritos and Mountain Dew on like Grubhub or Instacart or whatever. Go nuts. And then you just get people just ordering Taco Bell from the stick. The legit MLG 420 game.
That's... Ooh, okay. Well, I mean, you know what? It just works. So, yeah, let's let it be.
I mean, Todd Howard technically is a Microsoft employee. So that
yes,
joke actually
technically it just works. Yes.
Technically. Technically, I used to be a part of the chess club. Hello.
I mean, still, besides that, you could have, I don't know, you could put Crunchyroll on there and stream anime on this thing. What else? There's a lot of good stuff you could put on there for the typical gamer.
You could have it come preloaded with music streaming, Spotify.
Of course, that's a given. That has to be a given. That'd be that's perfect. You need to have Spotify, you got Crunchyroll, you got,
And it comes with a 30-day trial of Minecraft Bedrock Edition.
Bedrock doesn't actually. The thing is Bedrock. You'd have Game Pass Ultimate for that. Because Game Pass could actually has Minecraft built into it.
Okay, so what I said, but instead of just Minecraft, it's Game Pass.
Exactly. That would make sense. You have Game Pass Ultimate, you get all the games. Think about this way too. This would be even better if Microsoft if the Activision deal closes, then they could put Call of Duty on this thing.
Oh yes, that'd be. Then again, streaming multiplayer games, I know a lot of people don't really like doing that, but
right, or
that would be nice to see.
Yeah, or at least make it so the campaign is streamable. Mm-hmm. At least if you can at least make the campaign streamable, that would make sense, and then leave the multiplayer for just download only. I think that's what Halo Infinite actually does.
Yeah, certainly.
So you could do.
That's what you should do all the time.
Mm-hmm. Then again, buy this box, you have a way to stream Skyrim.
Buy this box, you have a way to stream Doki Doki Literature Club Plus.
If that got on a Game Pass, that'd be amazing, but no, I don't think it actually will. As much as I'd like
that would be fucking evil.
Well, the thing is, what we would have to do is that, we would have to give to someone that we know with Game Pass. Then that would be the case, but unfortunately, no. So,
yeah.
Also, too, we also got confirmation from Xbox that they are going to bring the Xbox app to Samsung 2022 smart TVs. They're going to expand cloud gaming to more countries. They're going to bring new game experience to Microsoft Edge and Windows 11, roll out updates for Xbox Game Pass members, and they're going to also introduce more options to express yourself at the Xbox Design Lab. That's like their custom controller website you could go to, and you could design your own Xbox controllers. And then Microsoft makes it for you, and they deliver it to your house.
Yeah.
So yes, you too, FluufAlpaca, can make a blue and white controller. Put down Hatsune Miku X FluufAlpaca, and then they'll send it to you over your door.
They better include a mail-in rebate.
Or that you could just make yourself like a purple-ish controller and put FluufAlpaca on it, and then just make a button set or something.
One eye be one of the analog sticks, and the other eye is the other analog stick, and then the D-pad is like a nose or something. I don't know.
But anyways, yeah, so pretty much what you'll be able to do is that they're going to, so if we're just focused on this thing here, you can pretty much just play the entire Game Pass library on Samsung smart TVs, which is actually a pretty interesting idea. It's like, to take your simple Xbox controller, sync the Xbox controller to the Samsung TV. Nope, you can just play Game Pass games.
Mm-hmm.
You could play Fallout 4 on your TV.
Yeah.
Alpaca would be very happy.
No.
Also, they're going to open up Xbox Game Pass to more to Argentina and New Zealand, so that's cool to see. Also, they're going to bring new game experience to Microsoft Edge and Windows 11. This includes optimization for Windows games that are currently being tested in the Windows Insider program. These are designed to significantly improve latency and unlock exciting game features, including auto HDR and variable refresh rate, and a new HDR calibration app that will enable players to improve color accuracy and consistency with their HDR displays. A Game Pass widget that will allow players to browse, discover games from Game Pass, and jump back to their game titles. And then they're going to improve the controller bar features. Controller bar, so they're going to feature a list of most recent games, shortcut to popular launchers, including Xbox app. So I guess this will allow you to, like, if you're on PC at least, you can have like a shortcut to Steam on the game launcher.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go.
Well, that sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Have a little shortcut and all that. It's nice.
Yeah. They're also doing some improvements to Edge, including a new personalized gaming homepage featuring news, gaming guides, live streams, game highlights, tournaments, upcoming weekly newly released games in the Xbox Cloud gaming library. So, I guess they're going to integrate, Xbox Cloud gaming more into Edge, so that's pretty cool. I mean, if they can make that default, if you made it a default homepage of a typical homepage for someone like you who might be more interested in gaming news rather than every other news out there, that might be a good substitute. Also, you're going to get built-in clarity boost to make gameplay from the cloud look sharper and cleaner, so that's always cool. Also, there's the new game menu in Microsoft Edge offers easy access to free popular games like Solitaire, Atari Asteroids, Jewel, and Microsoft Edge's exclusive surf game. And there's also going to be efficiency mode to help improve game performance on Windows 10 and 11 to keep them running fast and smooth by automatically reducing browser resource using when a PC game is launched. That's also pretty cool.
Definitely.
Yeah, just overall, just other exciting things. Different camos and stuff, and yeah. And look at that. Yes, Alpaca. Soon you can make your Hatsune Miku X FluufAlpaca controller. I'm sure you're going to be very, very happy.
No. Ah, fuck, it stuck to me again. Help.
FluufAlpaca and his bread.
Shut up.
Seeds. Right.
Silence, I kill you.
Nice Ahmed reference.
No. No, you. Anyways.
Yeah, so we're about to move on to our next topic for the day. And this one is part of the series. This is part of our never-ending Activision Blizzard segment that I try to keep going as quickly as possible because, well, obvious reasons.
Yeah, I'll just stay on the back burner for this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Again, Alpaca has quick thoughts. I will try to go through this as fast as possible so we can get on to the more exciting stuff immediately afterwards, such as Call of Duty news and Diablo Immortal news. We all know how much FluufAlpaca loves Diablo Immortal, right?
Do you guys not have phones?
Right. Okay, let's get going here. So, in our never-ending series of Activision Blizzard news, we also, the first of the articles that Activision Blizzard may have illegally threatened union organizers. And this comes to us from Polygon, first the article. And they mentioned how hours before Raven Software's landmark union vote, the National Labor Relations Board announced that it found merit to allegation that Activision was allegedly threatened employees for discussing working conditions, wages, and ongoing investigations under the guise of an overly bored social media policy, according to a statement sent by the LRP to Polygon. What happens next could include a formal ruling over whether or not Activision Blizzard broke established United States labor law in reference to a different group of workers than the Raven Software QA workers who voted yes on forming a union at publisher Activision Blizzard. Original charter was filed on November 2021 by Communication Worker America. Allegations include surveillance, interrogation, retaliation, and threats. NRB Los Angeles' regional office will now look to settle the case. If an agreement is reached, the NRB will file an official complaint. And they mentioned how National Labor Relations Act protects workers' rights to organize. Employers can't respond to union organizing drive by threatening, interrogating, or spying on pro-union employees, or by promising benefits if they forget about the union. So that's the first of these articles. The second of which is the fact that former Activision employee appeals Activision Blizzard EEOC settlement. This comes to us from Seed Communication Workers of America, and they mentioned how former Activision employee Jessica Gonzalez is appealing the $18 million sexual harassment and discrimination settlement between the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and Activision Blizzard. Gonzalez filed an appeal on the grounds of workers potentially losing their rights under state law and the court's decision to ignore objections made by impacted employees. Under the current EEOC settlement, workers who apply to be claimants would be barred from suing Activision Blizzard for future settlements, essentially protecting the company from any legal accountability. The court allowed Activision and the EEOC to keep the affected workers and others who had an interest in holding the company accountable out of the process. Eligible employees should not have to give up their right to pursue other legal remedies if they accept the settlement. So pretty much the summary of this is that, hey, if you take the settlement, you cannot sue Activision Blizzard. I know, it's pretty atrocious to myself, from what I can tell.
That's a wonderful loophole. Just, if you accept this, you can't touch us.
Yep.
So, it's like, do you go through the effort of, possibly failing, when it comes to a lawsuit like that, possibly not going through? Or do you risk that, or do you just take the money, I guess?
Yeah, exactly.
Wonderful.
Also, too, Activision Blizzard employees form a committee to fight workplace discrimination. This article comes from Engadget, where they mention how current and former Activision Blizzard employees have formed a committee aimed at protecting workers from discriminatory practices at the studio, outlining a list of demands from CEO Bobby Kotick, newly appointed Diversity Officer Kristen Hines, and Chief Human Resources Officer Julie Hodges. And as pointed out by the Washington Post, the group demands include ending mandatory arbitration and discrimination cases, improving on-site lactation rooms, protecting workers from retaliation, increasing support for trans employees, instituting independent investigations in cases of discrimination, including sexual harassment. This group, called the Worker Committee Against Sex and Gender Discrimination, submitted their demands to the studio's leadership team today. And yeah, I mean, that's also kind of fucked up too. And as seen in the article, the committee specifically demands private lactation rooms and appropriate storage spaces for breast milk and pumping equipment. Breastfeeding workers at Activision Blizzard documented their issues with the studio's lactation room, describing them as filthy, uncomfortable, poor, and secured. Employees said fridges for breast milk were also used to store beer that people pumping often had to sit out on the floor, and that breast milk was sometimes stolen. And that also, in regard to Android, group demands the creation of a trans network similar to the in-house women's resource network, and for software tools to be wiped of employees' dead names. Also, this brought to a formal call for change. Activision Blizzard spokesperson provided a gadget for the small statement. We appreciate these employees want to join with us to further build a better Activision Blizzard and to continue the progress we have already made. We have, for example, already upgraded our lactation facilities, waived arbitration, hired new DEI and EEO leaders, and collaborated with employees to make our policies and processes more trans inclusive, just to name a few of the issues the letter raises. We thank these employees and will continue to work with all of our employees on our journey to be a better company. And they mentioned how they've already made some of these changes. Policies and waived mandatory arbitration of individual sexual harassment and discrimination claims. Company intends to extend this policy to class action regarding sexual harassment in order to comply with a U.S. law enacted in early March 2022 banning these types of arbitration agreements. And you can see what would be a tweet for code CWA that say that the workers' demand include end of all mandatory arbitration, independent investigations for all claims of discrimination, including sexual harassment, lactation protections, trans protections, protection from retaliation, and more. Obviously, this is still, pretty crazy to think about that. We have these lactation rooms that are not being properly utilized for their intended purpose. But then we also have something regarding Phil Spencer. Mr. Phil Spencer, he's truly a legendary man. He now looks over another myth and legend, Todd Howard. But anyways, Xbox boss says he will recognize Raven Software Union after acquisition closes. This article mentions from Kotaku how in today's internal all-hands meeting with Xbox Game Studios employees, head of Xbox Phil Spencer said that he would recognize Raven Software's union. This came after the QA testers at Raven voted for him the first labor union at a major studio. During a previous all-hands meeting a year and a half ago, Spencer said that he didn't have much experience with unions, and today, all hands, Spencer addressed that previous statement. Linda, Norman, and I have been spending a lot of time educating myself on unions. Said, we absolutely support employees' right to organize and form unions. And once the deal closes, we would absolutely support an employee organization that's in place. We think that it is a right of employees and something we can be a part of a relationship between a company and people who work at the company. And yeah, I think this is a good thing to see that Phil Spencer is pro-union in this case.
Yeah, certainly.
Also, too, we have the fact that some Activision Blizzard shareholders urged not to re-elect board members following, how passive they've been. This comes to us from Eurogamer, who mentions how SOC Investment Group has written an open letter to Activision Blizzard shareholders urging voters not to re-elect 6 board members, including who's probably one of our least favorite people in the entire show, Bobby Kotick. As spotlighted by GI Biz, the letter comes ahead of Activision Blizzard's annual meeting on 21st of June, and campaigned to remove Bobby Kotick, Brian Kelly, Robert Morgado, Robert Corsi, Barry Mayer, and Peter Nolan from their positions. The letter states that each of the directors failed either to recognize that Activision Blizzard for years maintained unsafe workplaces exhibiting frequent and repeat sexual harassment, sexual assault, and gender discrimination, or to appropriately address the company's frat house culture once it was publicly revealed by the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing in its pending lawsuit, which was filed in July 2021. And the article continues on with saying, While shareholders await the assessment of the merger with Microsoft by antitrust regulators, it is incumbent upon them to hold these current directors accountable for their multiple failures to act and the resulting reputational harm and declining share price. The SOC Investment Group works with pension funds sponsored by unions affiliated with the Strategic Organizing Center, a coalition of 4 unions representing more than 4 million members to enhance long-term shareholder value through active ownership. It purports to have over $250 billion in assets under management and are substantial Activision shareholders. After July 2021, Activision Blizzard shareholders looked to the board of directors to take ownership of the situation at the company, demonstrate a command of the facts and a determination to improve, evaluate how the board has allowed working conditions at the company deteriorate so thoroughly, and establish a process to ensure that in the future the board has the information needed to recognize and properly address workplace harassment, predation, and discrimination. Instead, for many months, shareholders were met with silence. It was not until mid-November 2021 that any statement from the board was made available, and this statement was at best superficial. Failed to clarify open issues such as when, prior to July 20, the board became aware of the issues at the company and introduced a new board committee focused on workplace culture that has yet to take any public visible actions. This degree of passivity would be disappointing for any board of directors, but given the gravity of the situation at Activision, it has been inexcusable. Personally, I agree with this organization as a whole. Also, too, again, just a reminder that claims process begins an $18 million Activision Blizzard harassment settlement. And let's get down here. So the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission has begun accepting the claim-related Activision Blizzard $18 million settlement with the agency. Starting the day of that article written, current and former U.S. employees of the publisher who believe they experienced sexual harassment or gender discrimination working at its offices from September 1st, 2016 to March 29th, 2022 can file for an award. Those who decide to take part in the claims process can also make specific non-monetary requests of Activision Blizzard and EEOC. And yeah, and obviously, as I mentioned, the fact that claimants won't be able to take part in future litigation against Activision Blizzard, including the ongoing loss of California's Fair Employment Agency, may also make some workers reluctant to file. And finally, the last thing we'll talk about in this Activision Blizzard segment, because we have, obviously, keep this as quick as possible. Activision faces unfair labor practice complaint over staff unionization efforts. This comes to us again from America saying that the Communication Network of America has filed an unfair labor practice complaint against Activision Blizzard, company of retaliating against worker over unionization efforts. It's complaint filed with the National Labor Relations Board. The CMA accused the company of violating federal law by terminating those QA workers. Good multiplayer Activision New York Studio by disbanding the QA team, embedding the testers in other departments just mere days after the requested union recognition. And yeah, it's just more of this. Game Workers Alliance and CWA organizing committee members Aaron Hall, Laudabelle Malone, and Marie Carroll said the reorganization and withholding of pay raises and other benefits and the company's failure to rehire laid off QA testers were clearly attempted by Activision to intimidate us, interfere with our union election in violation of the National Labor Relations Act. Also, an Activision spokesperson disputed the allegation statement sent to Blizzard. We respect and believe in the right of all employees to decide whether or not to support or vote for a union, and retaliation of any kind not tolerated. But yeah, clearly, once again, it's the continuing turmoil going in Activision Blizzard right now. A lot of crazy things still regarding this lawsuit, and mainly the fact that you can't, pursue further litigation if you accept the settlement. Ouch.
I don't know.
I hear you. It's like, what in the world do we even say at this point?
I the only thing I can really is just that that's what money can do, I guess.
Certainly.
Grass is green.
Grass is green. FluufAlpaca has proposed to a Hatsune Miku. What else is new? Okay, maybe it wasn't the best time to make a joke, but still. Yeah, it's just the situation only gets quite a bit crazy as time goes on. Like you see this, and all it makes us do is, again, we feel bad for all those affected by this ongoing story, and we can only keep saying, "Fuck Bobby Kotick." All right, and while everything with the Activision Blizzard situation, really sucks. I mean, we have to talk about some of the other. We can actually get some of the more entertaining stuff, like the games. I know Alpaca likes games.
Yeah, I've been mostly silent, honestly, because it's like I don't really have much to say about Activision Blizzard when it comes to their stuff, I guess.
Exactly.
I only remain silent because it's like grass is green, like I said.
So with that, yeah, right. With that being said, I think we can get to the first game thing that we're going to talk about, and that is with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Because back in May 24th, we actually got a release date, October 28th.
Woo!
Exactly.
Hopefully they have proper dog models this time. No.
Hopefully, A, for those who are concerned about anti-cheat, that gets fixed, and B, for Call of Duty players can at least enjoy the game more than Vanguard.
Yeah, COD Vanguard, I don't know how to put it. This new season that's coming up, I haven't played, of course, but this new season that's coming up seems like a drought, and it just seems like, honestly, it feels like they're not putting enough effort into Vanguard because they know that it's been a flop. So,
of course. I mean, I know someone is more wet than this game, so we'll go away from that for the time being. And then
what?
Also, too, we have to talk about this Call of Duty blog, and they mentioned like throughout the history of the Call of Duty series and how like Infinity War was always a pioneer for this sort of the series. But during this article, this blog post here, it was confirmed that there would be gameplay on June 8th. Now, that was also the same week that, some showcase happened, which included the Summer Game Fest showcase. So there's a good amount of gameplay between the Summer Game Fest showcase and then whatever this gameplay trailer here provided. So that's always good to see.
What are you talking about, wet? I'm so terribly confused.
Something that would get demonetized.
This?
No.
Did this get us demonetized?
No, not that demonetized.
Oh, okay.
Something that has a synonym, something that also means a cat, but is reality something that is related with.
Oh, all right.
And it relates.
Yeah, I get it now. I just don't know how that connected, but okay.
Well, because he said that Vanguard was dry, so it was wetter than.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, nothing makes you less enthusiastic and excited than getting stuck on a ledge on Numa Numa, whatever the fuck that map was called.
Mario, 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 Mario.
Anyways,
Sorry.
no, it's okay. Hey,
Yeah.
I just. Anyways,
Yeah. So also, we even got a hint from Steam of all places that this game would be coming to their platform. Well, then it turns out it is coming to the platform. And not only that, it's going to be $70.
Skyrim release, yes.
Boo, Activision Blizzard. Boo.
Yeah. So, it's gonna be returning to Steam, and it's gonna be $10 more. It's gonna cost the same as the deluxe edition of the previous cards.
And not
Actually, wait, no, I think they costed $100, but I'm thinking about like, gold editions. They're usually like an extra $10 for DLC.
right. Well, not only that, it's going to cost the same price as one of these.
Wonderful.
See that logo? That white banner?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's going to cost the same price as a PS5 game.
Unfortunately. So games aren't exclusive when it comes to inflation. They're not they're not a what is the word, excluded from being impacted by inflation. Now, I don't care who you blame for inflation. It sucks, and I hope it gets better, and I hope we don't go into a recession. But all I can say is, thankfully, gaming is a really inexpensive hobby. At the end of the day, it's the most inexpensive form of entertainment so far, because it is an interactive movie with fun game and a good graphic. And
Yeah.
I watched a video on somebody talking about this. They mentioned how it's actually less expensive than games before it, because of how inflation has become. Like, inflation has gone up really, really badly, and the fact that this game isn't $80 or $90 is a bit of a Hail Mary. So that's good, but still sucks that it's going up $10. So you're gonna have to pay an extra battle pass without the battle pass.
Of course. And also, too, here's a key thing, though. If you were to buy Call of Duty on consoles even, they're forcing dual entitlement. So in other words, if you just wanted to play this on like an Xbox One or a PS4, sucks for you, you're still buying it for $70.
Yeah, that's a good point. You are still getting the downgraded version. However, luckily, you'll be able to move on to it when you get the newer consoles. That's the only good thing out of it, so that I can see.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a very big devil's advocate, though, unfortunately.
Of course. But what may be more entertaining, though, is watching Warzone players farming King Kong's nuts for easy XP. Because Oh, I see FluufAlpaca's already going for them nuts too.
Sorry.
He's going for them nuts, and he's bringing his fiance with him too.
Fuck off.
So apparently, I discovered and banished to a not safe for work section on Reddit's Archon Warzone. It is possible to hop into a helicopter and attack the ape wonder of the world's upper thigh section. The video was removed, but you can apparently watch it in the link that was up there.
Why the fuck is it in the not safe for work section? What the fuck? Hold on a goddamn second. I'm watching this. You must be 18 plus to view this community. What? I should do. I mean, luckily I'm not the one recording, but I'm the one. I mean, luckily it says in the article, at least it's not anatomically correct. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna just hit the X and fuck that. Not literally.
It mentions while Kong's model in Warzone isn't anatomically correct, you're technically still attacking the King's crown jewels to effectively farm experience points. Other methods might be easier, but none are as hilarious, and I agree with the article. You'll also need some real skill in piloting a helicopter near Kong, and the idea of giving Kong a quick manscaping section for the summer season is too appealing. You can still fire away from the ground and earn XP the traditional way.
Brought to you by Manscaped 4.0, the lawn trimmer. No, I'm just kidding. We're not sponsored.
Right, of course. And I believe this event actually ran until May 25th, so I think the two of us actually missed out on this.
Oh, how unfortunate.
But all we could do is comment on it like almost a month later.
Yeah, and not kill our hard drives with 300 gigs of data.
Right. I mean, I am not doing that on my PlayStation 5. No.
No, fuck that.
I mean, do you realize how expensive those hard drives can get? Like, if you want a 4 terabyte NVMe drive that can fit into a PS5, that's almost $1,000 right there, which is twice the cost of the console.
Yeah, no, I know. I when I was, first building my computer, I was like, why the hell? So why is it more cost effective to buy the lower capacity drive? And I realized, yeah, maybe it's because they have to fit all the chips on there, but like buying a 2 terabyte drive, it's only worth paying the extra, $10-$30 just for that extra terabyte. When it comes to twice the amount of the 1 terabyte plus an extra bit. Mm-hmm. I don't know why the fuck they're so other than the fact, like I just said, they have to fit so much, so many chips. But if you go on PC Part Picker right now, the highest capacity drive is a Team Group QX, which is $3,299.99 for 15.3 terabytes. There's a Kingston KC3000, 4.96 terabytes, $1,003.84.
Wow,
that is insane. But yeah, no, you're like, seriously, it's. I mean, probably the most cost-effective one right now is the ADATA XPG SX 8100. That's a 4 terabyte for $400, but
right. But on the other side of the fence, we also have, now we have to deal with Call of Duty, but mobile Diablo, aka Diablo Immortal. The famous game where people have to ask their friends if they have phones.
Your right hand comes off? Sorry.
There's a game for that. It's called Eternites. Go play it. Just kidding.
Fuck you. Do you guys not have phones?
I've sent my right phone to dispose of you, Mr. Scott Kennedy.
Right. Anyways, yeah, so we have this article we're starting off here from Polygon. The title, it's an opinion piece, but it says Diablo Immortal proves Diablo was always meant for phones.
So do you not have a phone? No, I'm just kidding. Do you guys not have boners? Sorry. Sorry.
Now, this is an interesting way to start the article. We all remember the announcement of Diablo Immortal at BlizzCon in 2018. The screaming, the crying, the foaming at the mouth at the very idea the next installment of the hardcore RPG series would be a mobile game. That was how I felt when I heard the announcement. How dare Blizzard do this to a game series I remembered so fondly. I finally played Diablo Immortal and it's completely changed my mind. Diablo was meant to be a mobile game all along.
Your right nut comes off. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a little bit of gameplay on it, and it's basically simplified Diablo 3. Now it's on PC. You know, one thing that's funny is that guy, I think, like, we basically defeated him. Do you guys not have phones? No, but we use our phones for calling people and watching YouTube. We don't game on it. I won't disagree that mobile gaming is popular. I won't disagree about that. There's no shame in admitting that it's more popular than probably PC and console combined. Right. However, for people that are into games in a hardcore sense, the mobile games aren't ours. Yeah. You know?
The thing is, when I play mobile games, I intentionally pick the games that have, like, that aren't the typical free-to-play mantra, or, like, a game I can just pay, like, $5 for and get all the content for it.
Do you guys not have $139.99 for a loot box?
Seriously. But yeah, like, I find those games to be much more interesting. Like, some of the games I played on my computer for a while, like Age of Civilization 2 or Age of History 2 or World Box, those are games I prefer to play on my phone. They're still the full experiences, just on a small screen I can just take with me everywhere on that I go, and that's brilliant for that sort of thing. Or even Civilization 6 is on phones, and it's the full fat game. Minus the fact that it doesn't have the, the expansion pack that they had that's available on consoles. The little season passing they released, but besides that, I mean, it's still the full game. Those are the type of games I like to play on my phone. I mean, in fact, if I had to pick a mobile game by that philosophy, I'd probably pick Mario Run. But it literally follows that exact form. It's like, oh, you play the game? Oh, but if you want to complete the entire game, it's like $5. Yeah. Not many microtransactions, you're in.
Or just play Minecraft Pocket Edition. Which
nowadays, it's the Bedrock version. That's the complete full version that you could play anywhere you want on the go.
Mm-hmm. Even if you don't like Minecraft, you gotta say, hey, even though the mine coins are bullshit, I can ignore that and enjoy Minecraft.
Yeah, or Fortnite.
Fortnite, yes.
If you have Android and know how to sideload apps.
Yep.
But anyways, so if we scroll down through this, this article here, they mentioned like how there's mechanics such as like how with the looting system and that, you collect pieces of gear, and then there are certain items that can identify what these pieces of gear are. So think kind of like a Borderlands sort of sense.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing that makes it green, though, Oh, this is what I'm talking about right here. Look at this thing. Diablo 2 also introduced the mechanics that make the game addictive. For it to identify pieces of gear. You can see some information about this gear, but you won't know exactly how good it is until you reveal its stats with a special scroll sold in the game shop. These scrolls aren't expensive, they're not rare, and you have to spend money on them. At least in Diablo 2. So
Yeah. There's a difference, is that it's in-game currency.
exactly. So,
And you don't have to wait for it to be able to earn it. You could just earn it through playing the game, not waiting for a timer to run out, and then you get your daily grind, you get your daily allowance. Or however much it work. I'm thinking a lot of COD World War II, where there was like armory credits and you could get them every day and do little objectives, but at least that was,
right. So you can even see the article here. This is the same gimmick that the worst offenders of microtransaction-packed mobile games have deployed for decades now. You pick up an unidentified item, perhaps even a parcel of unidentified items, hidden in a mysterious treasure chest, let's say. I know where this is going, but you don't have the key to open it yet. When you do get that key and unlock the chest, a beautiful sound plays along with a special animation. Except then, the item inside the chest turns out to be useless for your character build. But with that, oh, it's another chest. What's inside this one? Maybe it'll be different this time. Do you need to spend a little bit of real money to find out? A few cents maybe? That isn't so bad, is it? Ladies and gentlemen, this reminds me of loot boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Loot boxes.
Unfortunately.
Yep. Loot boxes in Diablo Immortal, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. The cardinal sin of 2014 through whenever it got outlawed in Europe or whatever. Most of Europe, anyway.
Yep. But they even talk about their experience with Diablo Immortal, how they say it's like, you mentioned how it's actually fairly decent for Diablo game standards. Like you can just keep reading this and like you look at it like, and of course, all the familiar, relaxing, hopefully addictive mechanics that have been central to Diablo for years have now been successfully interwoven with microtransactions. The dream of the real money auction house has finally been realized.
That's a very sad way to put it. That's absolutely true. Luckily, as I said, it's been outlawed in several countries, and that's caused developers to move on to a different form, which is usually a battle pass, and you spend money to buy things in an in-game shop. Real money, I mean. Which, honestly, I kind of don't like either option. I'd pick loot boxes only because you get a chance, and like as long as you can earn them, you don't have to spend money to get them. But at the same time, it's like you get to buy it outright, but it's like you have to actually spend real money. You don't earn any in-game credits or something, so it's like, damn it, you're fucked either way.
Yeah, and even in this reader, like look at this paragraph here. You can play the whole game without spending a dime, of course, and the animations and sounds will still provide your brain's pleasure sensors with a very similar bevy of effects. The problem is that the result feels deeply embarrassing to this author. It's still Diablo, and yet now it's on my phone. It feels all the more like a slot machine. Or perhaps now that it's in this format, I see it for the slot machine that it already was. Diablo Immortal's microtransactions do not just feel predatory and manipulative. They feel like the final ingredient that allows an already addictive series to attain its true form. Ouch.
This isn't even my final form, said Diablo 3. Anyways, yeah.
Rubber duck, get your final form ready.
No, fuck you.
No, too bad I don't have supersonic.
Yeah.
I mean, I am staring at a certain duck I know you've been dying to see for all this time.
Nah. No.
Maybe I'll go get it. It's in a UFO ship right now. I'm getting it.
Maneki Musul. No. Fuck off. Go for Miku.
Oh, it's coming out of the UFO. Oh, coming out of the UFO.
Hatsune Miku.
It can't squeak, but it could come out of a box.
I'm not participating in that.
But also, max out a Diablo Immortal character could reportedly cost up to $110,000. And the game's highest tier currency appears to only be available via loot boxes.
Oh.
This is because in a video by Bellular News, its analysis suggests that the highest tier legendary gems, a premium currency in the game, which can be used to upgrade a character in the post-game, can't currently be earned by players who don't pay for them with real money. Thus, fully upgrading a post-game character would cost $110,000 worth of gems, the analysis claims. What makes this worse is that currently players can't purchase legendary gems outright. Again, they are dropped from legendary crests, which are the loot boxes. How delightful. Also, too, that apparently Diablo more players have begun reporting that instead of being rewarded with upgrade items with fishing quests, they're being presented with advertised for a bundle of upgrade items they can purchase. Well, that's freaking great.
This that I remember. I still remember Black Ops 3. I think it costed like somewhere in the millions to unlock all fucking classified guns. They were like guns that could only unlock through contracts or supply drops, and would cost in the like millions. It was stupid.
Right, I feel ya. And as explained in a Reddit thread, so the amount of money necessary to complete max out a character could be even more than previously estimated, as there's a whole level of upgrades that only unlocks once a player managed to get their 5-star gems to rank 10. Doing this is estimated to cost up to $40,000 in loot boxes. Once a player does this, they unlock resonating boards, which, while not yet achieved, were shown in preview images, which seem to imply that a player would have to repeat the process of upgrading their 5-star gems to rank 10 several times, adding further potential thousands of dollars should the user choose to spend. I think the Hatsune Miku rubber duck did a ollie. But anyways.
Okay then.
But because of these loot boxes and all the other crazy stuff, it won't launch in certain countries. And this includes the Netherlands and Belgium. And this is due to the current operating conditions in the countries. Tweakers also report that players in both areas were able to pre-register for Diablo Immortal ahead of its launch on mobile and PC, but the option was removed a few days after the game's launch date announcement back in April. And it says, and they also mentioned how another statement by an employee shared to the Diablo Immortal subreddit also stated that players in the two countries won't be able to download the game due to said restrictions. Loot boxes in the game are against the law in your country, so unless the gambling restrictions change, the game will not be released in Netherlands and Belgium. And the post went on to say, if you manage to run the game, I cannot guarantee that you will not be banned for it.
Oh. All right.
So,
Well,
so apparently, if you attempt to run the game, there is a chance you could get banned for it.
well,
I don't know
I
why.
see this.
Yeah, Zach, I don't know why you would. However, that could be a thing.
Well, I think it's because, I mean, I understand why there are some strange reasons to get banned. Like, I think you can get banned for, I don't know, for something as simple as, I mean, I don't know how to put it. You can get banned for anything. If you use a VPN, will connect into an online service. If you have something like Denuvo, like anti-cheat, and you have a VPN on, I think Denuvo will trigger and it will actually get you like banned from some game, for whatever game that has Denuvo. Like, I've heard of horror stories like that.
Jesus.
Literally trying to encrypt your connection is grounds for anti-cheat. Like, you remember the 12th gen Elder Lake? You know how they have performance and efficiency cores?
Yeah.
Those E cores triggered Denuvo because they were seen as a second CPU, and a bunch of other anti-cheats that had to update to understand. And they also didn't run on older games and games that weren't supported. So you had to find another way around, get a 12th gen that didn't have perform, but then didn't have efficiency cores, or just use an older platform. It was stupid. Like, they get triggered for any reason, I swear. Sometimes if you use a virtual machine, like if you're on Linux but you want to play a Windows only game, and you use like a virtual machine to run Windows, you can still get caught. It's stupid.
Of course. Well, speaking of Linux, one device that does run a virtual Linux is the Steam Deck.
Oh.
And we got a couple of news regarding that. The first of which is the fact that iFixit will sell nearly every part of the Steam Deck, including the entire motherboard.
Holy shit. Wait, so you're saying oh my god, this is like the Raspberry Pi except better. Oh my god.
And you said that you might even be able to upgrade the fan or the screen on the device.
That's fucking cool.
So they say the era to fixing your own gadgets has nearly arrived, and Valve's Steam Deck handheld gaming PC may be setting the best example yet. Not only does it offer a repair-friendly design, but it now looks like almost every part will be sold separately at iFixit. At the evening of this article written, the company prematurely revealed a huge collection of its promised repair parts at its website, and we're surprised to see everything down to the motherboard. The AMD Aerith chip at the heart of the Steam Deck will soon be available, admittedly for a pricey $350.
Holy shit. Yeah, the Steam Deck motherboard is $49.99.
So imagine what you could do with the Steam Deck motherboard. Like, what sort of crazy thing could you come up with that? Like, oh my god, the modding community for that will probably go nuts.
I'm gonna take a look at it. Okay, I see some pins and stuff. There's also daughter boards, which daughter boards are like, like a part of, like, they're like another part of a motherboard that's like, it's like an attachment basically.
Right. Oh, and take a look at this. In fact, iFix will even sell parts that might be considered upgrades for existing Steam Deck. If you decide you'd rather have the anti-glare screen that only come with the 512 gigabyte model, or the allegedly quieter Huaying fan, you'll be able to nab those for $95 and $25 respectively. You can pay $5 more for a fix kit that come with everything you need to do the repairs.
I was wondering why they separated the 512 from the 256 and the 664. I was wondering.
Yeah, because there's actually a different screen that it uses.
That's interesting.
And you can look down below, yeah, like here's all the parts that you can sell. Like you got AC adapters, deck screen adhesive, battery adhesive, daughter boards for, like I said, different for controllers, front plates, back plates, bumpers, speakers, D-pad, rubber membranes, button membranes, analog sticks.
All right.
And yeah, you can get like the screen, which that's kind of ridiculous in its own right. Yeah. So if you're an advanced user, like this is huge. Like you can even scroll down here. There's even frames. Like if you're feeling adventurous, you could almost build an entire Steam Deck. Just from all the parts they provide here. Now, I probably would recommend doing that, but a possibility could be there.
Yeah. That's nice. To be honest, like from when the older models were seen as like an explosive like shrapnel grenade to to this being like a modifiable system that's completely, like almost completely interchangeable. I love that. I love the idea of non-proprietary stuff, even though this is all proprietary to the Steam Deck. I love non-proprietary stuff. I love backwards compatibility. I love everything about it. So you think would this something like this, a system like this where you can replace all the parts like this, make you be more enticed to try and get one of these things? Yeah, just for the fact that it's pretty much just like a PC on the go, if you know how to, like, in a sense, jailbreak it, I guess, or something like that. Because like I don't know, I love the idea of being able to just have it exist, and if I'm out and about but I want to play a video game, or if I'm on a car ride where it's boring and I'm just looking out the window, it's like I used to have a 3DS or a DS or a DSi, or like even one of the Game Boy Advances. I just pop in a game, and I could have a 3DS and play a DS game. I could have the original thick DS and just run a Game Boy game, Game Boy Advance. I mean, if I have Game Boy Advance, I could pop in, Pokemon Yellow or something. I used to love that, and in this case, it's more about the modability of the overall system, but it's a portable PC on the go. Happy to have it, just like a Switch, except it's more open source in a sense, so more open-ended.
Well, definitely a little bulky, but hey, at least you'll have another option to pick if you want to see Hatsune Miku on the go.
Fuck you.
And then we also have another update for the Steam Deck. This is regarding the dock accessory that was supposed to go with it.
Hey?
So, well, not go with it, but you know what I mean? Something that you could at least buy.
Uh-huh. There's a dock for it?
So, like, if you were... So, in other words, like, say you're, like, on, like, the go, whatever. You don't have your computer with you. You can get, like... Well, the thing is compatible with any USB-C dock.
All right.
So, like, if you were to go out and, say, go to California, or... in your case, go to Japan.
Fuck off.
Then you could plug it into a TV and play your favorite Hatsune Miku games on the go.
I have a picture of somebody cosplaying as Hatsune Miku stepping into a wrestling match. I'm gonna just leave that here, and
Right.
Anyways, have a nice day.
So as we can see here, right from the Steam page for the Steam Deck here, it's like this article here's a Steam Deck docking taking delayed, and this is all due to part shortages and COVID closures at our manufacturing facilities. The official Steam Deck docking station is delayed, and they're going to mention how they're working on improving the situation, and we'll share more info when they have it. And also, they say in the meantime, the team is continuing to work on improving the dock experience for Steam Deck with all USB-C hub and external displays, because it is compatible with all that stuff.
All right.
So, I mean, it's a minor delay, obviously, but, it's a first-party Steam Deck accessory that some probably would want to have. So I thought it might be worth talking about briefly.
Oh yeah, certainly. You let me know that you can do the same exact thing with just a simple Type C to Type C USB. So
Of course.
hopefully, it's it's not that much of an issue anyways.
Right. And judging by that, it's not the biggest issue, but, for those who would want to see, that experience, probably would want to, have something like this.
Certainly. I do get that.
Also, too, we have another device revealed. And this comes to us from Sega on their Japanese website, which you may want to use the best Google Translate thing you could possibly get.
Oh, yes, I did.
And as you can see, this is the Sega Mega Drive 2, or the Sega Genesis Mini 2. You can see here, this is the Sega Genesis shaped more like the Model 2 Genesis rather than the Model 1.
Mm-hmm.
And it comes with a 6-button controller. Keep in mind that the default that, a good chunk of people know of with the Sega Genesis was a 3-button controller.
Yeah.
But this one comes with 6, which is something that Sega made later on in the Genesis life. So good to see that this will be, the controller at least will be fully compatible with all the games. But as you can kind of see in the background here, this Mega Drive Mini is actually have some Sega CD games. Which is an important thing to note because the original Sega Genesis Mini did not have any Sega CD games. For those who don't know what a Sega CD is, this is one of the add-ons that was released for the Mega Drive / Genesis that would allow it to play CD games.
All right, then.
Mm-hmm. So this device is going to come out on October 27th, and it will release at a price of 9,980 yen, or 10,978 yen with tax. You can see a little trailer and everything here, and yeah, you can just see it going down, how, it mentions again how it is compatible with Sega CD games. And you can see a couple games to a little slideshow here. But if you also continue to scroll down, it's to say it's going to contain over 50 titles, which is actually more than the 42 of the previous system. But this thing is also going to contain a little accessory kit that can deck out the Mega Drive Mini 2 to make it, more like console.
I like the fact that it comes with little discs and like I know they're fake, but
Yeah.
I just think that's fucking cute, honestly.
Yeah, so that's one of the things they like to do with these Sega did with the mini systems here is that they will do this. But from what I saw from these CD games, it looks like Sonic CD will be part of this, which is a very key, Sega CD game. Probably the most recognizable one.
You can feel the sunshine already.
That's Sonic R.
Fuck.
But Sonic CD was actually a pretty monumental, Sega CD game. Like, during the time of Sonic 2's development, which was developed in the Americas, Sonic CD was actually developed in Japan. So essentially you had like two different studios developing a different version of Sonic 2. So you have the Sonic 2 that we would be known, but that's more so known for us, which introduced Tails and all that stuff. And then you have Sonic CD, which is actually the game that introduced Metal Sonic and Amy.
Mm-hmm.
And back then, by the way, for those who don't know, Amy had a different design than her modern design.
Yeah.
You can see there's a couple other games here. Most of these are all more so known for in the Japan audience. I mean, there's Shining Force CD, which that's obviously a pretty big one. But it makes you think of what other CD games could potentially show up here. Like, I mean, obviously the CD library for the Mega CD / Sega CD is, well, definitely smaller than the core Genesis library. Not a lot of things we could pull off. I mean, if they want to go absolutely crazy with this, they can include a game that was developed by Hideo Kojima called Snatcher. It's kind of a visual novel sort of game.
Mm-hmm.
But that game currently on eBay goes for around like $1,000.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about how Snatcher is like, it's like, it's like the golden, like, goose egg in a sense.
It really is, yeah. But I know that the Japanese version for this game is cheaper, but the Sega CD actually released the only English version of that one game out there. So if you want to play the game in English, you have to get a Sega CD.
Or learn Japanese.
Or that. I mean, I know you, Alpaca, have another source.
It's
called Hatsune Miku.
No.
Yeah, so I think that's a pretty good time there. I mean...
Oh, okay.
I mean, that covers it for all of our gaming topics for the day, pretty much. Because now we get to move on to all the tech topics that we have to cover.
Okay.
The first of which is that the FCC has plans of trying to boost rural broadband speeds. This comes to us from Engadget here, and how the Federal Communications Commission is aiming to boost rural broadband internet speeds through proposed changes to the Alternative Connect America cost model program. The target is to improve minimum download and upload speeds to 100/20 megabytes per second in areas served by carriers that receive ACAM support. The current baseline is 25/3 megabytes per second.
That is punishingly low.
Yeah, I would assume the slash is indicative of upload speed, and let us download.
Yeah, 25 download, 30 3, I mean not 30, 3 upload in megabits, which is like really, really slow. Like that's what I have.
Mm-hmm.
That's a quarter of what I have. 100. It's like both.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, that's not a good look at that. I mean, it makes you...
No.
Also, you can see the ACAM Broadband Coalition promote the creation of an enhanced ACAM program, which is the goal is to improve broadband speeds to levels specified in the Infrastructure Investment in Jobs Act, which is part of that $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill that was trying to be passed, avoiding the duplication of efforts across various programs. And they say how the notice of proposed rulemaking, which commissioners approved, seeks comment on how the SEC could bolster ACAM support under an enhanced program and whether the current ACAM framework even still makes sense. And you can see a little message here from Jeffrey Starks on Twitter. As we consider the future of ACAM, we seek comment on the build-out timelines. The $42 billion BEAD program has a 4-year timeline. I'll be interested to see where ACAM providers land. Here's the point. We must ensure broadband being deployed everywhere ASAP. And honestly, I actually agree with the statement. Like, nowadays we're seeing internet being more important than ever before, especially with remote work.
Of course, and they tried to. There was the emergency broadband program, and then there's like an extension of that, I think, and that was, that would either cut costs or make them, really, really like, cheap. As far as I know, I think it was free. I can't remember exactly, but I did. I did hear about that. And it was only temporary because of the pandemic causing people to be at home more. They made it more affordable to have higher end internet. But if the current baseline is 25.3, what now? This is megabits, not megabytes. If this was megabits, that's 3 for download. That's 3 megabytes per second. And that is, give me 1 second. That is 0.375 for upload for megabytes. That's insanely slow. That is like, you will take a good chunk of minutes, depending on how big it is, the file.
Right.
So.
Of course. I mean, obviously, we hope. I mean, this is a good step in knowing that we're we could potentially be on track to see, expanded Wi-Fi across the country. I mean, personally, I think we should be at the point of gigabit connections, but considering we've seen a lot of other countries, we've seen the technology exist.
Oh yeah. I mean, honestly, you can get by, of course, with 100, megabits for now. And, like, because I'm on that connection right now, but 100, 1,000 megabits or like a entire gigabit connection, that is pretty amazing to have, of course. Like, you could upload a file in like milliseconds, nanoseconds even.
Right.
But I'm just glad that the baseline has moved up, because if this does if this plan does go into action, of course.
Yeah. So I hope, we see the effects of this fairly soon and that parts of rural America can be connected. Especially for a certain state that has a hard time getting T-Mobile 4G coverage. Looking at you, Nebraska.
Oh. But yeah, no, another thing is the monopolization of these rural areas. Sorry, areas.
Yeah.
Damn it. That's
a very good point, because a lot of, no matter where you go in the country, there's usually 3 to 4 different carriers, or even 2 or 1 that just dominate an entire area.
Currently where I live, there is an entire company that has a bank, they have a bank, they have their internet and TV, and they have their own phone line. And it's actually kind of, I wouldn't say scary, but it's they really are putting a lot of, chips into where we are, where I am.
Of course. Yeah.
So it's they swallowed up an old they took over a local ISP, and their office is now literally just that company's name with internet,
Yeah, that's kind of alarming.
There was a Verizon station that's out of business now. Even though Verizon doesn't have the best, as far as I know, when it comes to internet.
At least in your area, I know that some areas, a lot of these places, they can be good or they can be bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So. Also, too, we'll talk about something a bit more interesting right now, because we have to talk about how Apple had their WWDC conference this year.
Oh, yes, let's certainly talk about that.
And boy, there's quite a bit to talk about here.
941.
Mm-hmm. So, to start off, they've had numerous announcements, but there's one announcement in particular that really caught got our interest. So, we're just going to skim through the things that we don't find as important, and then we're going to get to the really important thing. Now, WWDC is typically used for software, OS announcements, all that stuff. But once in a while, too, you'll get a couple hardware things here and there, nothing crazy. But to start off with, we have iOS 16. There's going to be various improvements, including new intelligence, sharing communication features, customizing smartphone design, and they're going to have a completely designed lock screen, which will let you personalize most elements you see before unlocking the iPhone. You'll be able to tap on any element on your lock screen, customizing, changing the color and font of the time, adding widgets from the widget gallery, and changing the backdrop with filters, and allow you to shuffle photos through the lock screen. Some of these seem pretty new. I haven't seen a photo shuffle feature.
Mm-hmm.
But Android kind of already did this for a while now. You have sometimes if you're playing music, you have a music player right in the lock screen.
Certainly.
At least if I'm interpreting this correctly. There's always a chance we could be interpreting this the completely wrong way, and oops.
I like that the lock screen, you can customize the clock, I guess. So that's pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah. Something that I feel like Android could definitely improve upon is something similar to what they have here with live activities. These are essentially widgets that will update in real time as events happen, such as sports games or Uber rides, workouts, and other things.
Yeah.
'Cause that's one thing I find interesting is that like if you go to if you get like a Uber Eats order or like Grubhub or Instacart or anything like that, imagine just being able to just live track your thing without having to open the app itself, and you just be listening to music. You just turn your phone. It's like, oh, here is the map of the order right now. Like, that sounds really freaking useful.
You're being hunted. Sorry.
Hatsune Miku eyes are right in your lock screen. Sorry.
So, anyways, what I was going to say was how Discord, sometimes I'll get Discord notifications really late or they won't pop up at all. So that is a good point about live activities or something similar to that. I hope that there's a way to improve the responsivity and being able to like, because like, of course, I have a lower end phone. I don't know if on higher end models it's always you're like they just have something in the background always checking Discord or your actual messaging or stuff, because I'll always get them late. I'll be connected to the internet, everything will be completely fine, and I just won't get them because I don't know.
Because I know
it wasn't already opened. I guess.
Because I know Android, will have a notification feed on like the lock screen or something like that too. And while you're using your phone, you have you have optional bubbles you can enable. Which you can just tap the bubble and it gives you more details about the voice chat or whatever you're doing at the moment.
Yeah.
But that is one thing to consider. But I mean, like, in the sense that imagine if you had a Discord call controls right on your lock screen while you're using Discord. So you just have to open your phone up. You'd be like, oh, just tap the phone on. Here's some call controls. You just tap mute. And there you go. You don't have to worry about unlocking the phone and then tapping the bubbles and then clicking mute or opening Discord itself. You can right there, done. Something like that would be pretty cool too. Also, iOS 16 will include some updating to messages. And here's something I find a little interesting. Message editing, undo send, and mark as unread. How is this going to work when Android users receive messages?
Yeah, because I see where this is. This is going to be a bit of a problem, actually. How am I able to? That's a really damn good question. Like, how does? Because the ability to mark as unread and this and that, SMS and MMS wasn't built like that, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't built to receive messages like that. I don't know if you have to use a separate app or something. That is a fucking weird thing. Because
so I know Google Message has the enriched communication feature. So if you use Google Messages, that's the one, the blue circle, whatever, the one that comes default in most modern Android phones. You'd want to use that because it contains these rich communication features that enables message marked red or whatever, and you can see it typing. It's a more advanced, SMS and MMS sort of thing. But yeah, that doesn't have message editing or undoing send or mark as unread. I'm actually curious how that's going to work.
Because honestly, for me, I know you're able to do this with other messaging apps, but it's how is it able to the only way I could see as Marcus on red is if it when it says delivered in red,
it's gonna say another text message saying, oh, this person edited the message to say this.
Yeah, I'm afraid of
Yeah, because Android's going to get duplicate messages. If you're on iOS like that, you're going to be perfectly swimming just fine. And that's going to be fine for a good chunk of, the United States audience who you rely on iOS. But for many other countries that rely more on Android, how is that going to work?
The only way I could see it working is when it says delivered in red, it will switch back to delivered. That's
or if the rich communications encryption and all that stuff that Google has been trying to promote recently can play nice with this.
Yeah,
but
because instead of seeing liked lol or something or reacted to smiley or something.
I'm afraid of Vietnam. I have Vietnam War flashbacks of this when used to, where it's laughed at this message. Liked rubber duck. Laughed at Hatsune Miku rubber duck.
Oh, what's the name? Anyways, also, iPhone users will have access to a new feature called Apple Pay Later on iOS 16. This splits purchases into 4 equal payments and spreads them out over many weeks, with 0 interest and fees applied. That should make it easier to pay for big purchases over time. It'll accompany the new order tracking feature, which will let you monitor where your shipments are before they actually arrive at your doorstep. I mean, I hope many merchants will be able to support this. This is one of the things that I'm actually curious to how this exactly works. Which merchants are going to support this? Is Apple gonna take a ding at the merchant, hey, you're gonna get this money here, but the user has to pay up? I think it's as simple as the merchant saying yes or no. This is like Affirm or Zip or QuadPay. That's what Zip is now. Or PayPal can do the same thing. I assume if it's a merchant that allows those, it'll be the same exact thing here, because there is there are options already just like this that are you could almost call this a clone of them. So.
Right. Also, too, we can see here that Apple has a number of family sharing updates planned for iOS 16. This is mostly including easier ways for parents to manage their kids' accounts and devices, such as quick start setup process that will let parents more easily set up a new Apple device for their child with all the parental controls in place, and also a new feature for coming to family sharing involving photos. Within your family, you'll have a dedicated iCloud photo library, which you can share photos within the specific family. So let's say, for instance, you and Hatsune Miku, right? She has an iPhone, you have an iPhone. And next thing you know, the two of you want to make your own photo library that only you two could share. Now you guys will be able to. I mean, what? You guys have to make some family photos somehow.
No, you.
Also, too, there are other updates coming to Wallet, HomeKit, CarPlay, and more. But there's also going to be a safety check feature, which will let you review and reset access you've granted to others. So, for instance, in case you ever need to remove someone's access, you'll be able to use safety check to do things like stop location share by Find My and reset permissions previously granted for certain apps. So that can be pretty useful in certain situations.
Mm-hmm.
But then we get to this announcement here, and again, we're going to come back to this more in depth. So they announced a MacBook Air M2 and a MacBook Pro M2. What does the M2 stand for? Maybe a new M2 chipset? Like, even as I mentioned earlier, as this article mentions, it's uncharacteristic for these WWDC conferences to announce hardware. And both these chips are going to run on these, at least the MacBook. Yeah, these two MacBooks are going to use the M2 chipset. And looking at the MacBook Air M2, this is promising to have 18% faster CPU performance and 35% faster GPU performance than the M1 chipsets. The new MacBook Air also has a totally different design. And I don't know if this is the MacBook Air, but it does seem like a very minimalistic laptop if this is actually the case.
Yeah, certainly. Are you talking about the one that says Sheryl and low?
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that's it. The new design, I mean.
Mm-hmm. And we're not going to focus so much on the specifications of the other specifications, more so than that chip. Because we're going to go more in depth about the chip, because I think that's the thing that captivates us more, is that this chip has a lot of implications for, their devices, because we know that Apple likes to make their own silicon, and again, like we always know, their own ports and everything. They like to make things as Apple as possible. So we're gonna see what they did here. Also, for those of you who are fans of MagSafe charging, well, you're gonna get your you're gonna get your MagSafe charger. So hope you guys are happy with that one. And then the M2 chipset will also hit the 13-inch MacBook Pro. And it's going to provide a similar performance boost. And the MacBook M2, the Pro, will have an 8-core CPU and a 10-core GPU. Support up to 24 gigabytes of RAM and up to 2 terabytes of storage. Plus a battery life of up to 20 hours. That's actually pretty good for a freaking MacBook.
Starts it up to $12.99. Well,
So it's
1,000, $1,299.
Yeah, so it's like, do you want the super slim MacBook that you can easily take with you on the go, or would you rather take the sheer power? I mean, I'd rather take the sheer power at that point.
Unlimited power.
And they also mentioned some, things that they're going to add to macOS. This is Dumb Ventura, which will bring a handful of improvements to organization collaboration. So this is kind of like more business focused. But as we'll see later on, there's going to be a bit of a gaming focus on this update as well. So first off, there's also Stage Manager, which presents a new way to organize app windows on desktop. Automatically putting the app you're currently working on in front and center. Other active apps will be highlighted in a separate side dock, into which you can drag and drop files to share, copy, paste, and more. Mail get updates. Again, it's the Mail app. And then there's also the new handoff and continuity features coming to FaceTime on macOS. For the former, you'll need to hand off a FaceTime call start on your iPhone to your Mac seamlessly, allowing you to use a larger screen when you need it. This just reminded me of when I could just use my Discord on my phone, go on my desktop, and just click answer call. Bam. Discord been pretty seamless to that already.
Yeah, certainly. Sometimes some people don't even know, and they're like, wait, did your mic change?
Yeah, Discord's pretty seamless already. We could just be like, oh, I use this device here. Plop. So, also using in-development magnetic stand, you'll be able to attach your iPhone to your Mac screen and use it as a camera for your MacBook. Oh. That's interesting. Like, imagine being your rear cameras on your iPhone as like your webcam.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
And here's another thing they're interesting too is passkeys. which are digital keys securely stored on the device, and they're designed to replace passwords. These unique passkeys are stored in the cloud, which Apple claims make them less susceptible to phishing and theft attempts. Passkeys will integrate with Touch ID and Face ID on Apple devices for biometric authentication, and they can be synced with other Apple devices via iCloud keychain.
Okay.
So these special little keys that you can use to get on the websites easier. And then if you want like super easy login, you just use Touch ID or Face ID.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty neat. I mean, these little features here just, improve things with mail and, syncing with FaceTime and stuff. That's pretty nice quality of life improvements.
Definitely.
iPad OS 16 are just getting a lot of the features from iOS 16 and Mac OS, kind of merged in, but also they're going to get things like new collaboration perks, updated Game Center profiles, and share capabilities, and its own version of Mac OS Stage Manager feature. So, they're clearly trying to get a lot of these desktop features merged into iOS, into the iPad version, to make it seem like this is going to be the hybrid between a laptop and the iPhone. Like, it seems, I kind of been seeing this recently. Like, I don't know why. Sometimes I wonder why in the world is iPad just getting kind of split off from iOS. But then you see things like this, and it kind of starts to make a little more sense.
Yeah. Either, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think this is the last major thing we have to talk about. It's just watchOS.
That's a strange clock.
Yeah, because people could change the handles look or whatever. So, but yeah, Apple Watch will get some new exercise features. Both these are confined to the workout app, where you'll be able to keep track of heart rate zones while exercising and even set goals based on the heart rate zone. And runners will appreciate the new trackable metrics available in the workout app, including vertical oscillation, stride length, and ground contact time. Perfect to those who want to sprint to the level of their lives. Look, he already went after Hatsune Miku. This is great.
No.
He probably already went out of his way to pick up an Apple Watch just for the exact feature. He went so fast that he's breaking the Apple Watch's metrics already. He just that into Hatsune Miku.
No.
Sleep tracking on Apple Watch will also get better at watchOS 9 thanks to the addition of sleep stages. The watch will now be able to monitor when you're in REM, core, and deep sleep, recording the amount of time you spend in each phase, as well as the amount of time you spend awake each night. Again, perfect for someone who's dreaming of meeting their fiance.
I could see some lucid dreaming applications.
Exactly. And finally, in the health and fitness realm, Apple's new medications app will make it easy for watchers to track the medications, vitamins, and supplements they take and how often they take them. It has a reminder feature which will use the audio and haptic alert on the watch to ping you when you need to take one of our medications throughout the day.
1 hour. What?
I think it's supposed to be one of your medications throughout the day. Wow.
Oh, okay.
I would assume that's what it means. I mean, I don't think I'd want to take,
The Engadget pill.
Yeah, I don't want to take someone's antidepressants if their thing doesn't work for me. So, yeah. But, I mean, granted, for those of you who actually do take antidepressants, I'm sure this will be a helpful feature for those who, need alerts and stuff like that, so that way you can, be as productive as you can throughout the day.
Of course. Personally, I would need that.
So, But now we're going to diverge. I mean, all these features overall, I think, are pretty cool. Most of these are all like quality of life changes that I think just make the overall experience of using, iOS, iPadOS, and Mac OS Ventura smoother. I mean, especially the Watch OS changes are just perfect for FluufAlpaca here, because all he gets to do is sprint out, gets his workout every single day, does some, chasing after his dreams of, meeting up with his fiance. It's a great time. But I think the thing we're really looking forward to is the M2 chip. What is the thing capable of? That's a good question. Because we got some specifications on this M2 chip. And as we mentioned before, this will be in the MacBook Air 2022 and MacBook Pro 2022. And here's what we got here. There's a new 5nm chip, this is going to be a 5nm chip with an 8-core CPU and up to a 12-core GPU. The performance improvements over M1 features 20 billion transistors, which Apple claims is 25% more than M1. Can support 100 gigabytes per second of unified memory bandwidth, supports up to 24 gigabytes of unified memory, 16-core neural engine with improvements over M1 neural engine, and capable of playing back multiple streams of ProRes 4K and 8K visual video, which is pretty incredible actually for what they're putting out.
Yeah, I just hope I don't understand if that's wasted on these laptops, but
Right. Also, we don't need to look at the release date configurations, really. But all we can say is that the M2 chip, and there's a diagram in the Tom Guide's article, which detailed everything in a nice and convenient image. Like, look at this. They say the M2 chip is configurable with an 8-core CPU up to a 10-core GPU, which is an improvement over the M1, which is configurable with an 8-core CPU and an 8-core GPU. So in other words, the GPU is the thing that got bumped up. The CPU is still the same, roughly, but the GPU got increased.
Okay.
But this is not. However, the base M2 chip is not as powerful as the M1 Pro or the M1 Max chips. Which I have a feeling that eventually there will be an M2 Pro to M2 Max. And that those chips are going to be ridiculous for ARM chips. Like whatever the M2 Pro is going to be, oh yeah, that thing's going to outperform the M1, and whatever the M2 Max is going to be, that thing is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah.
And obviously, Apple's claiming the M2 chip is capable of up to 80% greater multi-core performance than the M1. And yeah, there's going to be a 16-core neural engine built into the M2. The neural engine in the M2 can process up to 15.8 trillion operations per second. And you can see this little graph as well. Like, there's a graph this article had that shows, like, here is the power consumption in watts versus relative performance. And as you can see here, there's greater performance in relation to power consumption. Based off what Apple is saying. Like, especially gets around like the 12.5 watt range, you can see like a pretty significant spike. And you can,
sorry.
No worries. Continue what you were saying.
Yeah, I I can see that. I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say. I'm sorry.
No word. I think you're just trying to think of how fast can this computer render a Hatsune Miku 3D model. Anyways. Yeah, so I think overall, I mean, this is looking like a very capable chip in terms of its on paper specs. Like, how well is this chip going to perform? We don't know. But the main thing this M series chip is going to be capable of is the fact this is probably going to be featured on an iPad down the road, or an iPhone even. Because this is an ARM-based chip, you can see this being used in like mobile devices, and that's what makes this really exciting to see. Like, how's Apple going to advance their own products?
Mm-hmm.
Also, too, I mean, to finish Apple segment off, we have to talk about Metal FX. And what is it? So, Metal FX upscaling is kind of similar to like, NVIDIA has with, DLSS and AMD's Super FX.
Mm-hmm.
And they confirmed a couple of games that will be taking advantage of that technology.
Okay.
These include No Man's Sky and Resident Evil 8. And these games will have native Mac versions.
I see. All right.
So you can see here is that we won't wait long to take gaming initiatives from Apple in action. The first game we're going to get to see use this Metal FX upscale will be No Man's Sky and Resident Evil Village. Both are set to come out on Mac OS sometime later this year. And when it comes to the social side of gaming, Apple has introduced an activity featured in the Game Center. This will allow supported games to share information like what games you're currently playing and your achievements are scored with your friends on the app. It also works with Apple Share Play, which is integrated into Apple's ecosystem pretty heavily. So it looks like that's what I mean. Like, if you're gonna bring games like No Man's Sky and Resident Evil Village to Mac, yeah, they may be a bit, older per se. But as far as I can tell, I haven't seen Apple this big into gaming in a while.
Certainly. And the fact that they're dabbling into upscaling sort of stuff, I can only assume, I kind of think that they might be, I think they might be, how do I say this? I think they'll probably use this in stuff like, I think they'll probably use this towards, towards these games,
Oh, certainly.
Because although they might say, that, this can run this and that, I'm only like a tad bit concerned because this is Apple's first, kind of real step into putting something major towards gaming, in a long while.
Right. Granted, they've had things like Apple Arcade, which is kind of like a pseudo Game Pass like subscription for like their more mobile games and stuff that you can like plug into Apple TV and play these games.
Yeah, but is that really?
Yeah, it doesn't compare to anything like, say, putting No Man's Sky and Resident Evil Village on Mac.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure you probably could, go through the hassle of like downloading Steam and putting a version of Wine through Mac and just playing, the game's through that way. But at the same time, it doesn't compare with, having a native version that fully works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Skyrim got ported to this thing, then yeah,
that would just be terrible.
I mean, how many ports of Skyrim do we really need? I have bought the Xbox One version, and then I upgraded that to the Series X version. Okay, maybe I bought enough Skyrim copies. If I really wanted to be a shill, I would probably just buy the Switch version, and then at the Anniversary Edition thing comes true, that I can upgrade that.
Mm-hmm.
But I know the main thing that FluufAlpaca wants. He wants more K-pop.
No, I don't.
He really wants his K-pop, because back in May,
No.
Apple Music launched a weekly series featuring BTS. That's right. So BTS revealed their gradual journey to becoming K-pop superstars through a new Apple Music limited series. The streaming service announced on May 26th that BTS will launch their new show, BTS Radio, past and present, on Apple Music One. The 3-episode limited series will air weekly, leading up to the release of the band's new anthology album, Proof, which arrived on June 10th. So, yes, right. I'm sure FluufAlpaca went crazy for this news.
No, I did not.
I mean, this is what he wanted, more K-pop.
No.
I mean, this is probably a good thing to watch with the fiance, right? You got J-pop and you're watching K-pop.
No.
It's all, it's all in harmony, they say.
Oh, you.
So, I mean, hey, that's a lovely little date for you guys. Just go ahead, fire up your Apple TV, and go watch a BTS series. I mean, yeah, it sounds like a great time.
Oh.
But on the other hand, though, Google Ads is going through an antitrust lawsuit. Because, well, not lawsuit, but you know what I mean. They're going through some antitrust issues because there's a Senate bill that could break up Google's ad business. Because according to Engadget, the Competition and Transparency and Digital Advertising Act won bipartisan support. So there's a bill that would break up Google's advertising business if this law becomes if it becomes law has been introduced in the Senate. The Competition and Transparency and Digital Advertising Act, which has support from both sides, would prevent companies that process more than $20 billion in annual digital ad transactions from participating in more than one part of the digital advertising ecosystem. Which based off that, Google easily falls under that distinction. It generated $54.7 billion in ad revenue last quarter alone. Is that while other companies meet the dollar figure threshold of the proposed rules, Google has a hand in many aspects of the advertising process. It runs exchange where ad networks bid on inventory. It also offers tools to help companies buy and sell ads. A House of Representatives version of the legislation is also expected to be introduced imminently. If the bill becomes law, Google would have to exit some of those businesses it would have a year to comply the rules after the law is enacted. Meta may also be impacted by the legislation because Meta also has a big advertising thing. But here's another thing though too. How do YouTube partners make ads? Wow, that's weird. How do YouTube partners make revenue?
Through AdSense, among other things.
So, in a way, if this becomes law, this could potentially screw over content creators.
Oh, I see.
Because if Google has to exit some of the businesses that YouTube would need to make, for the content creators to make money, then that could obviously be a bit of a problem.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Also, too, is that when you have Google simultaneously serving as a seller and a buyer and running an exchange, that gives them an unfair, undue advantage in the marketplace, one that doesn't necessarily reflect the value they are providing. When a company can wear all these hats simultaneously, it can engage in conduct that harms everyone. And this was said from Senator Mike Lee of Utah. And he is the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Competition Policy, Antitrust, and Consumer Rights. Committee Chair Amy Klobuchar is a co-sponsor of the bill, as are Senator Ted Cruz and Richard Blumenthal. And according to one of these guys, it mentions advertising tools from Google and many competitors help American websites and apps fund their content, help businesses grow, and help protect users from privacy risks and misleading ads, a Google spokesperson told Engadget. Breaking those tools would hurt publishers and advertisers, lower ad quality, and create new privacy risks. And at a time of heightened inflation, it would handicap small businesses looking for easy and effective ways to grow online. There are issues low-quality data brokers who threaten Americans' privacy and flood them with spammy ads. In short, this is the wrong bill at the wrong time, aimed at the wrong target. Other provisions of the bill include rules for companies that process at least $5 billion in ad transactions per year. Yep, they require to provide transparent pricing and act in their customers' best interests. And customers would have the option to sue over breach of those. But the thing that's crazy about this is, like I said, I kind of see Google's perspective on this. Breaking those tools would hurt publishers and advertisers, lower ad quality, and create new privacy risks. And at a time of heightened inflation, it would handicap small businesses, which I feel would include content creators, looking for easy and effective ways to grow online. So as if it's already hard enough for small creators to grow on YouTube, this would actually make it even harder. And while the attention of these, the congressional system is rather noble, like, hey, you have a company that has way too much power in the advertising business, let's try and break them up. The problem with some of these tech services is the fact that a lot of things they make are so integrated with each other.
Certainly.
Like, I'm sure you could tell, like, how many times do you go on, your Google account, right? Your Google account also, not only does it have your apps on it, but it also has your search history. It has your YouTube history. It has, like, everything. Even, you just get on an Android phone, like this Google Pixel 6 requires logging into the Google account. Like, and even like just breaking up an ad business, that's what I mean. Like, a lot of Google's product, like AdSense and, you know what I mean, and Google Ads are very integrated with each other. There's a lot of integration between all of Google's products. You want to go to Google Chat? Oh, you need a Google account for that. Like, Microsoft especially too has a lot of integration too. Like, how many times do you have to mention Xbox Live? And you need a Microsoft account to get on that. And then you have to use that same Microsoft account to get to Skype, and then Teams, and then to get to Microsoft Office. and now you need a Microsoft account to log into freaking Windows.
Yeah, that's a.
So you break one system, you're literally destroying how a company operates, or how do you log into that? Like, you literally are just completely crippling the integration a lot of these companies have with their products. Like, as we witnessed with Apple too, like they have heavy integration with, in order to log into an Apple device, you need an Apple ID. They say Apple ID can be used to access your files on the cloud, to then be able to go to the Apple Store and buy apps. And then ultimately, the same purchase you have from your Mac OS, some of the apps can then carry back to the iPhone and vice versa. That's what a lot of people like, is the seamlessness. And then if there's too much government intervention with how seamless these apps are, there could be some complaints about this stuff.
I see. Yeah,
potentially,
because it's gonna break the mold of how they work. How they integrate everything. Like you said, how it's gonna destroy that ability to, you said it's like it would be much more difficult to just use your Google account to log into, I don't know, Pinterest or something, right?
Yeah, like it's one thing if it's separated. It's another if it's part of an entire company's network.
Okay. I see.
Like Pinterest, obviously, it's a completely separate company. They could just oh yeah, by the way, you can just log into your Facebook or Google account. Go right ahead. We'll just take the account information you have from that, and then you could just create an account using that. Because there's some permission. So a lot of these tech companies as well, like you go on websites or whatever, like how many times do you go on say PlayStation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or Discord even, and they're like, hey, here's a different way to log in. Actually, Twitter even has a way you can just log into Twitter right from a Google account, I believe. So technically, congratulations, FluufAlpaca. You could technically just make a Twitter account in 5 seconds just by using your Google account.
No. Never.
Right. But yeah, I just think while the intentions of the lawmakers are valid in the fact that Google has a massive an obscene control over the advertising marketplace, and that this bill would be justified, I do also think that with how integrated a lot of aspects within certain companies are, like Microsoft or Google or Meta or Apple, it would just fracture how these segments interact with each other.
I see. All right.
Do you have any additional thoughts on this topic too?
Not really. Not really. No.
Okay, then we can at least make a bit of a brighter story here, and that's the fact that Google at least is trying to make Android more accessible for Braille users. For those who don't know what Braille is, it is a type of it's like a texture language that a lot of blind people use to understand text and be able to read and understand words. This is a very useful thing.
Certainly.
So we're just going to read this entire letter right from Google itself. The heart of our mission at Google is making the world's information truly accessible, but the reality is we can only realize this mission with the help of the community. This year at I/O, we announced one more step in the right direction. Thanks to feedback and help from our users, we're making it easier for Braille users to use Android. Available our next Android 13 beta in a few weeks, we're beginning to build out of the box support for Braille displays in TalkBack, our screen reader within Android. A refreshable Braille display is an electromechanical device that creates Braille patterns by raising rounded pins through holes in a flat surface. Braille literate computer users use the Braille display to touch read Braille dots representing text. With the display, you can also type out Braille. These devices help people with deaf blindness access mobile phones, and people with blindness use their phones silently. Previously, people connected their Android devices to Braille displays using the BrailleBack app, which required a separate download from the Play Store, or use a virtual keyboard and talk back to have a physical device. With this new update, there are no additional downloads necessary to use most Braille displays. People can use Braille displays to access many of the same features available with TalkBack. For instance, you can use display buttons to navigate your screen, and then do activities like compose an email, make a phone call, send a text message, or read a book. There are new shortcuts that make it easier to use Braille displays with TalkBack. Now there are shortcuts for navigating, so it's easier to scroll and move to the next character, word, or line. There are also shortcuts for settings and for editing, like jumping to the end of documents or selecting copying and pasting. And yeah, like, this is great news.
Yeah, certainly. I have no nothing to complain about, honestly, when it comes to this.
Of course.
I'd rather have this than, there's no harm. So,
of course, it's just it's just a feel good story, like to see more people being able to access the technology that they love.
Definitely.
But we also have some things to talk about with Microsoft as well. One person we want to roast, and then a couple other little key announcements here that should make things, better for everybody. And as we can see here, there are a couple announcements from Microsoft. The first of which is that Microsoft just had Build 2022. This was back on May 24th. And they're doing a couple things, such as new app building tools enabling you to take your existing code and make it incredibly compelling in Windows, new ways to reach and engage customers through the Microsoft Store, and a new development kit with AI capabilities, Project Volterra, which we're going to get to in a moment, and a comprehensive ARM native developer toolchain. They are building toward our vision for a world of intelligent hybrid compute, bringing together local compute on the CPU, GPU, and NPU, and cloud compute with Azure. In the future, moving compute workloads between client and cloud will be as dynamic and seamless as moving between Wi-Fi and cellular on your phone today. So this here is very technical. The core consumer will likely have almost no idea what in the world neural processing units are, or how Azure and Windows would work together to enable you to bring new classes of applications to life. And with Windows 65, Xbox Cloud Gaming, and Azure, all this stuff, we have an idea what this is, but this is going really into the cloud.
Of course.
So to start us off, we have some new app building tools and Windows subsystem updates. So they're doing things for building Windows desktop apps. The Windows App SDK and WinUI 3 platform make it easy to build rich native apps for Windows 11 using C# or C++, also reaching users on Windows 10. The latest Windows App SDK 1.1 update is in preview and will be released soon, with new features like fluid visual materials in WinUI 3, update desktop windowing APIs, enhancements to push notifications, new environment variable APIs for C++, and various performance improvements. And they're going to also update 2 tools. These include Template Studio for WinUI for C#. This Visual Studio extension makes it easy to get started building a new C# WinUI 3 app. It provides project scaffolding for your app UI, logic, and packaging. There's also .NET Upgrade Assistant, which is working on an update to this open source tool to help you automate migration of .NET UWT apps to .NET 6, including update from WinUI 2 to WinUI 3. Yeah, so they're gonna make it easier to upgrade UWP apps, which would be pretty nice. So you know what the UWP format is, right? It's the app that Microsoft has used with like Windows 8.
I'm not too familiar with it. No.
Yeah, it's a very specific like app format that is used a lot with like the Windows Store apps.
I see.
So if you've been familiar with like downloading like a Windows app, like an app from like the Windows 8 store, it's likely a UWP app.
Okay.
So what they're essentially, and Microsoft has slowly been moving away from UWP to more up-to-date coding standards. That's essentially what they're doing here.
Okay. I see.
For cross-platform app development, .NET Multi-Platform App UI 1.0 was just released, and .NET MAUI helps you build apps that can run on Android, iOS, macOS, and Windows from a shared code base, and it's built up on top of WinUI 3 on Windows. So this is like a UI that makes it so it's easier to run on multiple different OSs, which is good. And they also are interesting a thing called Progressive Web App, which enables you to distribute and install your site like an app and take advantage of richer OS capabilities. So, in other words, like, this is something you'd probably notice if you, like, have you ever had to, like, pin a website to your taskbar from, like, Edge?
Yeah.
I actually do this with the YouTube Music myself, in which you could actually, like, take a website and you pin it to the taskbar, and essentially turns it into, like, a pseudo app. That's essentially what a progressive web app is.
I see.
And they're also making these apps more powerful on Windows and have most recently enabled new features like URL protocol handler registration and Windows control overlay for custom title bars. And it's just going over a lot of the major, like, minor things. And this, I think this, if I remember right, this is going to mean that you can start making third-party widgets soon. Which is a big complaint I've had with Windows 11 so far on my laptop I have. Is the fact that right now, it just feels like you just go on the, the default Microsoft Edge page. With that just happens to just be force built into the operating system. You can't add like other third-party capabilities to like make it more useful.
Let's see.
This makes it seem like you could actually, make widgets and actually do some cool things. So let's take a look at this. So widgets in Windows 11 provide a fresh, glanceable, useful view into app content for users. We're entertained by customer feedback on widgets to date. People are enjoying the quick access content most important to them seamlessly without breaking their flow. Getting this later this year, you'll be able to start building widgets as companion experience to Win32 and PWA apps on Windows 11, powered by Adaptive Card Platform. Yep. This is exactly what I thought. So this is great news, obviously, for those using Windows 11 right now. I mean, personally, I would like to have some cooler widgets that aren't just making me feel like I'm just using, the default, Microsoft Edge webpage that just built into the computer.
Yeah.
So anything to make this feature more compelling and useful to me is welcome.
Okay.
Also, they mentioned again how they're rebuilt the Windows 11 store. So what they're doing is they're placing success at the core and designing to help you run your business with open policies. The Microsoft Store on Windows gives you the choice to use the commerce engine that we provide with industry-leading revenue share, or your commerce engine in your app in case you want to keep all the revenue. And they're adding a couple other, announcements, such as Microsoft Store is open to all, and they removed a waitlist program for Win32 applications in the Microsoft Store. So they fully opened the floodgates.
All right.
Also, Microsoft Store ads, based on feedback from the developer community, we're soon piloting new developer tools to reach the right customers at the right time using Microsoft advertising. Developers will be able to create, run, and do ad campaigns in the store, improving discoverability and conversion for apps. So that's cool. And obviously the Amazon App Store for Windows 11 that's being integrated into Windows 11 Store that makes it so Windows 11 can use Android apps. That's a big one. So imagine FluufAlpaca running TikTok on his computer. And all he just has to do is sit back and watch all the people covering Hatsune Miku songs. It's a field day for him.
No.
And now we get to what I think probably one of the more interesting announcements of this whole thing. Project Volterra. We believe in an open hardware ecosystem for Windows, giving you more flexibility and more options, and the ability to support a wide range of scenarios. As such, we are always evolving the platform to support new emerging hardware platforms and technologies. As we look forward to what is next and how we can further innovate in the space, we are excited to announce Project Volterra, a new device powered by Snapdragon compute platform. With Project Volterra, you'll be able to explore many AI scenarios via the new Qualcomm Neural Processing SDK Windows Toolkit announced today by Qualcomm Technologies. And because we expect to see NPUs being built into most, if not all, future computing devices, we're going to make it easy for developers to leverage these new capabilities by making support for NPUs into the end-to-end Windows platform. And you can kind of see like how they're building this out. This is mostly a development computer. That's what this is. It's a development computer. And you can see like how they're going to have a Python, Node.js, getting this Dragon one. And a lot of the stuff here we're not going to get into because, again, for what we've seen, this is a very complex, development stuff. My first impressions of this overall is that there's some good changes to those things like the Microsoft Store, a new computer that's dedicated to development for, future technologies, and the fact that we're getting open, third-party widgets is great to see.
Mm-hmm. Certainly.
And just some overall improvement to coding and app development is always pleasing to see, especially when you get like new changes to cross compatibility and all that stuff. On the employee side, though, there's a couple interesting things. There's going to be some new employee workforce initiatives. This includes empowering employee mobility, fostering a safe pace for concerns, increasing pay transparency, and conducting a civil rights audit. So, empowering employee mobility. This is essentially saying that Microsoft believes that all employees should be empowered to work at a company they love in a role they want to thrive. We work hard to retain our world-class talent by making people the priority and creating a culture that attracts, inspires world-class talent to unlock innovation aligned to our mission. While our existing employee agreements have non-compete obligations, we do not endorse the use of such provisions as a retention tool. We have heard concerns that the non-competition clause in the United States employee agreements, even when rarely and reasonably enforced, feel at odds with our talent principles. With these concerns in mind, we are announcing that we are removing non-competition clauses from our U.S. employee agreements. It will not enforce existing non-competition clauses in the United States, with the exception of Microsoft's most senior leadership. Back to today. In practice, what this means is that those U.S. employees will not be restricted by a non-compete clause in seeking employment with another company who may be considered a Microsoft competitor. This is huge. So a non-compete clause, if you're curious, is essentially saying that you can't work for a competitor if you decide to work with us.
Okay.
And that, so in other words, it's used as a try to keep people, in the same company, say, risk, losing them.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that is a big one. I think being able to freely move around, like if you think something seems harsh, just go ahead and find another place to work.
Yeah, I had to be honest. I don't like the idea of you can't go to our competitor and legally because we said so and you worked for us. I think that's a stupid restriction. That's really like, I hate the power some companies have.
Right. Also, they're looking to foster a safe space for concerns, and you can see here Microsoft's policies and practices aim to reinforce that Microsoft is a safe space for employees to raise concerns. Our U.S. employee agreements specifically highlight employees' right to discuss or share terms and conditions of employment. Our concerns of possible misconduct under Microsoft's policy. Separate from employee agreements, there have been times when Microsoft resolved disputes with employees provided separation of benefit through agreements that typically include confidentiality provisions. Oh, and get this. Microsoft has heard feedback that we could further strengthen our workplace culture, encourage employees to come forward with workplace concerns by addressing these non-disclosure clauses. Sounds like something that could be useful for another company that says they do things, but not really.
Or on that at 7.
Yeah. To that end, Microsoft's U.S. settlement and separation agreements no longer include confidentiality language that prohibits workers from disclosing alleged conduct that they perceive as illegal discrimination, harassment, retaliation, sexual assault, or a wage and hour violation occurring in the workplace. A few of those sound something very similar to what we've seen in another company, and we talked about them earlier in the show. Something an AB company may, some, I don't know, Activision Blizzard, yeah. Yep. Activision Blizzard can really learn from this, especially if Microsoft actually enforces this and not what we've seen Activision Blizzard do, and that they are a little like, yeah, we say we do this thing, but it seems like they actually don't.
Yep.
Yeah, Activision Blizzard could really use that second hopefully that deal goes through so that policy can actually be enforced. I mean, they also want to increase pay for transparency, so obviously that's good.
Definitely.
So you want to make sure you know how much you're making and how much others. So that's obviously good. And then conducting a civil rights audit. So obviously this is all great news for employees of the Microsoft. This makes me really want to work for Microsoft too at the same time. Like, I would love to. Microsoft's one of the companies I'd love to work for once I get my degree. So I'd be happy with Microsoft.
I hear you on that.
But someone who won't be happy to work for Microsoft is a lovely little man by the name of Alex Kipman. And he is actually leaving the company, according to Insider. His departure comes after the same publication reported allegation that he engaged in inappropriate touching and comments toward female employees. He also reportedly fostered a culture that diminished women's contributions. After Kipman told his team about his resignation, Microsoft Cloud AI VP Scott Guthrie announced a reorganization that would split the HoloLens group. An email that's also viewed by GeekWire, Guthrie also said that the HoloLens hardware teams are joining Windows Plus devices groups under Panos Panay. Meanwhile, the software teams are joining the Experiences Plus devices division under Jeff Tepper. Guthrie also wrote that he and Kipman have been talking about the team's path going forward over the past few months, and that they had mutually decided that this is the right time for him to leave the company to pursue other opportunities. Kipman will apparently help with the team's transition over the next 2 months before leaving Microsoft entirely. And here's a funny thing. In the Insider piece that reported allegations against Kipman, a source said he watched what essentially VR port in the office in front of his employees. A former executive also told the publication that they had witnessed him behave inappropriate towards women more than once. He recalled an incident wherein Kipman allegedly kept massaging a female employee's shoulder even after she kept shrugging her shoulders to get him to stop. Like, I'm looking at this one line. This first line here, like this sentence here. Like, what? Really? Like, why would you watch VR pornography in front of everybody?
That's a wonderful way to just, you know. There's a time and place for everything. This fucking guy, like, Christ. This fucking guy.
I mean, I know people who would be happy to do that in a more public setting, but I would not do that when I'm in the middle of my job.
No. No, that is for when you get to home at late at night and it's been a long day or some shit, I guess. Like, that's not the fucking... This is not what you do. When I saw this article, I could not understand just how stupid this allegation was, in a sense of, like, this allegation, if it's true, holy shit.
Like,
I've seen dumber things before, but god damn, that's fucking terrible. These all allegations, but it's fucking terrible if it's true.
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid people. And speaking of other things, people leaving, we have to talk about Sheryl Sandberg.
What's going on there?
And then we got God Howard trying to praise the light on me.
You are talking about our new Lord and Savior, Microsoft, in vain?
Yeah. So Sheryl Sandberg was obviously a very key executive at Meta, or Facebook. And she previously dated someone that we always like to roast on the show as well.
Oh, yes, certainly. I can't believe. No wonder why.
Yep, so, I mean, yeah, this was a big shock because this obviously shakes up a lot of Meta's, corporate structure. Especially if she's the one that also supposedly helped guide Zuckerberg on how to lead Meta.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now we can talk about the Sheryl Sandberg situation. And the first article here is right from Sheryl Sandberg herself. It's a whole big press release she has on her Facebook page. And it goes to quite a bit. So I guess we'll be reading all this out loud with each other today. Today, I am sharing the news that after 14 years, I will be leaving Meta. When I first met Mark, I was not really looking for a new job, and I could have never predicted how meeting him would change my life. We were at a holiday party at Daniel L. Rosenweig's house. I was introduced to Mark as I walked in the door, and we started talking about his vision for Facebook. I had tried the Facebook, as it was first called, but still thought the internet was a largely anonymous place to search for funny pictures. Mark's belief that people would put their real selves online to connect with other people was so mesmerizing that we stood by that door and talked for the rest of that night. I told Dan later that I got a new life at that party, but never got a single drink, so he owed me one. Many months later, after countless dinners and conversations with Mark, he offered me this job. It was chaotic at first. I would schedule a meeting with an engineer for 9 o'clock only to find that they would not show up. They assumed I meant 9 p.m. because who would come to work at 9 a.m.? We had some ads, but they were not performing well, and most advertisers I met wanted to take over our homepage like the Incredible Hulk movie had on MySpace. Mom was so angry I said no to her homepage idea that she slammed her fist on the table, walked out of the room, and never returned. That first summer, Mark realized that he had never had a chance to travel. So he went away for a month, leaving me and Matt Kohler in charge without a ton of direction and almost no ability to contact him. It seemed crazy, but it was a display of trust I had never forgotten. When I was considering joining Facebook, my late husband Dave counseled me not to jump in and immediately try to resolve every substantive issue with Mark, as we would face so many over time. Instead, I would set up the right process with him. So on the way in, I asked Mark for 3 things: that we would sit next to each other, that he would meet with me one-on-one every week, and that in those meetings he would give me honest feedback when he thought I messed something up. Mark said yes to all 3, but added that the feedback would have to be mutual. To this day, he has kept those promises. We still sit together, okay, not through COVID, meet one-on-one every week, and the feedback is immediate and real. Sitting by Mark's side for these 14 years has been the honor and privilege of a lifetime. Mark is a true visionary and a caring leader. He sometimes says that we grew up together, and we have. He was just 23 when I was already 38 when we met. But together we have been through the massive ups and downs of running this company, as well as his marriage to the magnificent Priscilla, the sorrow of their miscarriages, and the joy of their childbirths, the son-in-laws of Dave, my engagement to Tom, and so much more. I'm sure Bobby Kotick is in there too somewhere. In the critical moments of my life, in the highest highs, in the depths of true lows, I had never had to turn to Mark because he was already there. When I joined Facebook, I had a 2-year-old son and a 6-month-old daughter. I did not know if this was the right time for a new and demanding role. The messages were everywhere that women and I could not be both a leader and a good mother, but I wanted to give it a try. Once I started, I realized that to see my children before they went to sleep, I had to leave the office at 5:30 p.m., which was when work was just getting going for many of my new colleagues. In my previous role at Google, there were enough people in buildings that leaving early wasn't noticed, but Facebook was a small startup and there was nowhere to hide. More out of necessity than bravery, I found my nerve and walked out early anyway. Then, supported by Mark, I found my voice to admit this publicly and then talk about the challenges women face in the workplace. My hope was to make this a bit easier for others and help where women believe they can and should lead. I am beyond grateful to the thousands of brilliant, dedicated people at Meta, with whom I have had the privilege of working over the last 14 years. Every day, someone does something that stops me in my tracks and reminds me how lucky I am to be surrounded by such remarkable colleagues. This team is filled with exceptionally talented people who have poured their hearts and minds into building products that have had a profound impact on the world. It is because of this team, past and present, that more than 3 billion people use our products to keep in touch and share their experiences. More than 200 million businesses use them to create virtual storefronts, communicate with customers, and grow. Billions of dollars have been raised for causes people believe in. Behind each of these statistics is a story. Friends who would have lost touch, but it didn't. Families that stayed in contact despite being separated by oceans. Communities that have rallied together. Entrepreneurial people, especially women and others who have faced obstacles and discrimination, who have turned their ideas into successful businesses. Content creators who wish to believe that Hatsune Miku is real. Last week, a friend saw a post about a mutual friend of ours having a baby and told me that she remembers how before Instagram, she would have missed this moment when the women in Lean In's global circles community couldn't meet in person. They used Facebook to encourage each other and share advice for navigating work and life during the pandemic. At International Women's Day lunch, a woman told me that her Facebook birthday fundraiser generated enough money to provide shelter for 2 women experiencing domestic abuse. Just last month, I heard about how in India, the Self-Employed Women's Association connects over WhatsApp to organize and increase their collective bargaining power. I love traveling the world, physically and virtually, to meet small business owners and hear their stories, like Zuzana Salika Kalsinska. In Poland, I apologize for the name mispronunciation. Who started a business with her sister selling cuddly stuffed animals that make white noise to soothe crying baby. They began with a single Facebook post in 2014 and have gone on to sell in more than 20 countries and built a workforce mostly made up of moms like them. The debate around social media has changed beyond recognition since those early days. To say it hasn't always been easy is an understatement, but it should be hard. The products we make have a huge impact, so we have the responsibility to build them in a way that protects privacy and keeps people safe, just as I believe wholeheartedly in our mission, our industry, and the overwhelmingly positive power of connecting people. I and the dedicated people of Meta have felt our responsibilities deeply. I know that the extraordinary team at Meta will continue to work tirelessly to rise these challenges and keep making our company and our community better. I also know that our platform will continue to be an engine of growth for the business around the world that rely on us. When I took this job in 2008, I hope I would be in this role for 5 years. 14 years later, it is time for me to write the next chapter of my life. I'm not entirely sure what the future will bring. I have learned no one ever is, but I know it will include focusing more on my foundation and philanthropic work, which is more important to me than ever given how critical this moment is for women. And as Tom and I get married this summer, parenting our expanded family of 5 children. Over the next few months, Mark and I will transition my direct reports, and I will leave the company this fall. I still believe as strong as ever in our mission, and I'm honored that I will continue to serve on Meta's board of directors. I am so immensely proud of everything this team has achieved, the businesses we've helped, and the businesses we've built. The culture we've nurtured together, and I'm especially proud that this is a company where many, many exceptional women and people from diverse backgrounds have risen through our ranks and become leaders, both in our company and in leadership roles elsewhere. Thank you to the colleagues who inspire me every day with their commitment to our mission, to our partners around the world who have enabled us to build a business that serves their businesses, especially to Mark for giving me this opportunity and being one of the best friends anyone could ever have. Also, congratulations to FluufAlpaca on your engagement with Hatsune Miku. So, other than my points of satire, so other than my points, so other than my points of satire, I mean, this is good public. This is good public, public perception, PR speak. Noting a lot of accomplishments she's.
Anyways.
Yeah, I was saying. Besides my points of satire, this is actually very good PR speak.
Yeah.
Like, it's all the accomplishments she tried to, she was a part of, and like some examples of work she's been able to contact people with, and just give a pretty heartfelt story, honestly. Sure, I poked fun at her for dating Bobby Kotick, but I mean, honestly, like, if she was able to give Mark Zuckerberg the knowledge he had to help lead Facebook and now Meta, I feel like this is a good story. I feel like maybe she was a good mentor for him. Controversies aside.
Yeah, a great mentor. Except, well,
Of course. I mean, obviously we've seen actions such as supposedly trying to silence a magazine for trying to depict something that she was involved with.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, despite these controversies, which I wholeheartedly agree that we should have the right to remain critical, she seemed to have given Mark a lot of the knowledge he had to help run Meta and turn into what it is today.
Yeah.
But speaking of Mark Zuckerberg, what about his side of the story? Okay, this is another long one, so brace yourself. Get your ass cheeks clenched on the chair. Get your Hatsune Miku body pillows clenched, hugged tightly. Hold on to your rubber ducks, because this is another big one. What do you think? All All right, enough holding. It's the end of an era. After 14 years, my good friend and partner Sheryl Sandberg is stepping down as CEO of Meta. When Sheryl joined me in 2008, I was only 23-year-old and I barely knew anything about running a company. We built a great product, the Facebook website, but we didn't yet have a profitable business. We were struggling to transition from a small startup to a real organization. Sheryl architected our ads business, hired great people, forged our management culture, and taught me how to run a company. She created opportunities for millions of people around the world, and she deserves the credit for so much of what Meta is today. It's unusual for a business partnership like ours to last so long. I think ours did because Sheryl is such an amazing person, leader, partner, and friend. She cares deeply about the people in her life, and she is generous about nurturing relationships and helping you grow as a person. She has taught me so much, and she has been there for many of the important moments in my life, both personally and professionally. Whether going through the different transitions we've made as a company over the years, or when she supported me and Priscilla as we navigate challenges having children. Our partnerships have always been deeper than just business. I'm going to miss running this company with Sheryl, but I'm glad she'll continue to serve on our board of directors so we can benefit from her wisdom and experience even after she transitions out of her day-to-day management role in the coming months. Looking forward, I don't plan to replace Sheryl's role in our existing structure. I'm not sure that would be possible since she's a superstar who defined the CEO role in her own unique way. But even if it were possible, I think Meta has reached the point where it makes sense for our product and business groups to be more closely integrated, rather than having all the business and operations function organized separately from our products. One of Sheryl's greatest legacies is the incredible team she has built. Some of these leaders have already stepped up into larger roles reporting to me, like Nick Clegg as President, Global Affairs, and Jennifer Newstead as Chief Legal Officer. Martin Levine, our Chief Business Officer and the top business person who handles our partnerships, will report to Javier Olivon so that our ads and business platform product group will be closer to the Meta business group. Javi will become our next COO since he will now lead our integrated ads and business products, in addition to continue to lead our infrastructure, integrity, analytics, marketing, corporate development, and growth teams. But this role will be different from what Sheryl has done. It'll be a more traditional COO role, where Javi will be focused internally and operationally, building on a strong track record of making our execution more efficient and rigorous. As part of this, Molly Cutler, our VP Strategic Response, will join Javi's team and report to Naomi Gleit. Justin Osofsky report to Chris Cox, in addition to his role overseeing global operations and Instagram's business organization. Justin will now take on an additional responsibility building a content team that will works across business and product or train our AI recommendation systems to help you discover the most interesting, relevant, personalized content across Facebook and Instagram. So essentially, it seems like Justin is going to be like Susan in YouTube. Lori Goller, our head of people, will now report directly to me. Maxine Williams, our chief diversity officer, will continue her role in our people team, working on my staff as well. These are all talented and experienced leaders who I've worked closely with over the years, and I'm confident they'll continue to do great work in this new structure. I'm sad that the day coming when I won't get to work as closely with Sheryl, but more than anything, I'm grateful for anything she has done to build Meta. She has done so much for me, for our community, and for the world, and we're all better for it. All right, we got two very long letters of lots of PR speak. But honestly, from what I've seen of, Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl, like, there are many images where the two of them are right next to each other. She's very well known. Mm-hmm. And obviously, like I said, she's apparently if she's able to have helped Mark Zuckerberg lead Meta, I think she must have done a pretty good job of helping him understand how to lead a business. Mm-hmm. How is that to say?
Yeah. I don't know.
Right.
Any
Right.
anyway.
Of course, but there's one elephant in the room that we had to talk about here. And that's that Meta lawyers are reportedly investigating Sheryl Sandberg's use of company resources. So, as I mentioned before, there were some controversies with Sheryl Sandberg. While they may be minor and not known, she does have her fair share of controversies nonetheless. In this case, this is the fact that Meta's lawyers are investigating outgoing COO Sheryl Sandberg amid claims she misused company resources. This is from the Wall Street Journal. The paper says the investigation goes back several years and is scrutinizing Meta employees' work on Sandberg's personal projects. When Sandberg first announced her departure from the company, the Wall Street Journal reported the company was examining whether she had improperly used company resources in planning her upcoming wedding. And then later it goes on to mention how Meta lawyers are reportedly looking at Facebook staff's involvement with Sandberg's foundation Lean In and their work to help her promote her most recent book, Option B. The company is also investigating reports that Sandberg used Facebook staffers in an attempt to kill a negative story about her former partner, Activision CEO, Bobby Kotick. And this was something that we did bring up earlier when we were talking about this whole thing. As I did. The company could be looking to head off regulatory concerns that could arise if such work wasn't properly disclosed to the Securities and Exchange Commission. Sandberg eventually could be asked to repay the company for employee time spent on her personal work, according to the report. And they say how the investigation is indicative just how much Sandberg's status for the company has changed over recent years. And then both Sandberg and Mark Zuckerberg's personal lives have been closely tied to the company. Meta spends millions of dollars every year on their personal security and travel expenses, and both executives have tapped Facebook employees to help with personal projects. And the fact that Sandberg is now facing scrutiny for these actions shows how much her influence has waned. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, I don't really have anything to say other than gosh, I don't know.
Yeah.
She's a friend of Kotick, so it's like, and she tried to allegedly, I guess, tried to hide a story, a negative light on this person.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, the whole company resources thing, I mean, I wonder what extent that means, is it for like personal stuff? Because like I can see this as simple as, using Photoshop for your own personal thing, or something like that. I guess, I don't know.
Right. But I think the fact I mean, it seems like, from what I could see here, I mean, it could, on one hand, it does feel like, hey, why are we taking money away from the main organization to help fund your personal stuff? Like, it's quite unfair when your personal stuff isn't involved with the company.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't know.
Hey, at least this wasn't used for your personal stuff with your Hatsune Miku wedding.
So there's reports that she used Facebook staffers to get rid of that story about Kotick. And I see where that's a bit of a a bit less of a gray area and more of like you've screwed yourself over in a sense by, and that I don't know.
Right. All we can just say for this is that this is just not a good look.
Mm-hmm.
And then we also have some notable, topics regarding the NFT and crypto space. This is also one of FluufAlpaca's favorite things to talk about.
No, it's not.
I mean, I know he wants an NFT of Hatsune Miku, an alpaca god. So
That's not groovy.
very groovy.
Groovy.
I mean, I know for a fact he wants an NFT of this rubber duck. Then again, he probably would shoot it first instead.
No, you.
Anyways, let's get on to it. So the first thing we have to talk about the fact that Spotify is actually experimenting with musician NFT galleries. And if you're part of the test, you can actually view NFT collections from Steve Aoki and the Wombats. So pretty much, Spotify is testing a way for artists to display their non-fungible token collections, as first reported by Music Ally. Music streaming platforms rolled out the test for some users on Android in the US and currently includes NFT previews for artists like Steve Aoki and the Wombats, like I mentioned before. Spotify is running a test in which it will help a small group of artists promote their existing third-party NFT offerings via their artist profiles. We routinely conduct a number of tests in an effort to improve artist and fan experiences. Some of these tests end up paving the way for a broader experience, and others serve only as important learning. Spotify, obviously. Yeah, so, and also a reminder that daily NFT sales have dipped 92% from 225,000 in September of last year, just 19,000 on May 3rd. And also the number of active NFT wallets also on the decline from about 119,000 in November to 14,000 toward the end of April. So this is Spotify's literally getting into it just as we're seeing NFT, wallets decline. Also, this person had access to the test after updating Spotify. When this person navigated to both Steve Aoki's and the Wombat artist pages, I saw that the NFT gallery sits beneath the artist's header and song list. And obviously, Spotify also gave you the option to see more, which direct you to the NFT page on OpenSea where you can purchase it. Oh, great. Wonder that's how that's going to go. We've seen many times when OpenSea actually has been, selling fake NFTs and shit.
Oh, yeah. Hey, everyone loves a good reskin, right? I mean, Call of Duty players, yeah. Hey.
Yeah. You can get your Bored Ape skin on that, too. Might as well. I mean, we live in a world which there could potentially be a Bored Ape skin of FluufAlpaca and a Bored Ape skin of myself. And no one would really care.
Nope. That's why I won't give it attention.
Me neither.
Hope it actually costs them to sell it instead of, the value's that low.
Right. Also, the interesting thing is that Spotify will always show a static image of the NFT in the app, not a full video. It also doesn't include sound, which is kind of strange for a music streaming platform. You can only listen to the NFT or see if it's a video or GIF by clicking through its page at OpenSea. How wonderful.
Yes, a music app without any audio for their shitty implementation of NFTs.
Honestly, I feel like you'd think for a sound-based NFT, you'd have, the image moving or something like that. Make it feel like a music video or something really cool. Nope.
You mean actually, I mean, then they'd have to pre-roll ads if it's music, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but if it's directly on the artist's page, you'd think there would be the NFT character would be animated or something.
Yeah, or at least,
Not making like a Minecraft character like what's going on with the Wombats NFTs.
I just it's another poorly implemented version of NFTs, especially fucking Spotify music. Get on the app, it doesn't even fucking play.
You have to go to OpenSea for that, which
what the fuck? This is why I'm saying it's a poorly implemented fucking, decision. Holy shit.
It is.
Can't fucking describe just how terrible it sounds.
Right. Also, with a note that Coinbase is launching an initiative to slash spending and grow revenue. As we can see here from the block, this is apparently a pure NFT-based website. They even have stock counters for all the different NFT, the cryptos. Fun. After publicly announcing plans to slow hiring, tough market conditions have pushed crypto exchange Coinbase to look for other ways to slash spending, according to emails obtained by information. No, I don't want news. Coinbase has felt the fallout of recent market conditions, incurring a net loss of $430 million in its first quarter earnings and a plummet in its stock. That led the firm to announce that it was revaluing its previous plan to triple the size of the company and said slow hiring at the moment. According to internal emails, the extent of that revaluation appears to be considerably more than just slowing hiring. The information reported that the email contains plans to freeze hiring for 2 weeks and cut spending on cloud services and gas fees, among other cost-cutting measures. And also, the plan is codenamed Plutus, according to information, and is detailed in an email from Coinbase Chief Product Officer Sheryl Chatterjee. Plutus is the Greek god of wealth, and Chatterjee laid out a plan to capture such wealth by focusing on driving more revenue and highest impact products. That includes focusing on retail trading, staking, and institutional trading and custody by adding tokens and expanding custody and international expansion for retail traders and its prime brokerage service. The firm also plans to focus on its Coinbase One subscription service, which charges a recurring fee rather than individual trade fees. Wow, there's a lot here. In addition to increasing the revenue flowing in, Plutus plans to reduce the money flowing out by cutting costs on cloud services and gas fees. The information report that the details of these plans were not detailed in the emails obtained, but entering Vice President Sumant Sukumar and Will Robinson will lead the efforts in minimizing software costs and gas fees. Yeah. So it really looks like the value of cryptocurrency as well as, but so hard that even Coinbase is having a tough time getting it up, expanding and growing.
I wonder why.
I wonder why. How many people just are not interested in the crypto hype anymore?
Yeah, I wonder how many uninformed poor saps got their money basically ripped away from them in an effort to join the hype train. It's like buying a video game and it's like 3 hours in. 3 hours in. You realize it's a piece of shit, but you can't refund it because Steam only allows 2 hours of gameplay. Oh, and that, yeah. Thank you, PlayStation. Thank you, Sony, for allowing us to refund it on PlayStation. Thank you, Bethesda, for using a fucking archaic old-ass engine and then saying, oh, yes, we're going to publish Starfield on that engine.
Well, actually, a new engine on that.
Oh, okay.
That's actually the Creation Engine 2. They finally made a sequel to their engine.
And guess what? It just allows ray tracing to it.
You know what they say with Bethesda? It just works.
It's a feature.
Also,
just like having phones, it's a feature.
Of course. Also, according to The Guardian, the FBI sets sights on crypto economy with arrest of former OpenSea staffer. So you can see here, an ex-employee of the leading non-fungible token marketplace has been charged with a wire fraud and money laundering offenses, and a sign that U.S. law enforcement will no longer turn a blind eye to the crypto economy. Nathaniel Chastain left his job as product manager at OpenSea, the largest marketplace for NFTs, unique crypto assets used to denote ownership of items such as digital art, after being accused of insider trading. On Wednesday, he was arrested by the FBI in New York and charged in a case that could prove concerning for others in crypto, who assumed that practices banned in regulated markets were fair game in the Wild West sector. Chastain is accused of using insider knowledge of what tokens were going to be featured on the front page of OpenSea's website to buy them shortly before they were featured and sell them immediately, cashing in on the increased awareness for a small profit each time. U.S. Attorney Damian Williams said NFTs might be new, but this type of crypto scheme is not. Today's charges demonstrate the commitment of this office to stamping out insider trading, whether it occurs on the stock market or the blockchain. Chastain's alleged trades have been noticed at the time. And thanks to open nature of the NFT market, where all trades are written onto a public database called a blockchain, observers have spotted that someone was purchasing digital assets with questionable timing on September 2021. The anonymous digital wallet used for the trades was soon linked via transactions to Chastain's own. OpenSea had not at the time issued an explicit policy against such insider trading and acted only after Chastain's trade came to light. Yeah, so like obviously, not only do we have like the crypto crash happening, but we also have people doing stupid stuff. And yeah, and like obviously, like that's kind of it's kind of sucky when someone has such knowledge and they could take advantage of that. Like that's supposedly supposed to be a crime. Actually, you're not supposed to use insider trading. That's what it essentially is that you're taking advantage of your own knowledge.
Knowledge is power.
Yeah. And it really shows. Also, too, there's also a report that show that scammers are catching it on crypto craze. And this is coming from the Federal Trade Commission itself. So there's a couple of graphs they show that kind of help explain this. So from Super Bowl ads to Bitcoin ATMs, cryptocurrency seems to be everywhere lately. Although it's yet to become a mainstream payment method, reports to the FCC show it's an alarmingly common method for scammers to get people's money. Since the start of 2021, more than 46,000 people have reported losing over $1 billion in crypto to scams. That's about 1 out of every $4 reported lost. More than any other payment method. The median individual reported lost a whopping $2,600. The top currencies people said they used to pay scammers were Bitcoin, Tether, and Ether. And then there's a couple of features that were attracting scammers. First off, there's no bank or other central authority to flag suspicious transactions and attempt to stop fraud before it happens. Crypto transfer can also not be reversed. Once the money's gone, there's no getting it back, and most people are still unfamiliar with how crypto works. These considerations are not unique to crypto transactions, but they all play into the hands of scammers. Now, personally, in my opinion, I mean, I do kind of agree with this. I mean, I feel like what the governments can actually crack down on these currencies, like, we just noticed, like, how like because the fact that crypto can easily be tracked because of the ledgers and everything like that, that it's easy to make sure that you track down like who's doing what. And if a government can get on board with that, like say the United States backs like their own cryptocurrency, that's huge. And they'd be able to track down like fraud.
Yeah, but then can you really call it a decentralized currency at that point?
It isn't, but it would still be crypto.
Yeah, but then the US dollar would not make any sense. I don't know.
Maybe not, but it would still be backed by it.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe the way it works is that, like, it would tie in with the US dollar, so you'd still have a physical manifestation of this money, right? The dollar bill would be the physical manifestation of the bill.
I see.
So there's a lot of things here, like during this period,
Yep. I guess it's I don't know. I just feel like if you're that uninformed, it's like, I know they're stepping in because so many uninformed people are getting screwed over. So
right. I mean, as we've seen in the previous article, there's a lot of people that have been gotten scammed on these things.
Yeah.
And obviously, I feel like cryptos need to be more stable and more reliable as a currency. Because, like I said, you can have a cryptocurrency that's backed by the US dollar, which is what I was envisioning as, like, you have the dollar bill as like the physical manifestation of this cryptocurrency. Like, that's why I feel like we're going with this. And eventually there's going to be a unique United States cryptocurrency backed by the US dollar that can be used for similar things as crypto is today. A more reliable, safer cryptocurrency for the public. Also, too, we have Bored Ape Yacht Club's Discord got compromised in a $357,000 NFT phishing attack. So pretty much less than 2 months after someone compromised the official Bored Ape Yacht Club Instagram account to steal $2.4 million worth of NFTs, Bored Ape Yacht Club creator Yuga Labs is again facing questions about security measures. In the early hours of June 4th, a scammer carried out a phishing attack that netted them 200 Ethereum worth of NFTs. According to Web3, is going great. Wow. Web3 is clearly not going so great. If you're seeing this happen. After obtaining the login credentials of a community manager, the hacker reportedly used the official Bored Ape Discord to promote a fake giveaway exclusive to holders of Bored Ape, Mutant Ape, and other side NFTs. And you can see exactly what they're doing here. And this even said, do not mint through any other websites. The announcement said after linking to the website the hacker used to steal NFTs. This is the only official site. According to the data from the blockchain security from PeckShield, 1 Bored Ape Yacht Club and 2 Mutant Apes tokens were stolen in the scam. At the current Ethereum exchange rate, the entire trove is worth more than $357,000. Yeah, so obviously this is quite a significant amount of money that got stolen in crypto. Let alone the fact that, you know, you're dealing with this smug monkey here. And clearly I hope those that, you know, have been affected can, you know, try to recoup their value, even though right now NFT values have been very low right now. And also, I think the last news of the whole thing, I think the one that's the funniest for the two of us. What if you can use your cryptocurrency to buy burritos at Chipotle? I mean, this is a perfect dinner date for you, Alpaca. You, Hatsune Miku, you have your cryptocurrency with you, and you could buy yourself some burritos. Be great.
Mm-hmm.
So customers at Chipotle can now be able to pay the burritos with cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, Ether, and Dogecoin. A move that could help crypto become more mainstream, according to trade publication Restaurant Business. But there's only one point caveat in that Chipotle will accept the crypto through a payment system called FlexUp, which is far from the decentralized technology crypto supporters have promised for over a decade. FlexUp announced arrangement with Chipotle in a blog post on Wednesday, and one Twitter user in Florida even posted a video essay showing how the process works. We are constantly exploring innovation that will enhance our guest experience, and that includes now accepting digital currency payments with FlexUp in Chipotle U.S. restaurants. This is from Kurt Garner, the Chief Technology Officer at Chipotle. And customers who want to pay for their burritos bowls with crypto will first need to download Flex's SPEDN app or the Gemini app. Then they can connect their digital wallet for apps like MetaMask or Coinbase, which house the digital currencies or stablecoins. If you don't know what any of that means, obviously, that means that, yeah, obviously, it's not really mainstream. Well, it's becoming relevant is the thing. So, but it's also significant that such a large change is dipping its toe in the crypto water. So yeah, it's obviously Flexa seems to be a bit more centralized, but still, it's funny to think about that. That means you, Alpaca, could go to a Chipotle, have a date with Hatsune Miku, your lovely fiance. She can get herself a little salad bowl thing, and then you can get yourself a nice juicy burrito. For you, it's perfect. I mean, your avatar even nodded. So yeah, I mean, crypto's going through some weird stuff. I mean, as I mentioned before, I mean, values for a lot of this stuff is going down. You got people getting hacked, and now you're getting to the point now where you're seeing the government try to attempt to find a way to regulate this stuff. And yeah, it's another lovely world, the day of cryptocurrencies. And then also, FluufAlpaca gets a rubber duck NFT. And now we get to continue talking about the biggest story within the tech industry among one man. One man at least trying to buy up a social media company, and that's Mr. Elon Musk, the bringer of Teslas, the lord of SpaceX, and now wants to continue investing in Twitter. Now, we'll have more updates about this topic within the next week. So what we're probably going to, so for those, what we're going to do here is that we're going to make 37 kind of not only beat its own episode, but also update a good chunk of the topics we feel we never got a chance to update on this week. And then, yeah, we'll just go from there. I'm sure Alpaca also disagrees because they get to talk about all about RE4 in one episode.
Why is Elon Musk a billboard in this photograph? Why is he just a 2D, like... Is that one of my cats?
Oh, look, the cats also are congratulating you on your proposal, Hatsune Miku. This is a great day.
What?
They're trying to congratulate you on your proposal, Hatsune Miku.
My fucking cat is meowing at me through the door. I don't know what to feel.
They adore your marriage of Hatsune Miku. They want to partake in it. They want to be your first men.
No.
And lady.
No.
But anyway, so you can see over here. So to start the story off, before Twitter gave in to the Elon Musk bot demand, Elon Musk was about to put the Twitter deal on hold, and that he was willing to lower the sale price because of bots. And as we can mentioned here, billionaire Elon Musk is continuing to clash with Twitter over the accuracy of its bot count. And at the time this article was written, he may try to renegotiate the $44 billion deal. And that he also told at a Miami conference that a deal at a lower price wasn't out of the question. Currently, what I'm being told is that there's just no way to know the number of bots. It's like an unknowable as the human soul. And he mentioned how, the prior Friday, the article written, Musk had announced that a buyout of Twitter was temporarily on hold due to concern that the number of bots on the platform was much higher than the company estimated. And the billionaire tweeted that his team would do an independent analysis of bot count and also tried to crowdsource bot estimates from his own followers. Musk was later reprimanded by Twitter's legal team for revealing in a tweet, of course, the company's methodology for estimating the proportion of bot accounts across the platform. And they say, unfortunately, we don't believe that this specific estimation can be performed externally, given the critical need to use both public and private information. And yeah, so this is, I mean, obviously, you know, this would have been interesting if the deal was put on hold or lowered because of bots. And I think, as we discussed before, it makes it seem like, you know, Musk was kind of being a bit coy about it or failed to do research.
Mm-hmm.
But later on, though, as time went on, it turned out Twitter will reportedly give its full data stream to Elon Musk. And this also came on June 8th. And if I could scroll down, that'd be amazing. Oh, there we go.
This is where I saw the 2D like cutout.
Yeah, I see what you mean now. Yep, this little 2D cutout. Look at him. He's
the man, the myth, the legend in the flesh.
Exactly.
On a different plane of existence. Like, seriously.
So as we can see here, Twitter could comply with Elon Musk's demand for more data about as soon as that week, and the company plans to give the billionaire full access to its full fire hose, an internal database that includes details on more than 500 million tweets posted to the service every day. In addition to representing a real-time record of what's happening on Twitter at any moment, the trove includes device data, information about the accounts that access the platform. Yeah, I mean, that is obviously huge that, you know, Twitter will to go with Elon Musk's skepticism.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they were willing to comply kind of shows how eager Twitter was with Elon Musk's offer, and they wanted to go through.
Yeah, I'd call it eager as well, because honestly, it's they've already made all this, you know, big bunch of paperwork and all others, you know, diddly-da. Why give up right now? You know, and it's like, I feel like you know, although it might seem like an uneducated and uninformed, you know, purchase in a sense, maybe that was the plan, was to kind of use it as a, you know, like to psychologically make them be like, oh shit, he's gonna, you know, drop the, you know, he's gonna drop it and it'll be a waste of time. Though then again, that's a bit conspiracy territory in a sense. However, I wouldn't put it past somebody like him, you know, that you know, he would use it as a way to convince, not in a I don't know about not in a bad way, but you know, that could be part of it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Of course. And then after this, we find out that Twitter is actually working towards the closing transaction process with Elon Musk. It's because if it tells at Twitter's annual shareholder meeting, we're hoping to clear up confusion surrounding Elon Musk's acquisition of the company, they likely left disappointed. Despite numerous questions about the future of Twitter, the company's executives had little to say about Musk, who did not attend the meeting at all. We're working through the transaction process, CEO Parag Agrawal said during the meeting. The status of the deal has been so unclear since, Musk announced it on hold. Even as we work towards closing the transaction, our teams and I remain focused on the important work we do every day to serve the public conversation. And Twitter had said ahead of the meeting that it wouldn't answer questions related to Musk's acquisition of the company, which will need to be formally approved by Twitter stockholders at a later date. Even so, shareholders tried to get Twitter executives to address the issue. The first question in the Q&A portion of the meeting asked what will happen to Twitter shareholders' stock if someone buys the company and takes it private. We are able to address these questions today, Sean Edgett, Twitter general counsel, said, directing the people to company's previous SEC filings. So yeah, I mean, obviously, it seems like they, again, at least with CEO Parag Agarwal, want the transaction to go through, but it seems like based off what we're seeing here, that because obviously shareholders want to fund Twitter and obviously make money off of stocks, not be able to do so because the company went private, has them all kind of concerned.
Mm-hmm.
But that leads to another question of should, I mean, as you probably have seen before, like, should Twitter actually go private? Do you think Twitter could sustain itself without public funding? Or rather, shareholder funding?
I mean, of course, it remains to be seen, but I don't know. Because see, it's like in the messages prior, Elon's like, I want to bring Twitter above and beyond what it, and so that's his plan, to make it private. So either he has plans in that direction that could potentially be more profitable. Who knows? Mm-hmm. Considering that Elon got Twitter through hostile takeover, which is through shareholder stuff, right? And him wanting to seal off that potential for somebody else to do the exact same thing that he just did. I find that a bit of an interesting, decision. Like, it's like cutting off potential to do the same exact thing, in a sense, with other ramifications of a private, company.
Of course, because as we've seen, it looks like Elon really wants control of the company. While it looks like he may not be CEO of the company, he will still be the largest shareholder of the company. So there could be a chance that, hey, maybe these CEOs don't work out. Then he'll take over Twitter. I mean, currently he's the CEO of SpaceX and Tesla, which obviously keeping him quite busy. Mm-hmm. Also, fun fact, if anyone thought Tesla was actually founded by Elon Musk, no, it actually was not his company he started off.
It was once created by Nikola Tesla. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry.
His takeover Tesla actually was pretty similar to what he's doing with Twitter here. It's early days. There are a couple of people who founded the company, and then Elon Musk cashed in hard. Mm-hmm. And then he did a similar thing where he became the largest shareholder. And there were a couple of those CEOs that, didn't really want, I guess, were part of the company. Then Elon Musk just eventually became CEO of Tesla. And that's how that happened. So if anyone thinks that Elon Musk founded Tesla, kind of not really, though he is legally a founder, because I guess he did help invest a lot of money in its early days. Mm-hmm. It's like technically he didn't really found Tesla, but in legal definition he did. Very weird situation. Worth looking up if you're curious.
Yeah, it's interesting now that you bring that up. It's as if that's his, that's what he believes is the best way to take over a company, in a sense, is literally through hostile takeover, in a sense. Mm-hmm. It seems like offering up that much, in shares, mm-hmm. Like literally just buying out the company, in a sense. Mm-hmm. Like, it seems like that's his formal way of doing it, considering this is would you say this is second time in a sense doing the same thing, or has he done this before with other companies aside from Twitter and Tesla?
I'm not entirely sure about if that he did the same thing for SpaceX. It was SpaceX, and that would be a third time he would do it.
Let me do a quick. How did Elon?
Yeah, if you're going to do a Google search, Elon Musk found SpaceX. And that'll probably give you some result. I'm sure the Hatsune Miku rubber duck will eagerly await your answer.
Fuck you. So it says that he founded it on eclipseaviation.com.
Okay, so technically this will be more so of a second time.
Yeah.
So, but still, we have quite a bit more to continue on this topic besides us rambling about Elon Musk. Because Elon Musk also was sued by a second group of Twitter shareholders, and this class action lawsuit by Twitter shareholders was brought against Elon Musk on Wednesday of the week of May 26th. And this was claiming he broke corporate law that destabilized Twitter's stock price. And apparently this is similar to a previous class action lawsuit proposed in April in New York by a Twitter shareholder. Both cases alleged Tesla and SpaceX CEO delayed disclosing his purchase of a 5% stake in Twitter stock in mid-March, while the April lawsuit accuses Musk of violating the U.S. Securities Exchange Commission regulations, which would require him to disclose within 10 days. The suit filed Wednesday claims the same disclosure failure is a violation of California corporate law. And so delaying, Musk bought the stock at an artificially lower price and saved $156 million. The second class action suit accuses Musk of other legal violations, like not revealing his intention to become a Twitter board member and buying stock based on insider information resulting from conversations with other board members and executives. These include former Twitter CEO Jack Dorsey. And then you can see down here, there's a little statement, a quote saying, Musk proceeded to make statements, sent tweets, and engage in conduct designed to create doubt about the deal and drive Twitter stock down substantially in order to create leverage that Musk hoped to use to either back out of the purchase or renegotiate the buyout price by as much as 25%, which, if accomplished, would result in an $11 billion reduction in the buyout consideration. As detailed herein, Musk's conduct was and continues to be illegal in violation of the California Corporations Code and contrary to the contractual terms he agreed to in the deal. And that was another what the fuck comment. This, to me, honestly, is interesting to see. Like, was Elon Musk seemingly trying to act cowardly in order to try to artificially lower the price of the deal?
Yeah, that's a good point, because I literally brought this up. I was like, is he kind of using it as a way to, in a sense, trick, but not in like a malicious way, but possibly, that's I didn't know that it would be illegal in a sense, but
because technically he'd be doing market manipulation.
Yeah, now that I think about it, yeah, that is. Damn, that's interesting.
I mean, think about when the days in which Wall Street Bets decided to be mad lads and decide to spike GameStop stock. Not that'd be market manipulation, but that's something slightly different.
Mm-hmm.
Man, imagine if we talked about, we were here early enough to be able to talk about that situation. That would have been a funny one. GameStop being memed up to death.
I wonder if I cashed in on it, if I could have, gotten a small mansion.
Dude, if you spent like $5 on that crate during the time, you probably would have had at least a couple thousand. You could have had enough to build yourself a game PC with like a 3090 Ti.
RTX 3090 Ti.
Yeah, 3090 Ti. You would have had an Intel i9 and like a DDR5 RAM by now.
that would have had a nice car that doesn't break down after 6 months of use.
Woo!
Or maybe 3 months, actually, now I think about it, because there's so many fucking junkers out there that you go to the, garage, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, the sear broke, you're going to be going full auto when it should only be semi, Wait, that's a gun. Never mind. Fuck.
Welcome to GAHCast, the show where one of the hosts equates cars to guns.
Both are tools. Both get you places.
True. I mean, hey, we do have a PNG of FluufAlpaca in a truck, embracing his inner hillbilly.
Wow. Quiet.
Yes.
I really should get one of those French revolvers with the fucking stupid bayonet.
Imagine how many guns you have imagined. You could probably get the Naya Cat gun. You could get a Hatsune Miku gun.
No.
Also, too, I mean, just to clear up something, I mean, we have another article here literally just detailing how Elon Musk, Twitter is willing to comply with, Musk demand over the bot data. And it's literally the same thing we talked about here, but... And the company, this article, but also this thing also told Gizmodo, Twitter has and will continue to cooperatively share information with Mr. Musk to consume the transaction in accordance with the terms of the merger agreement. We believe this agreement is in the best interest of all shareholders. We tend to close the transaction and enforce the merger agreement and the agreed price and terms. And this article also has a couple other statistics, such as every second about 6,000 tweets are posted, amounting to more than 500 million tweets each day. I wonder how many of them are Hatsune Miku tweets, so that way FluufAlpaca can go on Twitter and rave about his fiance.
You're really lucky I don't have that revolver with a bayonet. You're very lucky that I don't prod you with it. I'm still looking it up. Where the fuck is it? Damn it, Ian. What? Oh, I have a picture of it. All right, now time to cut it out.
As you do that, we're also going to continue on with this lovely little topic here.
No, you.
About how Elon Musk had been able to address Twitter employees on Thursday, June 16th. And the Tesla and SpaceX CEO agreed to buy the company earlier this year, but has since expressed what seems to be hesitation about the deal, alleging that Twitter had not accurately disclosed the number of fake or spam accounts on their service, and that he had some answers to employee questions. Some of this included meeting has ended and employees are worried about layoffs. The all-hands meeting concluded around 1 p.m. Eastern Time. According to this source, the majority of the reactions on Twitter's Slack messaging board were negative in nature. Employees expressed that many of their worries about layoffs, remote work, and reduced focus on content moderation and inclusion and diversity measures were confirmed. Employees also sent memes about how to brand themselves as exceptional, according to the source. An apparent reference to Musk's note that exceptional employees could likely continue to work remotely and would not have to fear layoffs. We will talk about this remote work thing more later on, because, yeah, we did see how Elon Musk literally decided we're just going to end remote work.
Mm-hmm.
And you can clearly see that because you're technically you're going through a dramatic change in culture because Elon Musk's culture is very different from Twitter's from what it looks like.
Oh yes, without a doubt. I have no doubt that some Twitter employees may leave after Elon Musk fully takes over, to be honest, because of political and otherwise, differences.
Right, because right now Elon Musk is kind of viewed right now as more right-leaning than center. Even though he claims to be center, because if you go through his Twitter, you'll notice he hates on the left and the right equally.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you pick on both sides are going to pick on you and call you what they hate the most, Yeah. Like, I feel like that's kind of a theme that they have. Like, if you are, more central in a sense, and more like, I hate both of these options, and I'm only going to pick the parts of each that are salvageable, which I feel is what makes the most sense.
Of course.
But they're usually going to call you, conservative. If they're left leaning, they're going to call you a Nazi or something, or excuse me, the no word, the funny mustache man word.
Oh, of course.
But if you're,
the Austrian that wanted to be an artist.
Yeah, and then he got fucked. No.
Right. Also, too, it says here that Musk wants Twitter to reach 1 billion daily active users. This is, according to the source here, success at Twitter would look like a significant increase in daily activity in users, potentially topping 1 billion, Musk said, according to a source. Twitter said in its Q1 2022 earnings that it had 229 million monthly daily active users. Musk's definition of success would also include whether Twitter is helping further civilization and consciousness, he said. So, how many angry console fanboys can we rid of and make gaming more harmonious?
Zero.
And PC
Master Race. Oh wait, what?
And the extreme PC fanboys. Not you. You're fine. I mean, you have Hatsune Miku on your side, so you're immortal. What? But we're talking about those cocky PC Master Race users.
Oh, all right.
But you have Hatsune Miku on your side, like I said, so you're gonna be perfectly fine.
Okay.
But here's a funny one. Musk diverts into discussion of aliens. Musk briefly diverted the conversation to a discussion about aliens and human consciousness. He said he hasn't seen actual evidence of aliens, according to a source.
What? Where are you seeing this? What the fuck?
So you see the CNBC article?
Here's what Elon Musk just told Twitter employees.
Yeah, keep scrolling down.
What? Musk diverts into discussion of Musk briefly discussion. He said he hasn't seen actual evidence. Why did he divert into aliens? Man, I don't care about being CEO, man. All I care about this is them alien greys up in space, man. What fucking pot is he smoking? Holy shit.
I'm like thinking of that History Channel meme of that one guy's like, this is like aliens.
Aliens. Now with bayonets. I found it, by the way. I don't know what the fuck the gendarmerie were thinking when they put bayonets on their revolvers, but whatever.
Musk says, yeah. So as he said, Musk doesn't care about being CEO at Twitter. He said, according to a source, he said he cares about driving the product in a particular direction, but isn't too hung up on titles. And then another thing he mentioned too is users should be able to say what they want on Twitter. When it comes to legal but potentially harmful speech, Musk told Twitter employees that people should be allowed to say what they want. But that's different from Twitter promoting that speech, Musk said, according to the source. Users have the right to filter out content they don't want to see, he added. Musk said the standard is much more than not offending people. It's that they are entertained and informed. Musk reiterated a sentiment he made online earlier that if 10% of the far left and far right are upset, Twitter is doing the right thing. Addressing the topic of inclusive diversity, Musk said the most inclusive thing to do would be to get all humans on Twitter. He said he believes in strict meritocracy. You may want to look up that last word if you want to learn big words.
I truly do, because it sounds like a political stance. Like libertarian bureaucracy and conservative and, blah, blah, blah. But you know what else would be, even more inclusive? Including aliens on this wood. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. I can't believe you fucking diversity to aliens.
I mean, hey, he's also the CEO of a space company, so it kind of makes sense. But still, I mean, he kind of largely makes sense in this one. I mean, if there's something you don't want to see on your wall, just get rid of it.
Yeah, if you want to see the aliens up in space, just don't look up,
Now, this one kind of screams to our good friend here about if 10% of the far left and the far right are upset, Twitter's doing the right thing. For those who like to easily offend everybody, that one statement right there is like a godsend.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's hoping to get all humans on Twitter. It's like, we'll see about that, because right now Elon Musk has an interesting image that's been going on with him, as far as I know. For some people, at least. I hope he could try to get as many social media users as possible. I mean, you're not going to get everybody, but at least get as many social media users on it. If you could make a truly, ultimate, community forum, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, and getting those Twitter aliens on from space, get the Martians on Twitter. I'm sorry.
Then you can get the content to be beyond 6 billion people. How to get beyond 6 billion people? You get the aliens.
Oh, is this government or the holding of power by people selected on the basis of their ability? So this is literally kind of like the smartest are the leaders, right?
I think so.
It's like cherry picking the smartest people. I see.
But also, Musk addresses the question of possible layoffs. And Musk said layoffs at Twitter will depend on its financial situation. It depends. The company does need to get healthy, Musk said, according to the source. Right now, the costs exceed the revenue. Musk said there has to be some rationalization of the headcount, or else Twitter won't be able to grow. Anyone who is a significant contributor has nothing to worry about. So he just wants to get rid of the fluff.
Okay.
So whatever employees don't contribute much would get axed, and the ones that would have the most important roles he wants to keep.
I see, and this kind of does. How do you pronounce it?
Meritocracy.
Meritocracy, because so it says a social system in which success and status in life depend primarily on the individual's talents, abilities, and effort. So if you are, so this is literally what a lot of employers look for, is your persistence and ability to do that. So if you are, if you have high skill and you put more effort towards and persistence, and you show that you have the talent to do it. Yeah, I see.
Yep. And then also, Musk has a strong bias toward in-person work. Now, as the article mentioned, Musk, who recently told his employees at Tesla to come back to work in their offices 40 hours a week or resign, seemed to draw a distinction between working remotely at the car company and at Twitter. Tesla makes cars, and he can't make cars remotely, Musk said, according to a source familiar with the matter. Musk did not detail what his policy on remote work will look like for Twitter employees, and said if someone is exceptional at their job, remote work is fine, according to the source. But Musk said his bias is strongly towards working in person. So to me, it screams like he wants to make sure that, according to him, because there are benefits and cons to each method. If you have in-person work and get the right office layouts, all that stuff, you can have increased in-person collaboration, which can make things done faster.
Certainly.
However, if you're able to remote work, then you get the possibility of being able to enjoy, more personal time to yourself. You get to be all comfy at home. FluufAlpaca can make love with Hatsune Miku. All good stuff. Also, Musk on how he can build trust with Twitter employees. If someone is getting useful things done, that's great. If they're not, then I'm like, why they're at the company? So again, this is one of the things where it's like he wants to make sure if you're getting things done, then I'm gonna like you. And I know you can get things done, but if you don't, then I'm not gonna want to be around you very much.
Mm-hmm. It's a bit of a coarse, way of looking at it. It's very, you're a cog in the machine, and if if one of the cogs, if one of the, pins or heads breaks off, however you call them, then you're gonna get replaced immediately. Mm-hmm. Sort of thing. Very black and white, but I understand it because it's, a business is a business. If you are making, a crap ton of money, obviously they're not going to be too happy if one of the inefficiencies is, being inefficient because it's slacking, I understand that.
Of course.
However, I don't want it to turn into like a poor condition sort of thing, where if you are overworked and, treated like an asset instead of a person or an individual, that's the only point in which it becomes too toxic to work there. Right. And you have to have a really thick skin and brood through it, and try to either, understand that it's going to be a very difficult job, that you're going to have to put all your chips in all the time, 100%. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's one thing that scares me about it being but then again, it's Twitter.
Also, Elon Musk has free speech in that people should be allowed to say anything they want, but that doesn't mean Twitter should promote it. So, in other words, according to him, he does not, he wants everyone to be able to say whatever they want without fear of that they'll get censored. However, there are certain things that Twitter probably shouldn't promote very much. So maybe like a terrorist thing, right?
Oh, yes, obviously there's
So in other words, he's saying, yeah, you can post the stuff if you want to. However, we're not going to promote that. We'll leave that to your 2 retweets and 1 thank you very much. We're going to screw you in the algorithm. Goodbye. Unless they open source the algorithm. That'll make things different. Because that was one of the initial things he wanted to do, was open up the algorithm. Mm-hmm. So I'm curious as to if he opens the algorithm up, wonder like if they're gonna have like backstage versions, so they realize, wait a second, these sort of tweets are gonna get promoted. Can we like load up a backup point of the algorithm so that way we don't get these certain posts promoted?
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be very key, though, is that if you are going to open source an algorithm, you need to make sure you at least have safety measures, so that way if something becomes too chaotic or something you don't want to promote, maybe something like Trump's incursion on Washington, D.C. back on January 6th, then maybe that might be something you may want to hold back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But then there would be other things you could promote, like maybe like a celebratory thing. I understand. You could maybe. I don't. Here's the thing, though. Like, while you could do a Pride Month thing, I could see that. But some people do have the view set that that companies just force pride on things just so they can get an extra buck, and that these companies don't truly care about pride.
Yeah, and it's I'm going to be honest with you, it's very apparent. A lot of people are, there's even a term for it now. It's called pride washing, or rainbow washing or something like that. And I know a lot of what some people would see as right-leaning, but they call themselves more left-leaning in a sense. I know some people who feel that it's, virtue signaling or whatever you'd call it. And I can get behind that because honestly, I get what they mean. It's felt like more of a holiday than actually giving a damn about making sure that you can be who you want to be and love who you want to be without being, treated differently or poorly based on that instead of your character, and I know it's a very complicated subject. When you think of some people who virtue signal, in a sense, they're not doing it in a profitable sense. They're doing it as a, that's how they, that's their only way of expressing it sometimes. But sometimes it's malicious, or sometimes it's just, I know some people believe it's annoying even, and I don't think it's too annoying. I don't have that feeling in my I don't feel that, but
you made love to Hatsune Miku. Anyways, moving on. Musk also asked why he loves Twitter, and this is because when Elon Musk asked why Twitter, I love Twitter. I learned a lot from what I learned on Twitter. It's a great way to get a message out. Some people use their hair to express themselves. I use Twitter. Honestly, you can really tell how much he loves Twitter because he posts frequently on there. He's very transparent on the platform. And I think that part makes sense. And then also, employees are asking questions. Employees submitted questions they are most interested in. No promise they will answer, but highest ranked in categories of workplace policies, i.e. remote work, free speech, Elon suggested product improvements, and relationship with employees. Which I do feel like that is a point of concern. Like, you don't want to weigh out too many employees that you suddenly decrease company morale. And obviously, you want to make sure these free speech principles you have are upheld. And you still want to make sure that workplace policies are good, unlike Activision Blizzard.
Mhm. Of course.
So that also makes sense. But now we get to move on to the remote topic stuff. So look at this. Elon Musk tells SpaceX and Tesla workers they must return to the office full time. So as we hinted at that address that Elon Musk had, he mentioned how certain employees will have to return back to work full time. Well, Elon Musk delivered an ultimatum to Tesla and SpaceX corporate workforces: spend a minimum of 48 hours a week in the office or leave the company. Musk today confirmed in a tweet that screenshots and emails sent to workers was real. According to the New York Times, workers at both companies received similar memos from Musk that made clear that all workers must report to a main office for 40 hours a week. Musk also wrote that employees will no longer be allowed to work from remote branch offices not related to their job duties, giving the full example of an HR worker from the Vermont factory who works out of state. He mentioned, the more senior you are, the more visible must be your presence. That is why I spent so much time in the factory, so that those on the line could see me working alongside them. If I had not done that, SpaceX would long ago have gone bankrupt. Musk taking a hardline stance on remote work in stark contrast to a number. Yeah, it's kind of true.
Mhm.
Like, we see this, and it's like a lot of companies, like we've seen Meta and Apple, Twitter probably may be soon shoved into the same category as, you know, SpaceX and Tesla. I'm sure Krypton is probably enjoying some remote work too. And Nintendo and EA and probably most other tech companies you can think of, they're all doing remote work. And see Elon Musk kind of just like, nope, you got to stick with in-person work. Again, we mentioned there are some benefits to this, such as a better collaboration. So you have to worry about, you know, being on cameras all the time. You can speak, oh, talk to you in person. We got actual ideas. We can do live demonstrations easily. This should screen share.
Of course, there's a lot to there's a real lot to remote working that can be quite abused, I feel.
Yeah, because then while it may be nice to have comfort at home, you also have to deal with the fact how many distractions you have.
Yeah, like I have a second monitor over here. I'm using that. You know, I could be using that for, you know, something completely different. You know, but
like I could be playing Stadia games, which I could. Or
yeah, you could be, like, right now, and I wouldn't notice other than the clacking of the controller. Like, I can hear that actually.
Or I could just be doing this all day.
And death would ensue. The rubber duck. I would be cryogenically frozen and then smashed with the hammer. Cue the JPEG. I mean, not JPEG. GIF. Biff. Where is it? Damn it, I don't have it on me. Shit.
I guess you have to find it again, because now you might want to reuse it again in the future.
No.
Or maybe you want to stare at James Hetfield pop figures. And Baby Metal pop figures.
Fuck you.
Or maybe you and Hatsune Miku could go on a date to a Baby Metal concert. And bring your lunch boxes with you.
No.
But last but not least, we also have this last exclusive interview from on Reuters, who the two of us view as a very reliable, neutral, highly credible source. And that Elon Musk wants to also cut 10% of Tesla jobs. The summary mentions that Tesla employed around 100,000 people in its 2021. Musk warned death on Tuesday to return to office or leave. U.S. executives sounding increasingly gloomy about economy. So, pretty much what happened to Tesla CEO Elon Musk has a super bad feeling about the economy and needs to cut about 10% of salary staff at the electric car maker. A message sent to executive on Thursday laid out his concerns and told them to pause all hiring worldwide. But that outlook came 2 days after the billionaire told staff to return to the workplace or leave, and adds to a growing chorus of warnings from business leaders around the risks of recession. And at the time of the article written, Tesla shares fell 9% in U.S. trade on Friday after the Reuters report. Tech-heavy NASDAQ was down about 2%. And he also sent another email on the Friday of that week about how Tesla will be reducing salary headcount by 10% as it has become overstaffed in many areas, but hourly headcount will increase. So I think the translation for that is, hey, we're going to cut down the amount of people we have here so we don't have to pay them as much, but instead we're going to give you more hours for those that are staying. And they say, note that does not apply to anyone actually building cars, battery packs, or installing solar. So I think this translates into he wants to trim down the business jobs, it seems like. Because how many marketing managers do you need? How many HR persons do you need? How many, that sort of thing. Operations managers do you need? He wants to trim those things down. And if you scroll down through this Reuters article, you'll even see a graph. This is, so since before we get to the graph, it's almost 100,000 people are employed at Tesla and subsidiary at the end of 2021. SEC following showed it did not break down numbers of salary and hours workers. So I guess you could see the employee count by year, it looks like. And then you could see the price of Tesla stock. I always thought it makes sense from 2010 to 2021, if we interpret it that way. But you can see how many people Tesla's been grown by. It's kind of crazy. So look at it this way: like if they have about 1,000, like I guess 100,000 people, right? You're essentially trying to cut down job by at least 10,000 people. That's a pretty significant amount of people to cut.
Yeah, that's a lot of hands that are being axed.
And while that will result in, it could reduce the amount of redundancy in a company, like we discussed earlier, it's still 10,000 people losing their jobs, which obviously is kind of shitty.
Of course.
So all I can say is hopefully these people would be able to find work, whoever these people that will be laid off will be.
Yeah, I that's my only concern is just that although for the company itself, it would be more efficient, like you said, to reduce redundancies. But I feel like, unfortunately, that leaves a lot of people jobless in an economy that is pining for jobs more than ever, with inflation being at an all-time high and a current possible recession in the future.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a little scary.
Yeah, I mean, hey, my rubber ducks need their water. It's gonna get more expensive to give them water to swim on.
Dude, there's like a lake like a few miles away from you.
But then we have a problem, though.
Duckage.
I mean, not only that. I mean, if it's a river, they'll go away. They would flow downstream, and I wouldn't be able to get them in time.
I see this as an absolute win. If I fucking find them floating at the pond by the park, I'm moving away. Like you'll set them free, and then 1 week later, hey, I want to go take a walk to the park. Oh yeah, let's go down to the walk.
I mean, here's the thing,
I'm
though.
stepping on the beach, rubbing my eyes. Oh my god, there's a bunch of rubber ducks.
I mean, here's the thing, though. I live by the shoreline, and a little river that could lead to, the Long Island Sound, which then leads it into the ocean.
Oh, okay, so I just have to avoid the actual beach.
But to get to your area in Maine, it'll take years. Unless the sharks accidentally eat the rubber ducks.
Well, that's good. I'll have a few years to prepare for the anarchy. That'll be good to know.
Yeah.
Thanks for clearing my mind on this scary thought of world domination from ducks.
I mean, until then.
Yeah. And until then, stab. Till then, I work alone.
Yeah. Wait, actually, I was gonna work on the video feed. Oh well. Anyways,
I got two now. You better watch out. Watch the fuck out, man.
I mean, we can also talk about Shanghai lockdown according to this article too, because it mentions how so far demand for Tesla cars on electric vehicles very made strong, and many traditional indicators of downturn, including increasing dealer inventory incentives in the United States, have not materialized. But Tesla has struggled to restart production at its Shanghai factory at the COVID-19 lockdown, forced costly outages. It is always better to introduce austerity measures in good times than in bad times. I see these statements as a forewarning and a precautionary measure, said Hanover-based Nord LB analyst Frank Schwab. Musk's gloomy outlook echoes recent comments from executives including JP Morgan Chase & Co. CEO Jamie Dimon and Goldman Sachs President John Waldron. A hurricane's is right out there down the road coming our way. Inflation in the United States is hovering at a 40-year high, as we discussed earlier, and it's caused a jump in cost of living for Americans, which, God, I mean, if it wasn't for apartments being so freaking expensive, probably would have had my own place by now. Would have been brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
And then you could have came over, and we could have had a rubber duck fight. Except if you threw the Hatsune Miku duck, I think my head would have been injured.
You would have gotten concussion.
Yep.
Hopefully, you don't have any plans of making a rubber duck ball pit. Because that would be just it fucked.
I mean, I would have to have Mr. Beast money to make that work.
Yo, Jimmy boy. Can we have your moon for a split second?
We have to spend,
help a fellow YouTuber out.
We would need like $10,000 and like a staircase to make a rubber duck ball pit. And they swim in the rubber ducks. And I know you'd enjoy the rubber ducks.
No, I wouldn't.
In fact, I just had my cousin over recently, and she enjoyed the rubber ducks.
Yeah.
She enjoyed the presence of the rubber duckies.
That's good to know. Anyways, bye.
But yeah, I mean, also you mentioned about pausing hiring, that before Musk's warning, Tesla had about 5,000 job postings on LinkedIn from sales in Tokyo and engineers at its new Berlin Gigafactory to deep learning scientists in Palo Alto. And it has scheduled an online hiring event for Shanghai on June 9th. And then meanwhile, all of it got canceled. But it also caused some controversy because Musk demand that staff return to office has already faced pushback in Germany, and his plan to cut jobs would face resistance in the Netherlands, where Tesla had its European headquarters. You can't just fire Dutch workers, said FNV union spokesperson Hans Walthy, adding Tesla would have to negotiate with a labor union on terms for any departures. Ouch. In a Tuesday email, Musk said that Tesla employees were required to be on the office for minimum 40 hours per week, I discussed earlier. And they closed opportunities for, remote work. And yeah. So what do you think of everything in regards to, Elon Musk and his things for Twitter and his remote work / return to office policies?
Well, I think when it comes to the return to work policies, I can understand the fear of having employees, like you said, with a lot of distractions. There is way too much to account for. There's a lot of slack that you're allowing when it comes to, not having a literal camera on them. Of course, there's a privacy concern, I guess, when it comes to, hey, we need to know this and that. I get it. I worry about the lack of because from what we see, from the prior article where it says, how, he respects your work ethic, looking at that, it's a hard bargain to convince him otherwise that working at home is still worth the expense, in time, versus how much he'd profit off of that time, spent. So there's that, and his cut of Tesla jobs. That's a lot of people that could be working and helping the economy get better. So that's unfortunate, and I don't appreciate that part, but I understand also it's a money-making thing, who cares if, but then again, in the long run, who knows if the economy would get better and these people would be less redundant over time. Their jobs, how much money they make if something just slightly becomes, or if you could retask them into something that they're also proficient at. It's really hard to say, of course. Mm-hmm. Nobody has a crystal ball, but I get what, I get why he'd be cutting jobs and axing, at home sort of stuff. It all comes down to the mighty dollar bill.
Mm-hmm. Of course. We don't know how every company is. They always want the dollar, not so much the ethics. At least most companies.
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at you, Activision Blizzard, with your Diablo Immortal microtransactions. I mean, well, they're the roasting target of this entire show.
Unfortunately, they deserve it without question, because they're not the greatest. They're not the gold standard anymore when it comes to how they do things.
And soon enough, provided the acquisition goes through, they'll be part of the same company as the famous chess club player.
And they'll get beaten in just a few moves.
Then every bug in Call of Duty will just be a feature.
Yes, the shitty cropped out PNG with PNG crust. Like so Vanguard introduced HUD overlays a few months ago. They look fucking terrible. Like there was so like the Sten like there are so many things that are wrong with the game that are on a visual level and on a gameplay level. Both are evenly fucked. Like from like I keep on mentioning this, the glitchy ledges on Numa Numa. That's Mario. Like Mario. They are. I don't think they fixed those. There are ledges that you get stuck on, and you try to jump over. Your character doesn't mantle over. The as kind of the theme is that they release a broken gun that it dominates the playfield, and then they nerf it once everyone buys up the bundles for them. They're just when I mentioned the Sten in the trailer, the Sten's bolt was phasing through the back. But in real life, that would be impossible. It would fly back and clock you in the face. I don't know. There are just so many little visual and gameplay breaking bugs that it makes Bethesda look like squeaky clean.
Exactly.
And Bethesda is not squeaky clean when it comes to bugs.
No, and that's gonna be a funny thing to imagine. Like, even though when Todd Howard isn't developing the games, and yet the bugs will be features.
Imagine trying to land your ship properly. Sorry.
No worries. But hey, we get to transition over to Epic Games and Bandcamp.
Oh.
Because Epic Games is in a lawsuit against Google, but this lawsuit won't stop Bandcamp's in-app payment, so artists will still get supported. So we got some good news on this. And now we did talk about this lawsuit earlier in the show. So rest assured, artists are still getting supported. So as you can see in the article here, Bandcamp will have to worry about Google pulling its app from the Play Store in the near future. The music service has entered into an agreement that it will let it use its existing in-app payment system on Android, while parent company Epic Games continues antitrust lawsuit against Google. Artists keep receiving the same share as before, but Bandcamp will put 10% of Android-related sales revenue in escrow until the case is resolved. Again, fancy word. If you don't know what it is, you may want to look it up.
Mm-hmm.
The company said in a blog post that it would absorb that cost rather than pass it along to musicians. So look at Bandcamp actually trying to pull off some good things here.
Mm-hmm.
The arrangement takes effect June 1st, the same day Google is set to enforce a new rule requiring that apps like Bandcamp use only the Play Store billing system for in-app purchases. Google will still have the power to enforce Play Store policies beyond the exception carved out through this deal. And yeah, I mean, it looks like from what the article is saying, it's going to be a bit of a compromise here. I mean, it looks like Epic filed a preliminary injunction that would have barred Google from pulling Bandcamp's app without the escrow requirement. It is long argued that Google's billing requirement would hurt both artists and its own bottom line by reducing their revenue shares and delaying payouts. Google, meanwhile, claimed Bandcamp and Epic are trying to avoid paying for the Play Store's value, and that the 10% fee is less than what those companies charge through their own systems. So, good news for Epic Games and Bandcamp. I mean, more so Bandcamp, because at least the artists are still getting paid for their work.
Mm-hmm. Certainly.
Just a quick little thing here. But Alpaca, do you have any other thoughts on this before we move on?
No, not really. I know that Epic has they're like, it feels like they are doing their best to do whatever they can to take money out of whatever they're using as like a platform in a sense.
Well, not only that, but they want it to seem like they're the hipster cool guys that want to be like, hey, we don't. It's like the F the establishment sort of thing.
Yeah, sort of thing. So I have no further things. It's just like I'm just glad at least it won't affect the actual artists,
Of course. And now we get to move on to some laws that New York passed. And there's two of them we have to talk about here because they both kind of tie a little bit with each other. Actually, not really. One relates to cryptocurrency, because we all know FluufAlpaca likes to be a total NFT bro. He probably has an NFT of Hatsune Miku while still also proposing the real Hatsune Miku. And then he also has an NFT of the Alpaca god.
No.
Oh, I heard he has. No. I heard he also has a baby metal NFT too on top of it.
Blah, blah, blah.
But yeah, we can get going here. And as we can see here, the first of these articles that New York passes a bill to limit Bitcoin mining. And they said New York lawmakers have passed a bill that would temporarily ban new Bitcoin mining operations. Early Friday of that week, state senators voted 36-27 to pass the legislation. It's now bound to seek for the desk of Governor Kathy Hochul, who will sign it to law or veto the bill. The law would come into effect immediately after it's signed. And the legislation seeks to establish a 2-year moratorium on licenses for cryptocurrency mining operations. They use power-hungry proof-of-work authentication methods for validating blockchain transactions. Right now, Bitcoin and Ethereum fall under that category, though the latter is shifting to a different setup. The moratorium only covers mining operations that run on carbon-based power sources. Any that harness entirely renewable energy sources or an alternative to proof of work that requires less power won't be affected. Existing operations and those already going through a permit renewal process won't be impacted either. So I guess that means like if you're trying to get, newer operations in, sucks for you. But it's only 2 years though. And that's 2 years no NFT bros for FluufAlpaca to interact with. From New York.
You're lucky I'm smiling.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, this is a good thing for the environment, I would just say. I mean, you can see continue on. While the moratorium is placed, New York will carry out a study into the environmental impact of proof-of-work authentication methods per the bill. As CNBC notes, New York has ambitious climate goals that require the state's greenhouse gas emissions to reduce by 85% by 2050 under the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. New York became a hotbed for crypto mining operations in part due to its plentiful hydroelectricity, low electricity prices, and cooler climate than other areas of the United States. So I guess if the crypto is powered by hydroelectricity, then FluufAlpaca is still safe and can start making some really cool NFTs and cryptocurrencies. Alpaca coin could be a thing in New York. You forgot all about Alpaca coin, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I'm just happy I don't want anything to do with it right now anyways.
And some mining companies have threatened to leave New York due to regulatory uncertainty, set up shop in more crypto-friendly states. Even so, crypto proponents have suggested that given New York's as a legislative leader, other states could follow suit with similar regulations. I'm sure like Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, maybe California, Oregon, Washington. any states that are definitely more left-leaning in nature probably will take a crack at this.
Yes.
And states like Florida, because of course the Florida men.
It wouldn't be surprised me. It wouldn't surprise me.
Texas, Alabama, Virginia, West Virginia, maybe.
Alan Bammer.
Exactly. All the states that Hillbilly Alpaca would want to be a part of will likely be more lax with cryptocurrency, I feel.
Yeah, maybe maybe the representatives of a certain other state will believe that 5G signals from the Bitcoin causes respiratory cancer.
All right, so
I don't know.
I'm talking about Nebraska.
For the sake of uncertainty, yes. I'll tell you later.
All right. And then also, New York also passed another law, and this one is truly going to make Alpaca very excited. Because New York also passed a right to repair bill.
No, you. Oh, wait. Oh, right to repair. Holy shit, yes.
I mean, if I made it right to repair bill for Hatsune Miku Vocaloid dolls, that's a different story.
You son of a bitch.
But no, I promise you, it's at least related to technology.
Oh, you. No.
So New York had just passed the Digital Fair Repair Act, making one of just a few states in the United States to do so. The bill, which was introduced in April 2021, passed the Senate on June 1st and passed Assembly at the time that article was written. At the time that article was written, it was heading to the governor for signing and will take effect a year after it becomes law. The act, titled Digital Fair Repair Act, will require OEMs to make diagnostic and repair information for digital electronic parts and equipment available to independent repair providers and consumers if such parts and repair information are also available to OEM authorized repair providers. This means companies can no longer dictate where you can bring your device to get them repaired by limiting the access to components or diagnostic information. If a part is no longer available to the OEM, it will not need to make the same part available to everyone. For things that require security-related locks or authorizations, the OEM has to, on fair and reasonable terms, supply the tools or documentation needed to access or reset such devices through appropriate secure release systems. The amended version of the bill also states that the proposed requirements will apply to products with a value over $10, and that OEMs or authorized repair providers don't have to make available any parts, tools, or documentation if the intended use is for modification of the products. So in other words, think like hardware mods. This is strictly like if this is purely meant for repair, you have to provide the parts for repair. Anything extraneous, you don't have to provide parts for that.
Okay.
So it's a step in the right direction. I mean, it's not total open to everything, but it's a step in the right direction.
Mm.
And again, the amended version of the bill also states over $10. So think of it this way: if you manage to get an electronic device for $5 for some whatever reason, you don't have to provide parts to repair that $5 electronic. Oh, it says it also excludes public safety communications equipment and home appliances with digital electronics embedded with them from the act. Given the way the companies have been trending towards making smart fridges, washing machines, and more, this could potentially lead to an enormous loophole, or at the very least exclude a large number of products. So in other words, you could repair your laptop, your computer, or your gaming console with these laws. But you can't repair your washing machine.
Uh, all right then. I don't know how to service a washing machine, but
So yeah, right to repair does not apply to home appliances. So I think this also applies to microwaves. You can't repair your microwave. I'm sorry, Alpaca.
damn it, I thought I could finally get away with I could finally repair my microwave and be able to once again take a crack at creating a ray gun from Call of Duty Zombies. Not really. Don't sue me. There's no way to do that.
And the funny thing too is that Massachusetts already has a right to repair law, and that California is also introducing its own right to repair law. So technically, you can move to Massachusetts, which, by the way, Maine was originally part of Massachusetts. And then have your right to repair.
Okay.
Yeah, do you know that Maine was originally part of Massachusetts?
I did.
I mean, if you studied colonial history at like high school, you would know that.
No, I studied in like 5th grade. I know.
Well, even then, yeah. What a time. I mean, it kind of makes you wish sometimes there was a truly united New England state still, so technically we could argue that the two of us live in the same state.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I would just, I mean, then again, we'd be running into like Canada types. So we'd have provinces instead of states, I swear.
Well, the thing is that New England as a state, just, the Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine, would be about the same size as like New York.
Oh, okay.
Though there was at one point a Dominion of New England that included New York and New Jersey, and all that was one colony. A super colony, if you will. Which, if you have Boston and New York City in the same state, that would be the most important state in the entire freaking country, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it'd be no contest. Like, New York is already one of the most important states simply because of New York City.
Yeah, and Boston has Harvard.
Mm-hmm. And then where I live, we have Yale University.
Honestly, I feel like the education down there and in Boston are superior, and that would improve Maine's, like, because I know Maine is like considered one of the worst states for education, which I've despised that, to be honest. I feel like geographically you shouldn't be dumbed down. It should be a standard,
Right. But anyways, back to the topic. I do think these laws are pretty good. I mean, I do welcome the fact that New York is looking into trying to make crypto mining more environmentally friendly, or at least trying to tackle something to experiment or learn from it.
Mm-hmm.
While I also appreciate that they're also going the right direction with the right to repair law. While it does suck that you can't repair your microwave, at least you can repair computers and tablets. And smartphones.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's some good news right here. But another thing that might be interesting, though, is the fact that the United Kingdom, a country that we've talked about quite a number of times on the show, is looking into Apple and Google. And yes, I mean, you always gotta love the fact that Pokemon Sword and Shield took place in this country, too.
Anyways, wait, what? Pokemon took place in New Britain?
Yes.
Took place in the Fallout? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Pokemon Sword and Shield actually took place in the UK.
And we quickly realized why there are regions, because Pokemon Sword and Shield, the government of Pokemon Sword and Shield tried to steal every other country, and everyone else declared independence. And then the Wooloos got engaged with the Mareeps.
I mean, also, Uwu Master FluufAlpaca also engaged and proposed to
Fuck you.
the most uwu of Vocaloids.
Fuck you. Don't make me play Uptown Funk Vocaloid Edition again.
You picked that's like the worst freaking version of that song. I don't know what you'd found, but that was like the worst version of Hatsune Miku I ever had to hear with. And then,
Yeah, it's fucking terrible.
And then Kaido, which is the other vocalist, which I'm sure would sound a lot better in other recordings, made him sound terrible.
It was probably ripped in like 64 kilobits.
Right. But back to the UK. So they have the CMA plans to market investigation into mobile browsers and cloud gaming. So as you can see here, the Competition and Markets Authority is consulting on the launch of a market investigation into Apple and Google's market power in mobile browsers and Apple's restrictions on cloud gaming through its App Store. Gee, that last one actually would be pretty useful. I mean, imagine if we can actually, have a native xCloud app on the App Store. That'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
But you have to go through hoops and get to a web browser for that to work on iOS devices. It's pretty lame.
If only you could sideload more than just, whatever iOS allows. Am I right? Yeah.
As in parallel, it is also taking enforcement action against Google in relation to its App Store payment practices. This follows a year-long study of the company's mobile ecosystems, the final report of which has been published at the time this was made. The study found that Apple and Google have an effective duopoly on mobile ecosystems that allow them to exercise a stranglehold over these markets, which includes operating systems, app stores, and web browsers on mobile devices. Without interventions, both companies are likely to maintain and even strengthen their grip over the sector, further restricting competition and limiting the incentives for innovators. While the report identified a range of potential interventions across these ecosystems, the CMA has looked at where it could take immediate targeted action to tackle these problems using its current powers. As a result, the CMA is now consulting on making a market investigation reference into mobile browsers and access to cloud gaming on mobile devices. Andrea Coselli, chief executive of the CMA, said, when it comes to how people use mobile phones, Apple and Google hold all the cards. As good as many of their services and products are, their strong grip on mobile ecosystems allow them to shut out competitors, holding back the British tech sector and limiting choice. We all rely on browsers to use the internet on our phones, and the engines that make them work have a huge bearing on what we can see and do. Right now, choice in this space is severely limited, and that has real impact on preventing innovation and reducing competition from web apps. We need to give innovative tech firms, many of which are ambitious startups, a fair chance to compete. We have always been clear that we will maximize the use of our current tools while we await legislation for the new digital regime. Today's announcements, along the 8 cases currently open against major players in the tech industry, ranging from tackling fake reviews to addressing problems in online advertising, are proof of that in action. And yeah, this goes on for quite a bit, but I mean, you can see, I mean, if you think about it, yeah, I could see where the UK is coming from. I mean, there's only 2 choices. You either have to go with Apple or Google, and if you go through Android, you practically are locked into the Play Store. And then if you go to the Apple side, you're easily locked into iOS. And the article even goes on to say that 97% of all mobile web browsing in the UK in 2021 happens on browsers powered by either Apple or Google's browser engine. Apple bans alternative to its own browser engine on its mobile devices as a restriction that is unique to Apple. So technically, when you have Firefox, it has to be based off Apple's browser engine.
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah, I mean that's kind of crazy itself. And obviously, if an app has to be, web-based, I even see this too. Do you notice how sometimes when you go on an app, like a website version of an app, it's a bit more sluggish? The UI is not snappy.
Yeah, certainly.
And it kind of does limit the innovation in that sort of field, where if you're forcing certain apps to be web-based only, there are certain things you can't necessarily do because the web browser is just that much slower compared to having a native app.
I know trying to on the web itself, trying to there are certain sites that are impossible to use in a snappy manner. Like you have to wait a few seconds for the page to load, a few minutes. I'm not even kidding. Sometimes I wouldn't say a few minutes, but a minute or less, which it should be just a few seconds.
Yeah.
And I try the app and it's better, but could be better also.
Right.
Get what I mean?
I mean, don't get me wrong. Having an app that doesn't take as much space on a mobile device because it's literally just a shortcut pretty much is helpful. But it just needs to improve its responsiveness.
Of course.
Yeah, and also, too, I mean, you can even see here how the CMA concerned that this severely limits the potential for rival browsers to differentiate themselves from Safari and limits Apple's incentives to invest in browser engine. That's an interesting thing to think about. Like as I mentioned before, every browser has to be based off of Safari. But not really much of a reason to download another mobile browser.
Mm-hmm.
I know Windows 10 11's browser right now, which is Microsoft Edge. The current version is based off of Chromium, which is Crow.
Yeah.
But at least there's certain functions of it that make it faster in some applications. Because Microsoft has done some work to kind of tweak it a little bit to their needs.
Mm-hmm.
Also, too, there's a section here at cloud gaming, and obviously, as we mentioned before, that Apple blocked emerging cloud gaming services on its App Store. And yeah, I do agree that this is still an emerging innovation. And because Apple is just scared that, these cloud gaming services are going to take away our revenue from our App Store games and microtransactions, they don't want to deal much with it. And Apple should allow these cloud games to be on the platform. I mean, as we also just talked too, I mean, the M2 chip.
Yeah.
You're going to pretty soon have a chip that can run a good chunk of these games on just that chip alone. So maybe they won't have as much of a need for cloud gaming, but just give these people an option like xCloud. We'll have to go through a web browser. And they also mentioned how the proposed market investigation will further assess the competition concerns identified to date in both areas and decide what, if any, action is appropriate. This could include making legally binding orders requiring change to be made to Apple's and Google's practices. And I honestly, I kind of agree with this. Because Apple does do some very anti-competitive things. Like we just discussed how Apple forces Safari to be used on its engine to be used on all browsers. And it doesn't even allow xCloud. Like, yeah, Google does have some strange payment policies as well. But I mean, Apple, I think, is even more anti-consumer.
Yeah, no, I agree on you with that. I mean, you know, when you're selling $1,000 computer monitor stand, just the stand, kind of wonder.
Of course. But speaking of Europe, there's another thing that could make a big blow on Apple.
Yep, below an Apple. Sorry.
What if I told you that European Union is forcing USB-C on all phones? That's right, Apple fans.
Yep, blown. Sorry.
Exactly. Yeah, wherever Alpaca said, I fully agree with him. Nah, Apple, God. Apples. Ugh.
Yep, blown.
So, as we can see, this is right from the European Parliament themselves. Deal on common charger, reducing hassle for consumers and curbing e-waste. And honestly, about the environmental argument, I mean, yeah, you're going to obviously make more cables, but the fact you can just, in the future, iPhones could probably just be using USB Type-C and have more uses for using cables. It's going to be a nice bonus.
Certainly.
So here's the thing. By autumn 2024, USB Type-C will become the common charging port for all mobile phones, tablets, and cameras in the EU. Parliament and Council negotiators agreed today. So that means in Europe, Apple has to make a USB Type-C iPhone. Get wrecked with your proprietary bullshit, Apple. You have to be so unique and hipster all the time, Apple. And now get to be like everybody else, and everyone's going to love you for it. Except for the day in which Apple and Android have to merge to create the universal mobile operating system. But that's not going to happen because Windows and Mac still happens.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so looking at the agreement itself, the provisional agreement on the amended Radio Equipment Directive establishes a single charging solution for certain electronic devices. This law is a part of a broader EU effort to make products in the EU more sustainable, to reduce electronic waste, and to make consumers' lives easier. Especially that last part. I wholeheartedly agree. Under the new rules, consumers will no longer need a different charge device and cable every time they purchase a new device. It can use one single charger for all their small and medium-sized portable electronic devices, mobile phones, tablets, e-readers, earbuds, digital cameras, headphones, and headsets. Handheld video game consoles and portable speakers that are rechargeable via a wired cable will have to be equipped with a USB Type-C port regardless of their manufacturer. Laptops will also have to be adapted to the requirements by 40 months after the entry into force. Also, too, I'm sure the headsets are going to include the VR headsets, so you can look at Hatsune Miku. Good times there.
No.
Also, keep in mind, too, that this law will also be harmonized for devices that support fast charging, allows users to charge devices at the same speed with any compatible charger. Thank you, European Union, for being very forward-thinking.
Certainly.
Also, too, There's better information and choice for consumers. Consumers will be provided with clear information on the charging characteristics of new devices, making it easier for them to see whether their existing charger compatible. Buyers will also be able to choose whether they want to purchase new electronic equipment with or without a charging device. These new obligations will lead to more reuse of chargers and will help the consumers save up to €250 million a year on unnecessary charging purchases. Disposed of and unused chargers are estimated to represent about 11,000 tons of e-waste annually. So I guess that means that if you're more comfortable without having a charger with your device, you'll be able to get the device without a charger because it's going to save on waste.
All right.
Think of it this way. How many chargers do you probably have for all the devices you have? Or cables? Or anytime you get a portable electronic device, how many cables do you probably get from each device?
I probably wake up and look at that drawer out in the corner that has all of the useless cables that I only pull out whenever the other one that I usually like. I go on Amazon, I buy the Anchor ones, though, like, and whenever those get either they either get lost, usually lost. If they get broken, then wow, or stolen or something. Then I use them if I'm desperate, but usually it's like, you know.
Yeah. So essentially what this is saying here is that, hey, if you don't want a cable or charger with you or thing, you don't have to get one. So you can just keep buying Anchor cables and not have to worry about having more cables piling up on top of it.
Good.
So in some ways that's good. In other avenues, if you're living in a country that has constantly been expecting cables to come in, that could probably throw some people off.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember the time in which the new 3DS actually did not come with a charger?
Oh my god, yes I do. I remember people being fucking angry about it. Did you have to buy a separate one that was proprietary to the 3DS? The new one?
Actually, wait, I think it was the same one. I lied.
Well, that's still proprietary in a sense, but damn, that is sad. Yeah, I forgot all about that. No, that's terrible. That's fucking terrible. Why would you do that, Nintendo?
Nintendo, apparently, with the eyes of this law, were ahead of their time.
Oh yes, they were so progressive as to not give everyone a charger cable that was proprietary to their system. That's so ingenious. It's like saying that's like Todd Howard reselling Skyrim for the wait, hold on a second. It's been a decade, so.
And on top of it too, those who have Game Pass are paying monthly for Skyrim.
And Starfield 1.
That's me. I've been paying for Skyrim monthly, in addition to having a physical copy.
And this is where I go up to God Howard. Anyways, yes, vielen Dank, God Howard.
And they say this is all supposed to encourage technological innovation, because as wire charging technology becomes more prevalent, the European Commission will be empowered to develop so-called delegated acts on the interoperability of charging solutions. And it says Parliament Rapporteur Alex Ajus Saliba, I apologize for mispronouncing the name, said Today, we have made the common charger a reality in Europe. European consumers were frustrated along with multiple chargers piling up with every new device. Now they'll be able to use a single charger for all their portable electronics. We are proud that laptops, e-readers, earbuds, keyboards, computer mice, and portable navigation devices are also included in addition to smartphones, tablets, digital cameras, headphones, headsets, including VR headsets, handheld video game consoles, and portable speakers. We have also added provisions on wireless charging, being the next evolution in the charging technology and improved information and labeling for consumers.
Okay.
What a fun day. I mean, overall, I think having USB-C be standard, including Apple devices, because screw you, Apple, for trying to be so hipster.
Yeah, the lightning cable is, it's good, but it's not a standard. It's a standard if you only delve into the Apple realm or some device that thinks it's an Apple device, but it really isn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It uses like a bootleg female, lightning cable part.
Right. I mean, USB-C is just a natural progression. I mean, it's a USB, and you can use it on both sides. Very easy to use.
Oh, yes. And it lasts a lot longer than micro USB, which is the stuff that's been dominating a lot of other devices.
And now we see, actually, I've noticed like almost every single device nowadays is practically using USB Type-C.
Mm-hmm. It started with mini USB, and now it's, you remember PlayStation 3 had mini USB, that little like trapezoid shaped thing.
Hold on a second.
And now it's like a thinner trapezoid, and now it is a full oval. As a matter of fact, this microphone that I'm using is USB-C.
Because I have a DualShock.
I do too. I have a gold one from Taco Bell. Ay. Hey, that looks like it doesn't conform to big hands. Thanks, PlayStation 2, by the way.
Hey, I'll give you one thing. Look how much improvement has been made. The DualSense is absolutely amazing. If you can get your hands on DualSense, it is absolutely amazing. But do you know what does power PS5s? AMD. And AMD had their Computex 2022 event that happened. And what did this event have? They had, ladies and gentlemen, the Ryzen 7000 series processors, Zen 4 core, 5nm technology, all new AM5 platform. It's going to feature the world's first 5nm PC processor cores with a Zen 4 CPU core chiplets and 5nm. All new I/O die in 6nm with integrated AMD RDNA 2 graphics, advanced low power architecture, and DDR5 and PCIe 5.0 controllers. So that just means that DDR5 memory demand is going to increase. Run.
Yeah. I gotta be honest, it may or may not be a good thing to buy it now, because previous RAM shortages or previous exclusivity, I guess, has shown that this has happened before, where it's like you know, if a new thing comes out and it's a shortage of it for a little while. I've heard of it. I haven't really studied what happened specifically, but I do know about it a little bit. And it's either you buy it now and hope that supply isn't so low that, again, of course, supply has been a constant issue, so it might be better take the first option, or just stick with DDR4 for now and just move on to the new platform when it becomes
I mean, in my case personally, I probably would jump on the DDR5 bandwagon as soon as possible, just so I can make it seem, because my goal with this new computer I want to make is have it be more capable than a PS5 or Xbox Series X, and one of the main ways to do it is get a more recent standard for RAM.
Mm-hmm.
And also, it's going to be an absolute beast. I'm looking forward to when I can upgrade that computer. But anyways, AM5 Ecosystem Solutions. They're going to have the AMD socket AM5 X670E Extreme, which is unparalleled capability and extreme overclocking. PCIe 5.0 to 2 times graphics and 1 NVMe slot. There's the AMD socket AM5 X670. It's a PCIe 5.0 to 1 time NVMe slot. Graphic card slots optional. AMD socket AM5 B650, which is mainstream price points. PCIe 5.0 storage only. Honestly, I probably would get the X670E if I had to go with AMD.
Yeah, I personally, I think that the B650 is fine, I guess. However, I think X670 right now is like not even just extreme, but just the usual X670 board, probably the better option. You know, even though PCIe 5.0 isn't a thing yet right now, I think for the future it'd be worth it for X670. Just the middle option, pretty much.
Of course, yeah. And then we get to the AMD socket AM5 Total Platform I/O. This is 24 PCIe 5.0 lanes for storage and graphics, up to 14 super speed USB with 20 gigabytes per second and Type-C. We know how important Type-C is nowadays, so I don't blame them. It's going to have 6E Wi-Fi support with DBS and BTLE 5.2. I take it as Bluetooth, so that's good to see. And up to 4 HDMI 2.1 and DisplayPort 2 ports. So I think this is a pretty good section of I/O right here.
Yeah, I wonder about the implications of having that amount of I/O ports, because AMD has been, recently it's gotten better, but for the longest time it kind of has slacked on integrated graphics. I assume this is motherboard graphic support. However, it could be also, I assume it would be. Another thing to mention with the X670 boards that I didn't get to mention is, considering that AM4 has been a future-proof type, it's been like X370 all the way to Ryzen 5000 processors. You could have a Ryzen 5000 processor on a X370 board. So it probably could be worth it to have the X670 because of when PCI 5 with graphics cards becomes more mainstream. I think that's where it'd be best. But
Right.
continue on, of course.
Yep. And then they showed off a couple of flagship AM5 motherboards. So you can see here, there's a couple of X670E motherboards. Actually, and yeah, these are actually like the cream of the crop. These are all X670E boards, which are that's like the top tier one.
Of course.
And they mentioned how you can learn more about building the PCIe 5.0 ecosystem and world's fastest NVMe drive, projected up to greater than 60% faster sequence read speed with PCIe 5.0 storage on AMD socket AM5. And yeah, I mean, looking at what we have here for the AM5 motherboard and the Ryzen 7000 series, processors, these are looking pretty awesome.
Certainly. I think right now, if DDR5 becomes like mainstream and the supply is worth it, it would be way better to just upgrade to this than go to the 5000 series for right now when this becomes available. Here's hoping that that's the case, and it'd be easier to just upgrade to the brand new thing. So that's factoring in like costs. If cost is not a concern, obviously this is the first thing that comes to mind, and also availability too. That if availability is no concern, and price.
Right. So what I'll probably have to do is that when I play on my computer, I'm gonna be like, okay, this is the Intel processor I want, and here's the motherboard I want with that one. Here is, and like at least 3 different motherboards, so at least I know which one to get. And for AMD, I'd be like, okay, here's the AMD processor I want, and here's the motherboards I want to get. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, you want to make sure that when making a thing like this, that everything, just works.
As Todd Howard would say.
Exactly. Not only just work, but make sure it's capable enough to do the things you want to do.
It's just capable.
Exactly. And our last topics for the day, everyone, is some things with the James Webb Telescope. And the first of these topics here is the fact that we're getting some colored images for this thing. On July 12th, 2022 of all days. So we're looking at the European Space Agency website here, and as you can see here, at the largest and most complex observatory ever launched into space, Webb has been going through a 6-month period of preparation before it could begin science work, calibrating its instruments to its space environment and aligning its mirrors. This careful process, not to mention years of new technology development and mission planning, has built up to the first images and data, a demonstration of Webb at its full power, ready to begin its science mission and unfold the infrared universe. This first release will be a remarkable moment for the mission. Give us a first glimpse of how Webb will transform our view of the universe. Said Chris Evans, ESA Webb project scientist. We're looking forward to share the experience of seeing these first images in spectra with the public across Europe and the world. And for all Vocaloids.
You.
And VTubers.
No.
And behind the scenes, creating Webb's first images, I mean, we could go on and on about like looking at all the microscopic details. Like we could see like Webb in full focus. We could see like this image here, and how if you look at the first quote here, as we near the end of preparing the observatory for science, we are on a precipice of an incredibly exciting period of discovery about our universe. The release of Webb's first color images will offer a unique moment for us to stop and marvel at a new humanity has never seen before. This is from Eric Smith, Webb program scientist at NASA headquarters in Washington. These images will be the culmination of decades of dedication, talent, and dream. They will also just be the beginning. Deciding what Webb should look at first has been a project more than 5 years in the making, undertaken by international partnership between NASA, ESA, and the Canadian Space Agency, and the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore, USA, home to Webb science and mission operations. Our goals for Webb's first images and data are both to showcase the telescope's powerful instruments and to preview the science mission to come. They are sure to deliver a long-awaited wow for astronomers and the public. And then we're just going to skip to the spawn part. I mean, it's all interesting history of learning what led to the eventual rise of like the Webb telescope and all this stuff, and how amazing it's been once it's calibrated. But let's just tell you what we'll look at here. What will we see? While careful planning for Webb's first color images have been underway for a long time, the new telescope is so powerful that it's difficult to predict exactly how that first images will look. Of course, there are things we're expecting and hoping to see, but with a new telescope and this new high-resolution infrared data, we just won't know until we see it. STSCI's lead science visuals developer Joseph De Pascal. Early alignment imagery has already demonstrated the unprecedented sharpness of Webb's infrared view. However, these images will be the first in full color and the first to showcase Webb's full-size capabilities. In addition to imagery, Webb will be capturing spectroscopic data, detailed information astronomers can read in light. The first image is packed of materials will highlight the science themes that inspire the mission and will be the focus of its work. The early universe, the evolution of galaxies through time, the life cycle of stars and other worlds. All of Webb's commissioning data, but data taking while aligning the telescope and preparing the instruments will also be made publicly available. Woo! And what's next, I say? Science. After capturing first images, Webb scientific observations will begin. Continue to explore the mission's key science themes. Teams have already applied through a competitive process for time to use the telescope, and what astronomers call its first cycle or first year observations. Observations are carefully scheduled to make the most efficient use of the telescope's time. These observations mark the official beginning of Webb's general science operations, the work it was designed to do. Astronomers will use Webb to observe the infrared universe, analyze the data collected, and publish scientific papers on their discoveries. Beyond what is already planned for Webb, there are the unexpected discoveries astronomers can't anticipate. One example, in 1990 when NASA/ESA Hubble telescope launched, dark energy was completely unknown. Now it is one of the most exciting areas of astrophysics. And yeah, obviously, this is going to be really huge once you get these colored images.
Certainly.
Like, what will we be able to see? What sort of stars can we uncover? What will tout how we're doing this information?
You'll be able to see in the future and improve Starfield.
Oh my god, imagine DLC expansions that have, like, the planets featured in this.
Yeah.
Actually, that would be kind of dope, though.
We find alien life, and one of them is an Easter egg in the new Starfield game.
Like, seriously, imagine if, like, you get this download pack. Oh, yeah, here's, like, 100 more planets for you to explore. Go nuts. That'd be pretty cool, actually.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Imagine the aliens that we discover, and then
Todd Howard puts them in an Easter egg, and then he becomes God Howard to the aliens.
And then Elon Musk all of a sudden starts talking about them.
Yeah, randomly.
You're
like, so that Starfield game, I mean, hey, aliens, hey, it's just a feature. It's just a chess club. Anyway, sorry.
I mean, who knew these things will hold? I mean, could we see AVGN into the past in like 2006? Who knows?
Yes. Sorry.
Well, I mean, without having to go through a YouTube video, but through a telescope image that somehow can go so microscopic that we could see AVGN recording an episode.
Oh, yeah. Or, even further, see him experience the rage firsthand as a child playing these games.
True. Think of all the LJN games.
Fucking LJN. They're not terrible, but goddamn, when they make a licensed game, they fucking knock it out of the park in terms of holy shit, I could do better. I could create a better game in Photoshop.
Right. But that would get
I could create a better game with a bunch of sticks and a rock.
Besides memed things we'd hope for, I mean, maybe we could find the beginnings of the universe, like even closer to it.
Yeah.
Maybe we could get a better understanding of the, the observable universe. Like, can we go farther than it?
Yeah. Can we truly see a point in which we found out our good Lord and Savior's search history when he was a teenager?
I mean, here's the thing, like, can this telescope be able to pinpoint, like, any potential edges of a universe? What could it prove multiverses exist? Could it do? We don't even know.
That would be interesting, actually. Jokes aside, I would be afraid, honestly, because sometimes knowing is the scariest part.
Yeah,
it can also be a gift, though.
Yeah, if multiverses exist out of whatever reason, right? Imagine go to the gender swapped universe. Or the opposite universe, where instead of myself being, rather calm and collected and rational, with some moments of irrationality, it's the complete opposite.
So Trevor from GTA 5?
I guess so, where I would be the one that's completely brash and, not calm and not collected, but constantly lash out at people. I do have some moments of brilliance and stability, but they're not very many.
My daddy was not nice to me.
And then there could be an opposite universe for you too, where instead of you being timid and shy and kind to everybody and married to Vocaloids, well, not married, but proposed to Vocaloids, you are very outspoken and you don't mind showing your face on camera, and you also, did not very Hatsune Miku.
Yeah.
But instead, you married some sort of like Vegas hot star or something like that. I don't know. But we also have to think about too that this telescope has also been engineered to endure micrometeor impacts. So this is right from the NASA website themselves, and it mentions how micrometeorite Micrometeor strikes are an unavoidable aspect of operating any spacecraft, which routinely sustain many impacts over the course of long and productive science missions in space. Between May 23rd and 25, NASA's James Webb Telescope sustained an impact to one of its primary mirror segments. After initial assessments, the team found the telescope is still performing at a level that exceeds all mission requirements despite a marginally detectable effect in the data. Thorough analysis and measurements are ongoing. Impacts will continue to occur throughout the entirety of Webb's lifetime in space, such as events were anticipated when building and testing the mirror on the ground. After a successful launch, deployment, and telescope alignment, Webb's beginning of life performance is still well above expectations, and the observatory is fully capable of performing the science it was designed to achieve. Webb's mirror was engineered to withstand bombardment from the micrometeor environment at its orbit around the sun. Earth L2 of dust sized particles flying at extreme velocities. While the telescope was being built, engineers used a mixture of simulations and actual test impacts on mirror samples to get a clearer idea of how to fortify the observatory for operation in orbit. This most recent impact was larger than was modeled and beyond what the team could have tested on the ground. We always knew that Webb would have to weather the space environment, which includes harsh ultraviolet light and charged particles from the sun, cosmic rays from exotic sources in the galaxy, and occasional strikes by micrometeoroids within our solar system, said Paul Geithner, technical deputy project manager at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland. We designed and built Webb with performance margin, optical, thermal, electrical, mechanical, to ensure it could perform its ambitious science mission even after many years in space. For example, due to careful work by the launch site teams, Webb's optics were kept cleaner than required while on the ground. Their pristine cleanliness improved the overall reflectivity and throughput, therefore improving total sensitivity. This and other performance margins like Webb's science capabilities robust to potential degradation over time. But yeah, I mean, this is all good to hear that it's able to withstand this thing, let alone being at above expectations.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, then truly, this James Webb Telescope can go back to the past and sing AVGN memes.
No. He's the angry Nintendo nerd.
Right, even back when he was the angry Nintendo nerd. You're right. But with that being said, I think this will do it for today. Our comment of the day is obviously none because we do typically get comments very much. And yeah, I mean, I don't have much else to say at this point.
Me neither.
So if you like what you see, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe if you're on YouTube. Also follow us on any platform we're on. Also, be sure to check out FluufAlpaca, where on Twitch, he will stream his wedding with Hatsune Miku.
Fuck you.
It'll be in the link tree down below in the description with all the GAHCast links. Anyways, I am Hydrowave99.
Fuck Wabicotic.
Exactly.
And I'm a FluufAlpaca.
And we'll see you all next time. Bye, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hydrowave99 here. I just want to say thank you all so much for watching GAHCast. It means the world to me that there have been people out there that gave the show a chance, and that is pretty incredible to say the least. And while I am thankful that you've all been able to watch the show, I also could not have done this show without Ghost Brother Game and FluufAlpaca. While Ghost Brother Game left early on due to creative differences, FluufAlpaca recently told me that he wishes to go his own way. I will be fully supportive of his adventures and wish him the best of luck. And the two of us will still be close friends and keeping in touch on a regular basis. Now, this show has been incredible. I mean, it gave us an opportunity to voice our thoughts on the gaming and technology industries. And, we've had a lot of fun, from all the different Bay Metal and Hatsune Miku jokes to covering the E3 stuff, like the Summer Game Fest stuff that happened this year. And also the ongoing journeys between the Activision Blizzard controversy and the Elon Musk thing with Twitter. And it's incredible to think that so much has happened within this 1 year that we've been able to host this show. And while this chapter may be, over for the show, I still plan on continuing a podcast that will take a lot of the inspirations from the show, but also have a lot of different changes to it. And I hope to show you this new show, or what will be a continuation of the show, coming very soon. And I just wish to say thank you all so much for watching this show, and it means a lot to me that people have been watching this show. It really does. And I can always just circle back to knowing that you guys have been able to watch the show, and that's pretty incredible. All right. Hope you all have a great day, and I look forward to seeing you all in the near future with the future of the podcast. Bye, everyone.